I live in a world where, after the wars, there are barely any men left. Now, for every man, there are 5 women, and the government gives out wives for money. I'm a blind beggar, barely able to feed myself. But when the last girl fell to her knees in front of me and whispered,
"Please, take me. If you walk away, my father will kill me."
I couldn't take it anymore. I simply took her hand and walked away. That's how I got my first wife. And that was only the beginning. Guys, if you haven't seen the previous parts, you'll find the links in the description and the pinned comment. Now, let's get to the story. As far as he knew, when he had just reformed the imperial examination system, many people who had repeatedly failed the exams wanted to take advantage of the confusion to sneak into the court. And as it happened, a few of them really slipped through the cracks and succeeded. These people were naturally troublemakers. Not only were they useless in the Ministry of Works, but they often claimed that literary work was superior to technical work, which demoralized everyone. In the end, it was Qingdao who acted swiftly and decisively, cleaned up the mess, and kicked them out, finally settling the matter. Now, it seemed that at least no one in the Ministry of Works held that kind of thinking anymore. Everyone was doing their best to contribute. Qingxiu sighed and said, "During this period, the Ministry of Works has relied on you a lot. You've had to manage court affairs from the top and supervise operations within the ministry from below. Among the 6 ministries, yours is probably the hardest. It's actually not too bad. With your words of encouragement, all my efforts haven't been in vain." Qingdao couldn't help but feel emotional. It was indeed as Qingxiu had said, the Ministry of Works had become very difficult to manage. Qingxiu paused for a moment, then said, "I've already told His Majesty that any new machines or inventions from the Ministry of Works should be credited to you. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? I shouldn't take credit for the work of the craftsmen. It's fine. What they deserve, they'll get. Your share will be taken from the supplies I allocate to the Ministry of Works every year." Qingxiu was so generous that Qingdao was left speechless. Even with 1,000 words in his heart, in the end, he could only say one thing: with Lord Qinggua's support, I haven't worked in vain. You don't need to worry about the Ministry of Works anymore. Qingxiu smiled slightly. All the effort he had made earlier, wasn't it just to hear these words? Besides that, Qingxiu also had several large chests brought up and invited Qingdao to take a look. Qingdao stepped forward and opened them, only to feel dizzy at the sight. Inside were stacks upon stacks of blueprints. Each one was densely filled with structural drawings, various measurements, and annotations. Just a quick glance, and he couldn't even tell what most of these things were. These blueprints are all useful. Once steam engines are fully put into use, all of these can be applied. Their effectiveness will far exceed your expectations, Qingxiu said, full of confidence in these designs. The machinery included everything from relatively simple textile machines to complex devices using steam engines, all kinds. Qingxiu had drawn out everything he knew about machinery in the steam era and documented it in these blueprints. But with the current skill level of craftsmen, making these machines would be extremely difficult. Whether it was the craftsmanship or the materials, nothing was up to standard. Qingdao quickly noticed the problem too. He randomly pulled out a blueprint, frowned, and muttered, "Can this really be built? It's so complicated." Qingxiu had expected this and replied indifferently, "Of course, it's impossible to build them all at once. Many of these things will require repeated attempts, maybe a dozen tries or more, and they still might not succeed. But if we really try little by little, I'm afraid it'll cost a lot of money and manpower." Qingdao quickly did a mental calculation and immediately felt a headache. "No worries. If money's short, just let me know." But Qingxiu didn't care about that at all. To develop new tech, you had to throw in piles of gold and silver. Even if it was wasted, it was perfectly normal. He had run businesses from east to west and accumulated a fortune that could rival a nation's treasury, not to take it to the grave, but to have money ready when it was needed most. Now that Qingxiu had made up his mind, Qingdao didn't say anything more and promised to do his best. Anyway, since the money was Qingxiu's, if they didn't contribute more effort, that would be unreasonable. After giving all his instructions, Qingxiu left the palace and went to the main street. His carriage driver immediately brought the horses forward to him. His automobile had been taken by the Ministry of Works for dismantling and research, so he had to rely on these horse-drawn carriages for now. Just as Qingxiu was about to get in the carriage, he suddenly saw a few commoners passing by not far away, struggling to carry large sacks of coal on their shoulders. One of them had a bag that was leaking, and a few lumps of coal fell to the ground. He quickly put the bag down and started picking them up. Qingxiu could tell at a glance that the coal was full of impurities, smelled harsh when burned, and produced little heat. This kind of low-quality coal, and it still sells for 1 guan per do in Chang'an these days? Qingxiu muttered to himself, but the driver heard him clearly and chimed in, and that's the lowest quality coal. A slightly better one costs even more, 1 guan might not even buy a full dough. Half a dough would be lucky. Qingxiu didn't comment, but just as he was about to have the driver leave, he looked at those commoners carefully picking up the dropped coal, and suddenly had an idea. Stop, bring them over. Qingxiu quickly called to the driver, who, though confused, obeyed and went to fetch the commoners, saying directly that Lord Qingguo wanted to see them. The men were shocked when they heard Qingxiu was summoning them. But when they saw the luxurious carriage nearby, they knew the driver wasn't joking and hurried over to bow. We didn't know Lord Qingguo was here, please forgive our rudeness. They quickly apologized, but Qingxiu smiled and told them not to be so nervous. Where did you buy this coal? How much did it cost? It's from the government coal shop in the East District. 1 guan per dough, the cheapest kind. The laborer answered honestly and without hesitation. So-called cheapest coal, naturally, the poorest quality. Qingxiu took some coal from his hand, examined it closely, and noticed the black coal lumps had a purplish tint. In the sunlight, it was even more obvious. He vaguely remembered that the most common impurity in coal was manganese. And the purple tint meant a very high manganese content. Coincidentally, Qingxiu was in need of high manganese steel and didn't know where to mine manganese. In his eyes, this coal, which looked like garbage, was actually a great chance to turn waste into treasure. Is there still a lot of this kind of coal left at the coal shop? Of course. This kind of coal is the most common. The better quality ones are almost sold out. Once he learned this, Qingxiu immediately returned home. The first thing he did was personally write a memorial and have someone send it straight to Emperor Li Er. In it, he stated clearly, once he leaves Chang'an and returns to the western regions, he wants to take all the poorest quality coal from the national treasury with him, as much as he can carry, and haul it all to the west. He had big plans for it. He planned to stay in Chang'an for the new year and head to the western regions in early spring. Before that, he likely wouldn't have much time left in Chang'an to refine manganese, so naturally, he would bring some of it to the western regions and have the craftsmen there refine it. It wasn't that he didn't trust the craftsmen in Chang'an, it was just that manganese refining involved certain dangers, and he didn't want people in Chang'an refining something so dangerous in an uncontrollable situation. Qingxiu suddenly realized that it had been quite some time since he had left the western regions. Unknowingly, it's already been half a year? Just after writing the memorial at hand, Qingxiu immediately thought of the large army still preparing for battle in the western regions. Especially Shui Rengue, by now, that kid must feel like he's being roasted over a fire. If the situation allowed, he really wanted to see what would happen if he didn't return to the western regions for a whole year and left everything to Shui Rengue. How far could that kid manage? But time waits for no one. Qingxiu knew Shui Rengue couldn't hold on for that long. Guzi, help me send this letter. Having finished writing, Qingxiu suddenly felt a bit tired. Since returning from the northern desert to Chang'an, he hadn't really rested. So next, he decided to stop worrying about all those miscellaneous matters. If he could hand them off to someone else, he definitely wouldn't deal with them himself. He really did need to take some proper rest for a while. Tubo Kingdom. While Chang'an was vigorously developing industry, this land of ice and snow seemed to have been completely forgotten by the Tang dynasty. Since Tubo was defeated and bowed in submission, willingly gave up the folded mountains, and started trading with Tang at border markets, their appearance in Tang intelligence reports had become less and less frequent. There were no more border clashes with Tang troops, and political contact was even rarer. Only when the Ministry of Revenue reviewed finances each year might some Tubo-related information surface. Almost no one thought of them anymore. But this didn't mean Tubo had truly calmed down. From the outside, Tubo looked like the eternal snow on their holy mountains, unchanged for thousands of years. But inside, there were waves surging and storms raging. After colluding with the Dongxiang and being directly defeated by Qingxiu, exhausting the last of their elite troops, Songtsen Gampo's prestige in the kingdom was completely destroyed, and he himself fell into despair. In the end, Songtsen Gampo, overwhelmed by anxiety and grief, died just a year later. His successor was his son, Zhalan Doyang. Although Zhalan Doyang had been personally trained by Songtsen Gampo as his heir, his abilities weren't even a tenth of his father's. Right after ascending the throne, multiple rebellions broke out in the kingdom, even threatening Zhalan Doyang's kingship. Though he did his best to suppress the uprisings, he used up all the loyal troops Songtsen Gampo had left him, becoming completely isolated. To control Tubo, Zhalan Doyang had no choice but to absorb the Shatua people who had fled from the western regions into the Tibetan plateau, granting them citizenship and training them as his personal army. Although he managed to stabilize his position temporarily with these mercenaries, the hearts of the people had already turned away. All the tribes submitted only in name. In reality, the king's authority didn't reach into their internal affairs. They nominally called him king, but in practice only treated him as a large tribal leader, with very low prestige. Although Tubo's situation was even worse before the kingdom was founded, when they didn't even have a nominal king. Now, it was impossible for another powerful figure like Songtsen Gampo to suddenly appear and unite all the tribes by force. A nominal unity was still unity. Zalin Doyang had no other choice. But even with this surface-level loyalty, he couldn't keep things under control. Every year, some rebels still tried to crown themselves kings and revolted, forcing the kingdom to fight until exhausted just to suppress them. In this situation, talking about breaking out beyond the snow mountains was nonsense. Even maintaining his own tribe was already extremely difficult. Tubo was closed off from the outside world. Their internal chaos was rarely known by outsiders. Even merchants only knew who the current king was. They had no idea that things inside had already turned into a mess. Luckily, they had deliberately minimized their contact with Tang. If they were still at war, local collaborators would have already led Tang's heavenly troops straight in. But even so, there was still one person inside Tubo who knew what was going on, and was carefully gathering all intelligence related to Tubo. This person was Wang Xuanzi, whom Qingxiu had originally sent into Tubo disguised as a merchant, in fact to join forces with India and Nepal to destroy Tubo. Wang Xuanzi was meticulous in thought and unconventional in action. Although Qingxiu had clearly given him orders and tasks before departure, in his view, those tasks were only a means, not the end. Their real goal was, in the end, to destroy Tubo. If there was another way to eliminate Tubo, why should he go all the way over the snow mountains to find two tiny countries whose strength was unknown? At least to him, other than Tang, every other country under heaven was just a small nation. When he entered Tubo territory, he had deliberately kept his guard up. On the surface, he was doing business, but in reality, he was making connections with Tubo officials. He even became close friends with some tribal chiefs, exchanging letters regularly. From them, Wang Xuanzi learned about the current situation in Tubo and increasingly felt it was a heaven-sent opportunity for Tang. It was also a heaven-sent opportunity for him, a chance to destroy Tubo in one blow. He immediately gave up traveling further west and sent his men to scatter across the region, trying to gather all the local military intel and terrain data. Meanwhile, he himself used every method to contact tribes across Tubo, planning to use their dissatisfaction to help Tang destroy Tubo. Wang Xuanzi's preparations were extremely thorough. While the Tang army was sweeping through the western regions, he had already secretly infiltrated every tribe within Tubo. At least to him, now was the perfect time, with all conditions in favor, to destroy Tubo. On one hand, he secretly stirred up discontent among Tubo tribes. Some small and medium-scale rebellions were even caused by him. On the other hand, using his contact with inland merchants, he continuously sent hidden letters back to the imperial court. In the letters, he repeatedly stated that if the court seized this opportunity, destroying Tubo would be easy, but the time window was very short. If they missed this chance, it would be hard to find such a perfect time again. Wang Xuanzi had sent nearly a year's worth of letters to Chang'an, dozens in total, with at least 3 sent each month through messengers, sometimes even 5 in a month. As long as he found any mountain pass or military weak point suitable for attack, he would immediately write a letter to report it. Even though over the past year all the letters he sent to Chang'an had vanished like stones dropped into the sea, never receiving any reply. In his view, it was probably because the court was too busy with other matters, or perhaps the affairs in the western regions were too troublesome and held them back from dealing with Tubo, so he wasn't anxious and just patiently waited for the day the Tang army would arrive. By the end, most of the letters he wrote weren't even about frontline military strategy, but simply said that if the court couldn't yet focus on Tubo, it wasn't urgent. He could still stir up civil war within Tubo as much as possible, and when the Tang army came, they could sweep in like a hot knife through butter and easily destroy Tubo. He was enthusiastically stirring things up on the Tibetan plateau every day, unaware that all the letters he sent to Chang'an had been thrown into a storage room for unprocessed junk. Although Qingxiu valued Wang Xuanzi, that couldn't change the fact that his official rank was low. He had only been a 5th-rank civil official, in office for less than 5 years, merely appointed because Qingxiu appreciated him and assigned him to be an envoy to ally with foreign states, and only that. Few people believed he had any real ability. What's more, Emperor Li Tu was already overwhelmed handling the empire's affairs. How could he spare time for letters from a seemingly unimportant envoy? Right before the new year, another letter personally written by Wang Xuanzi arrived, brought by merchants from Tubo. These merchants didn't have many connections, they just handed the letter to the court and could offer no further help. As soon as the letter reached the Ministry of Personnel, the registrar tossed it aside without a glance. Just as the registrar dropped it, a clerk nearby curiously picked it up and glanced over it, surprised. Another one from Wang Xuanzi. The registrar casually asked, "You know him?" "Not exactly, but ever since I joined the ministry, I've seen 2 or 3 letters or memorials from him nearly every month. No one reads them, and no one replies. Yet he keeps sending them without stopping. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the 3rd one this month." At first, the registrar thought it might be some urgent intelligence, but after hearing there were letters every month, he guessed the content. "I've heard of Wang Xuanzi. He originally held a lower rank than I do. For some reason, he got favored by Lord Qinghua and was sent west as an envoy, to India and that and something country." The registrar frowned, unable to recall the name. The clerk quickly reminded him, "Nepal." "Yes, Nepal." The registrar nodded immediately. "He was sent as an envoy there." The clerk asked, "If he's just an envoy, why send 2 or 3 letters every month?" "Sigh, I've seen plenty like him. Suddenly getting promoted by someone powerful, they try to show up more at court or get familiar with His Majesty. So they write letters every month just to get noticed, but the letters are full of nonsense. Still, to keep writing monthly without ever receiving a reply, that's some persistence." "That's true." The registrar looked at the worn envelope, thinking this guy at least put in some effort. It wouldn't hurt to help him out. So he picked up the letter, planning to read it himself first and then pass it to the emperor. But the moment he saw the first sentence on the cover, he was so furious his nose almost twisted. "This letter is only for His Majesty the Holy Emperor or Lord Qinghua. No one else may open it. If anyone else sees it, please pass it directly to one of them." So even he, the registrar, wasn't qualified to read it? He was just a messenger? Even with Qingxiu's favor, Wang Xuanzi was still just a 4th-rank envoy with no real power in court. How dare he be so arrogant? Fine. No wonder His Majesty never saw his letters. Looks like, aside from His Majesty and Lord Qinghua, no one in the court is worthy in his eyes. Not even the Prime Minister is as full of himself as this. The registrar almost tore the letter apart on the spot. He tossed it aside and walked away in anger, not giving it another glance. The clerk, seeing the registrar had gone far, carefully picked the letter up. He was about to throw it aside too, but changed his mind and put it into the pile of memorials waiting for review. These memorials were to be reviewed by Emperor Li Tu after the new year. This could be considered as doing a small favor for this Wang Xuanzi, whom he had never met. He didn't know what the letter said, but if it really was urgent, it wouldn't hurt to ensure it was read. If it was just flattery and nonsense, then it wouldn't get past the emperor anyway. At worst, just waste a bit of his time. Originally, Qingxiu had thought he would spend the new year in the western regions, but things never go as planned. He had brought so many brothers over, and even old Chang and Tang Jian followed, yet now, only he had returned. From the 1st to the 15th, Chang'an set off fireworks every day. Even the nearby villages ran out of stock. Qingxiu had a good new year in Chang'an with his wives and concubines, but he did feel a little guilty toward his brothers in the western regions. At the very least, he should have sent them some fireworks back then. In short, he made up his mind, once he returned to the western regions, he would definitely reward them well, as compensation. But what Qingxiu didn't know was, those rough and bold soldiers had their own way of celebrating. While fireworks lit up the sky in Chang'an, the Tang army in the western regions, though without fireworks, pulled out something even more hardcore, firing divine machine cannons and muskets into the sky like fireworks. Even Shui Rengue allowed them to freely use gunpowder as fireworks from the 1st to the 3rd day of the new year. After several days, they'd scared all the neighboring countries. They feared one day these big-headed soldiers would miss their aim and blow something up overhead. In any case, the Tang army in the western regions was having a great time. Ever since the war with Chaisher ended, this was finally their chance to go all out and fire away without restraint. By the 15th, Qingxiu was receiving invitations every day from all over, letters flying in from every direction. Most were from officials, nobles, and merchants trying to get close to and flatter Qingxiu, some even organizing special banquets and gatherings just for that. After all, Qingxiu wasn't going to stay in Chang'an for long. If they missed this chance, who knew when they'd get another to curry favor with him? These invitations, Qingxiu didn't even look at them. He directly told Erguzi to throw them into the trash can, not even sending back a single reply. After 2 days without a response, those people didn't give up. They unexpectedly came up with another idea, to invite Lord Qinggua's wives. For example, for Yun Yang, who managed Qingfeng garments, someone organized a tailoring conference and invited her to attend. Or for flower arranging and potted plants, they invited Cui Yuanran to be a judge. In short, they could always find different ways. In their eyes, if Lord Qinghua didn't want to attend, surely he could accompany his wife to go out for a walk? Even if he didn't want to go, befriending Lord Qinghua's wives wouldn't be a loss. If one day they could help speak a few words in his ear at the pillow, that would be a great gain. Qingxiu naturally looked down on these people. If his wives wanted to go, he just let them do as they wished. Fortunately, all of his wives were very understanding. Even if they wanted to go, they wouldn't ask Qingxiu to accompany them, so as not to make things difficult for him. However, Qingxiu didn't reject every single invitation that came. At least one invitation, sent personally by Emperor Li Tu through his messenger, he accepted. That was for a martial arts competition in Chang'an on the 22nd day of the first lunar month. It was said that all the young martial talents and masters in Chang'an would attend. This martial competition wasn't organized by the court but by the city's martial artists themselves, yet it carried significant importance. The Tang dynasty held a martial exam every 3 years to select talented fighters, and this competition was organized by the previous martial champion, Shi Yanqiao. With his influence, naturally, many young talents from all over were attracted, even 3 times more participants than initially expected. If nothing went wrong, the top martial scholar of this year's exam would almost certainly come from among these participants. Anyone with eyes knew how worth watching this competition was. Qingxiu was willing to go, not for the emperor's sake, but because he truly wanted to go. Originally, Qingxiu planned to bring several of his wives with him, but Li Yingqi came to see him personally and insisted he must accompany her. Although his wives knew Qingxiu and Li Yingqi were already engaged, that girl was still careless and unrestrained, not ready to get along peacefully with the other wives. Qingxiu didn't mind, but his wives, worried he'd feel awkward, all claimed to be busy with affairs. In truth, they didn't want to disturb him and Li Yingqi. Qingxiu, of course, understood their intentions and didn't object. He decided to go with Li Yingqi alone. However, on the day of departure, before he even stepped out, he saw the little girl Qin Ruyuan already waiting for him, wearing a custom-made suit of miniature armor, her face glowing with excitement. "Daddy, there's a martial arts competition, and you didn't call me? I only found out because Mother told me." The little girl ran up and hugged Qingxiu as soon as she saw him. The pieces of her armor clinked against each other, but she seemed to enjoy the metallic sound. Qingxiu instinctively hugged her and asked, "Your mother told you?" "Yes. She just told me last night," the little girl replied cheerfully. No need to ask, Su Xiaochun must have gotten jealous again. Although the other wives were happy to let Qingxiu go out with Li Yingqi, Su Xiaochun, being the jealous one, obviously didn't want the two to spend time alone. She just had to send a third wheel along. "Xiaochun really is, fine, since you want to go, come with Daddy then." Qingxiu agreed immediately. The little girl shouted with joy and hurried off to bring all her equipment. Her gear included bows, swords, sabers, spears, all kinds of weapons, and all of them standard military ones, each longer than Qin Ruyuan's height. Yet, this little girl could already handle these heavy weapons skillfully. Even though she hadn't grown tall yet, every weapon she held had its own distinct style of use. Anyone seeing this little girl's surprising strength would be astonished. How could such thin arms and legs, appearing so delicate and weak, handle those weapons with such power? Sitting in the carriage, Qin Ruyuan kept wiping her sword carefully all the way. Although the sword, since it was forged for her, had never been stained with blood, at most cutting practice targets, the girl still maintained it daily, making sure it was spotless every time she unsheathed it. Seeing how devoted she was, Qingxiu casually said, "Liking martial arts isn't bad, but you must not neglect reading and study, understand?" As soon as he said that, even Qingxiu himself was surprised. His tone sounded just like a nagging old father. It seemed that after becoming a parent, people always developed strange changes they themselves didn't notice. Thinking this made Qingxiu laugh. While polishing her sword, Qin Ruyuan casually replied, "Of course I read. I read every day. Mother makes me finish reading the classics collection before I can play with swords or sabers." The classics collection she mentioned was a book Qingxiu had written himself, specifically for his future children. To write this classics collection, Qingxiu had put in great effort, making sure it was understandable to children, yet not turning them into pedants who only knew the 4 books and 5 classics. At least from Qin Ruyuan's example, the girl had not become a pedant. Words alone don't prove anything. Let me ask you, why did Zhuge Liang march 6 times to Mount Qi yet still fail to restore the Han dynasty? Qingxiu deliberately threw out a heavy question, wanting to tease the girl. Unexpectedly, Qin Ruyuan answered right away, because Heaven's will was not with him. The crouching dragon wanted to use one small province to fight enemies several times stronger. How could he win? unless he had Han Xian and Xiao He with him. Her reply truly surprised Qingxiu. Clearly, the girl had understood much more from the classics collection than he had expected, even forming her own opinions. It's not proper to blame everything on heaven's will. Since ancient times, success has depended on two things, individuals and timing. There's no such thing as heaven's intention. Daddy, that's not quite right either. If there's no heaven's will, then back when Lu Xiu fought in Nanyang, didn't a meteor fall from the sky to help him? Isn't that heaven's will? Father and daughter kept debating the topic of heaven's will for quite some time. At one point, Qingxiu almost forgot that the little Qing Ruyuan in front of him was only 6 years old. This girl's intelligence was almost beyond a child's. In some ways, she saw things more clearly than most useless officials in the court. Just his classics collection alone couldn't have produced such a child. Obviously, Su Xiaochun had spent a lot of time and effort nurturing her carefully. Even more remarkable was the girl's martial talent, truly a combination of both intellect and strength. The father and daughter became more and more engaged in their discussion, showing a level of intensity like that of ministers arguing politics in court. Even when the carriage stopped, the two of them didn't notice and were still debating endlessly. Just as Qing Ruyuan brought up the borderlands of the western regions, the carriage curtain was suddenly lifted. "Young Lord Qing, why are you only just arriving?" The father and daughter immediately looked outside the carriage and saw a woman with a beautiful and slightly heroic face, looking at Qingxiu with a touch of complaint. "Yingqi, why did you arrive so early?" Qingxiu recognized her at once. Wasn't this Li Yingqi? Although it had only been nearly a year since they last met, Qingxiu felt the change in her was drastic. Maybe it was because she had just finished her growth spurt, her figure was slightly taller than before, and her chest appeared fuller and more prominent. Her facial features had lost some of their youthful innocence and were beginning to show the charm of a mature woman. Compared to the budding girl she was before, she now resembled a fully bloomed red flower, dazzling and impossible to ignore. "She's fully grown." Qingxiu couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Li Yingqi's potential was even greater than he had imagined. Li Yingqi noticed the heat in Qingxiu's gaze and couldn't help but blush. Don't keep staring like that. Big sister, who are you?" Qing Ruyuan looked curiously at Li Yingqi, examining her up and down. Perhaps it was because Li Yingqi wore a sword at her waist, completely different from the women Qing Ruyuan usually saw, and had a heroic aura similar to a soldier. This immediately made Qing Ruyuan feel a fondness for her. Huh? Only then did Li Yingqi notice Qing Ruyuan, and she immediately liked the little girl. Perhaps it really was because both of them were special girls who loved martial arts, and each could sense the other's uniqueness and similarity, which made them recognize each other. "This is my daughter, Qing Ruyuan. You held her before, but that was several years ago," Qingxiu said with a smile. Li Yingqi was surprised. She looked over the little girl and couldn't help but sigh. Time really flies. "I didn't even realize it myself, but now that I look, this little one has grown so tall. Come, let big sister hold you again." Without giving her a chance to refuse, Li Yingqi moved to pick up Qing Ruyuan. After all, such a cute little girl, who wouldn't want to hold her? Qing Ruyuan didn't mind at all. In fact, she jumped right into Li Yingqi's arms, making her giggle. "This little girl is quite strong, even carries a sword. Can you really wield it?" "Of course I can. Daddy even taught me swordsmanship. Many people say I'm no worse than him." "Wow, so amazing. How about big sister teach you a few moves too?" The two girls, one big and one small, got completely caught up in conversation. Qingxiu had originally thought about how to handle things in case the atmosphere between them became awkward, but now it seemed there was no need to worry. The venue for the martial arts competition had originally been an unimpressive street. The reason it was chosen as the location was because it had few people and a large open space. Besides the main arena, various spots along the street had platforms or booths set up by martial arts masters, essentially to promote their own styles and attract students. When Qingxiu and the others arrived, many young martial artists and masters were already gathered. As they walked in, both sides of the street were filled with martial artists shouting to attract attention. "Take a look at our fist style, iron arm fist. Just half a year of training and your punch will be like a hammer strike. With advanced practice, breaking weapons is no problem. To learn martial arts, you have to learn spear techniques. This spear method is based on military drills and improved upon. With this move, you can fight 10 at once. How can one walk the jianghu without knowing sword techniques? With a good sword style, you can strike fast and look cool. That's the mark of a true young hero." Many young people interested in martial arts were dazzled by the shouting, unsure who to choose, looking left and right in hesitation. Li Yingqi and Qingxiu found all this martial arts promotion amusing but had no interest in studying it. There was no need to mention Qingxiu. He had fought in battles for years and knew that most of these flashy martial arts were useless on the battlefield. Li Yingqi came from a military family, trained from childhood by the best martial instructors and military trainers in Chang'an. With her talent in martial arts, she had mastered various weapons, fists, kicks, and movements. If she were thrown into the martial world, she would be a top-level expert. Only Qing Ruyuan was extremely interested, checking out this and asking about that, growing more curious as they walked. "Daddy, if all these people are so good at martial arts and each says they can fight 10 at once, why don't they go to the battlefield and serve the country? If we had them on the battlefield, couldn't we just gather a few hundred people and conquer the world?" The little girl asked this after hearing a blade master boast about his skills. Her voice wasn't loud or soft, just enough for the blade master to hear. His face turned red on the spot. Qingxiu saw that this man had more than a dozen disciples standing nearby, along with some young people interested in learning his blade style. So he casually said, "Individual martial arts and battlefield formations are completely different and can't be applied the same way." Seeing that Qingxiu had saved him some face, the blade master let out a breath of relief. Noticing Qingxiu's imposing presence and elegant clothes, he assumed he was someone important and habitually tried to show off. "Young master, from what you said, it seems you know a bit about military tactics and martial arts. Would you be interested in learning about my fusion and separation blade?" Before Qingxiu could answer, Qing Ruyuan excitedly said, "Interested. I want to know. Please explain it." The blade master looked awkward. He saw Qingxiu had stepped back, clearly signaling that he should explain it to Qing Ruyuan. Left with no choice, the blade master had to explain to the little girl. "My fusion and separation blade focuses on body movement, getting in quickly to attack, then suddenly pulling away to maintain distance. It's like a dragonfly skimming the surface, closing in and pulling back fast." Surprisingly, the little girl listened patiently from beginning to end. "Thank you for the lesson." She suddenly stood straight and cupped her hands in salute like a martial artist, showing respect. The blade master laughed. "This little girl is interesting. So young and already carrying a sword, can you really swing it?" Qing Ruyuan grinned at those words and directly drew her sword from her waist. This sword was longer than her height, but Qing Ruyuan had long since mastered it. She grabbed the scabbard with her left hand, swung it behind her, and at the same time, pulled the sword out with her right hand. Her body spun lightly, and the long sword was easily drawn. This entire series of movements was light, quick, and very visually impressive. No one expected that such a routine could come from a 5- or 6-year-old little girl. For a moment, it drew cheers and applause from the crowd. "Good girl. That footwork shows she's from a martial arts family." Not just a martial arts family, at her age, being able to wield such a large sword, that talent and aptitude are truly extraordinary. If I had trained in martial arts from that age, I'd probably be a martial arts master by now. A martial arts master is nothing. Going to war, killing in battle, and earning military merit, that's real glory. It'd be a real shame if this girl doesn't get to go to the battlefield in the future. The praise around made Qing Ruyuan very happy. Especially when someone said she could go to the battlefield one day, she was even more delighted. What a pity, what a pity. The talent is real, but why is she a girl? Amidst all the praise, a dissenting voice spoke up. Qingxiu originally didn't care about the crowd's chatter, but that sentence immediately caught his attention. He looked over and saw a man who was extremely tall and strong, wearing chainmail. And judging by his appearance, the man was an Arab, with a full beard and a big white turban on his head. His booth was full of all sorts of standard weapons, swords, maces, knives, shields, etc. At a glance, they were all Arab or Roman-style weapons. The Arab man was eyeing Qing Ruyuan while shaking his head regretfully. Even if a woman has talent, it's useless. She can't go to war anyway. What a pity. If that talent belonged to a boy, it would be so much better. His words immediately drew the attention of many. After all, criticizing someone's child right in front of the parent, being this low in emotional intelligence was rare. But once they saw he was a foreigner, everyone understood. What he said actually matched his background. Especially Qingxiu, who also knew that in Arabia, local customs made it impossible for women to go to war. But he didn't care what their customs were. Saying something insulting about Qing Ruyuan right in front of him, how could Qingxiu let that slide? In our great Tang, whether male or female, as long as one has ability, they can serve the nation on the battlefield. If in your country, talented women can't serve the nation and are instead wrapped tightly from head to toe and locked away at home, that's truly regrettable. Qingxiu also replied sarcastically and sharply. The Arab man was clearly hot-tempered, and those words instantly made him furious. But he forced himself to stay calm and carefully glanced at the patrolling guards nearby. Not because he was especially tolerant, but because all the arrogant foreign envoys and civilians who had made trouble in Chang'an before had been severely punished. Now, foreigners in the Tang Empire all had to behave cautiously. If he lost control and exploded on the spot, he'd probably get shot by an arrow the next second. If a foreigner causes trouble in Tang territory, regardless of the severity, soldiers can subdue them immediately, no need to worry about their life or death. Ensuring the safety of Tang citizens comes first. This law was proposed by Qingxiu to Emperor Li too. What does it matter to you how things are in Arabia? Anyway, even if the girl has talent, can she match a trained man? The Arab man shouted. Qingxiu mocked without holding back, whether she can match a trained man, I don't know. But give my daughter 10 more years, and she'll be able to knock you down with one move. Li Yingqi immediately echoed, that's right. Just one move. I've seen many big guys like you, strong for nothing. When it really comes to a fight, you're useless. The Arab man roared in anger on the spot, what does a woman know? How could I not know? I think what she said was exactly right. Qingxiu calmly said, and there's no need to wait 10 years. Right now, I can knock you down with one hand, easily. You said that? The Arab man slapped the table and shouted, dare to fight me? Right now. If you're a man, then. Before he could finish, Qingxiu moved. He struck so fast that before anyone could see clearly, his fist had already landed in front of the man. Bang! A dull thud of the punch sounded. The man was knocked backward on the spot, spitting out blood in midair, along with several shattered teeth. He crashed headfirst into the weapons rack behind him and immediately lost consciousness. His nose was crooked, and blood flowed continuously from his mouth and nose, dyeing his beard red. Qingxiu calmly withdrew his hand and casually wiped the blood off his fist, as if nothing had happened, entirely unbothered. What a fast punch. Did you see it? When did he even strike? That was too fast. If it were me, I wouldn't even have time to react. I think you'd be worse off than that foreigner. The crowd burst into shocked cries and cheers, everyone was deeply amazed. Many of them considered themselves martial arts experts, but they couldn't even see clearly when Qingxiu punched and pulled back. To everyone watching, it was just a blur, and then it was over. What power! Li Yingqi was even more shocked. She realized Qingxiu's skills were more fierce and swift than when she last saw him years ago. It seemed that through these years of war and fighting in the western regions, Qingxiu had really sharpened himself. Qin Ruyuan stared with wide eyes and only after a while exclaimed, Daddy, you were so fast. Can you teach me that move? I want to learn. Qingxiu laughed and cried at once. He lightly patted the little girl's head. When you grow up, you might be even faster than Daddy. Focus on your basic training first, that's the real foundation. Qin Ruyuan nodded, half understanding. She looked again at the Arab man lying unconscious and thought his state looked pretty miserable. Daddy, wasn't that hit a bit too hard? He brought it on himself. Qingxiu said casually, Ruyuan, remember this, if someone shows you a drop of kindness, you should repay it like a spring. But if someone offends you, you must repay it tenfold at least. Never show mercy to those who insult you, otherwise, how can you repay those who have been kind to you? Qin Ruyuan nodded, half understanding. I'll remember it. However, with this move, everyone present could see that Qingxiu was no ordinary man. Calling him a peerless master wouldn't be an exaggeration. Just at that moment, soldiers in charge of maintaining order noticed the commotion and quickly came over to check what was going on. Qingxiu didn't want to be recognized, so he lowered his head and stepped aside without saying a word. Although he was very famous in Chang'an, not everyone was familiar with his face. As long as he didn't speak and there were no court officials present, most people wouldn't recognize him. But if his name were revealed today, wherever he went he would be the center of attention, and everyone would speak to him with extreme caution, which would make this visit meaningless. What's the situation here? The soldier came over and saw that the Arab man was unconscious, and it was clear that the person who hit him hadn't held back. According to Tang law, they should favor citizens, but a fight should still have a clear start, they couldn't just let things slide. Otherwise, they'd have trouble explaining it to the Ministry of Justice. Qingxiu gave Li Yingqi a glance, and she immediately understood, stepping forward and saying, this man just had a wagered duel with someone. He simply wasn't strong enough and got knocked down. You can't blame anyone else. The martial arts event did indeed have such a rule, if two fighters agreed to duel and there was no death, no matter how badly one side was beaten, the authorities would not pursue it. If you participate in a wagered match, you have to accept that your skills might not be enough. Fists and kicks have no eyes, once the fight starts, no one can be careful. The soldier realized the situation and thought that, in this case, the man had no one to blame but himself. So where is the guy who hit him? With him in this condition, we still have to report it to the authorities, otherwise, this man might come seeking revenge later. The soldier called out loudly, insisting the person involved must come with him. He already left. And besides, there are so many witnesses here. Surely I wouldn't lie to you, right? Said Liangqi. Others also chimed in, saying the matter was settled. However, the soldier was stubborn and insisted, righteously saying, Miss, we're not being unreasonable. But if we can't find him, we really won't be able to explain things to the officials. Why not just tell us who he is so we can look for him? Liangqi knew Qingxiu didn't want to reveal himself and was just thinking about whether to use her identity to make the soldier back off. But Qingxiu stepped forward and came in front of the soldier. He provoked me first, and I knocked him down according to the rules of the duel. Let's leave it at that. Just take him away. The soldier was about to respond, but when he looked more carefully at the man before him, he was so shocked that cold sweat broke out on his back. He nearly cried out, but Qingxiu grabbed his shoulder and squeezed slightly. The pain made the soldier wail on the spot. Yes, we've met before. No need to make a fuss, Qingxiu said meaningfully. The soldier moved his shoulder, looked at Qingxiu fearfully, and quickly called a few comrades over to help carry the unconscious man away. Damn, why is this guy so damn heavy? It took several of them working together to barely lift the man. He was as heavy as a pig. Before leaving, the soldier sneaked another glance at Qingxiu, who simply made a shush gesture. The man immediately lowered his head and said no more. After the soldiers left, everyone began to really take a good look at the mysterious master before them, praising how swift and fierce his strike had been. They all thought, even if they were tied together, they might not be able to beat this expert. May I ask your name, sir? Where did you learn such fine martial arts? Could you share what technique that was? It was truly impressive. Master, are you accepting disciples? Everyone started asking at once. Qingxiu just smiled and said nothing more, only casually replying that it was just a lucky strike. He was being humble, but no one there was a fool, such words wouldn't convince anyone. But seeing that Qingxiu didn't want to reveal much, they stopped pressing. Some still hoped to become his disciples on the spot, but Qingxiu quickly disappeared into the crowd with Liangqi and Qin Ruyuan. They searched but couldn't find him and had to give up. What a pity. It's rare to meet such a master, and now we've lost him. If we could have become his disciples, we'd have had it made. Someone like him wouldn't take students with average talent like us. You could tell by how quickly he left. Sigh? After expressing their regrets, everyone scattered and went back to finding good martial arts teachers or high-quality weapons. They weren't here just to watch the excitement, they had their own business to take care of. Qingxiu, along the way, looked at various weapons and martial arts, swords, spears, staffs, all quite complete. From his perspective, many were actually quite good. Though none of it was useful to him personally, incorporating some of it into military training systems would be valuable. He even asked a few martial artists about their training methods and bought a few of their martial arts manuals to take back and see if they could be of use. As he casually glanced at a stall, he suddenly stopped in surprise. This stall didn't display any cold weapons like swords or spears, just a cylindrical long weapon. The weapon was a full cylinder, with a handle at the end, and a sharp blade like a dagger attached at the front. Others might not recognize it, but Qingxiu saw at a glance, this was a musket. It looked like a handmade version imitating the military's standard musket. Although its design was crude, even primitive, in Qingxiu's eyes, it still had a real trigger, flash pan, and sight, all clearly identifiable. It was obvious the maker had studied muskets specifically, but his understanding was limited and his craftsmanship lacking, hence this misshapen piece. And he even added a bayonet to the muzzle, which, in Qingxiu's opinion, was completely useless. Although the court hadn't officially banned civilians from possessing muskets, due to the current level of handicraft and understanding of firearms, almost no one could actually make one by hand. Even if they could, without gunpowder, it was just a stick. Even with a blade on it, it wasn't as good as a proper spear. Did you make this? Qingxiu looked at the stall owner and asked casually. The stall owner was a very sturdy middle-aged man. Judging by his rough hands, he had clearly done manual labor for years and also knew some martial arts. At that moment, the stall owner was lying in a reclining chair sunbathing. Hearing Qingxiu's words, he lazily lifted his head. Yeah, why? You recognize this thing? What's not to recognize? Isn't it a musket? Qingxiu wasn't surprised by the object itself. What surprised him was that this man was able to make it himself. When the stall owner heard this, he immediately perked up and jumped up from the chair, as if a half-dead man had suddenly been revived. Good man, you're from the military, aren't you? Not an ordinary person. Even in the army, those who became musket troops were carefully selected elites. This man clearly knew some military protocol. Something like that. Qingxiu answered vaguely, "This musket, did you make it yourself?" "Of course I did. I crafted it by hand, especially this barrel. You don't know how much effort it took. No blacksmith in the city could make it, so I had to do it myself," the stall owner complained. Qingxiu smiled at those words. Almost all craftsmen capable of making musket barrels had already been recruited by him. Now, any skilled artisan in the private sector was trying to make something presentable to get recognized by the court. So, this man had some real skill if he could forge a barrel on his own. You've got guts. This is a standard-issue military weapon, and you dare to replicate it. What about it? Knives, spears, and staffs can be made by commoners, why not muskets? I made one, and it's not like the court said anything. He sounded very self-assured. Besides, all those so-called fancy swords and spears, what's the use? Even if they're skilled, what can they do against a musket? Even a child holding a musket could easily kill a top fighter. Now that's a proper battlefield weapon. This man was clearly obsessed with muskets and didn't care about any other weapon. You're wrong. Qing Ruyuan immediately spoke up and interrupted him. Muskets are powerful and have long range, sure, but in terms of firing speed, they're no match for bows. And if you've got enough strength, arrows can be just as lethal. Besides, by the time you finish loading a musket once, a bow can shoot 7 or 8 times already. How can it compare? The stall owner looked around and finally realized it was a little girl speaking, and laughed. Where'd this little girl come from? But he quickly noticed something special about her. She had a heavy sword on her back that was taller than her, yet she didn't seem tired at all, and she was so young. Clearly, she was from a martial arts family, trained from childhood in swords, spears, staffs, and bows. You've got talent, little girl. You've shot a bow before? He asked curiously. Qingxiu was a bit surprised. The stall owner clearly had a good eye. Unlike others, he didn't look down on Qing Ruyuan just because she was a little girl. Qing Ruyuan was pleased by the compliment and raised her face proudly. Of course. I can hit the bullseye twice in a row at 100 paces. Really? The stall owner was skeptical. To hit a target 100 meters away already made you a pretty decent archer, and with every shot, accuracy drops due to fatigue. Most archers could manage 5 arrows, and that's the standard for adult men. This little girl looked 5 or 6 years old at most. How was that possible? Little girl, I know your dad's no ordinary guy, but to have a daughter with such exceptional bone structure, that's a bit much, isn't it? Just then, a familiar voice came from behind, and Qingxiu's eyes lit up. He turned to see, it was Cheng Chumo. Right beside him was Qin Huayu, who smiled as he looked at Qingxiu. It's been a while since we've met, eh? Qingxiu stepped forward and gave Cheng Chumo a heavy slap on the shoulder like greeting an old friend. You brat, still as weak-looking as ever. Cheng Chumo almost got knocked down by the slap. All right, ease up a bit. He glanced at Qing Ruyuan and was quite surprised. Truly a general's daughter. How old is she and already going out carrying a sword? I even heard her say earlier that she can hit the bullseye twice at 100 paces. Is that true? Of course it's true. Do you even know whose daughter she is? Since the moment these two arrived, the stall owner had kept his head down and didn't speak, occasionally glancing at Qin Huayu. When Qin Huayu stepped forward, the stall owner quickly lowered his head. Young general. No need to be so formal. Has anyone given you trouble here? I saw a lot of tough-looking guys around. The stall owner quickly replied, no trouble. I'm just a cripple, they're not interested in picking on me. Besides, not many people even know what this musket is. Speaking of which, I really have to thank you, young general, for helping me get this booth. Only now did Qingxiu notice that the stall owner had one leg wrapped in layers of white cloth and had to lean on the table just to barely stand. Qingxiu was surprised by the way they talked. You two know each other? Qin Huayu nodded. Back in the day, he was a squad leader under my father. He earned quite a bit of merit. Even after my father retired, he stayed on the front lines. He even fought in the war against the Turks. Later, while fighting alongside my father, he injured his leg and could no longer serve. A few days ago, he came to my father and asked for help setting up a stall here, hoping someone might want to buy his musket. Qingxiu suddenly understood, this man really did come from the army and had even fought on the battlefield when firearms first appeared. So you've really handled firearms in the army? And just from that, you could make one? Of course. At this point, the stall owner had a proud expression. Only pity is, I don't have the gunpowder formula. Otherwise, this musket wouldn't be a dud. He sighed. Not many people recognize good things. These past few days, people have come and gone, but not one person knew what this thing in my hand was. Sigh? Then he looked at Qingxiu and noticed how familiar he seemed with Qin Huayu. He couldn't help but ask, by the way, young master, you seem to be close with the young general? Close? Qingxiu and Qin Huayu exchanged a look and smiled knowingly. Though you may not have met him, you must have heard of his name. Qin Huayu smiled and said, he is none other than Lord Qinghua. To tell the truth, when you marched south of the desert back then, you should have been under his command. The stall owner was stunned. After a long moment, he managed to ask, Sir, you are really Lord Qinghua? Before Qingxiu could react, the man attempted to kneel and bow. Qingxiu, quick of hand and eye, helped him up on the spot. Don't, you are no longer a soldier. This isn't the barracks. No need for that. Your servant, if I had known Lord Qinghua himself would appear, how dare I speak so presumptuously? He looked extremely emotional and trembled all over. Back then, he had served as a vanguard for the Imperial Guard in the military, personally witnessing Qingxiu's outstanding command and use of weapons in that great war. It was then he fully realized that his swords and spears had become obsolete, firearms were the future. Qingxiu, in his eyes, turned into a figure almost divine. Sadly, he never had the chance to see him in person at the time. And after that battle, he injured his leg and could no longer serve in the military. He returned to his hometown to earn a living as a blacksmith. All I ever knew was Lord Qinghua was skilled in command, adept in employing troops. I always regretted not getting to see him personally. Today to meet you, I count myself lucky. Qingxiu saw that the man was so excited he could barely speak, like a fan seeing his idol. Apparently you were one of the elite soldiers back then. Such a shame your injury came too early. If you had participated in later campaigns against Goguryeo, you'd be an officer now. Qingxiu said with regret. Surviving such high-intensity battles only to be sidelined by an injury was truly unfortunate. In the end, it's my own weakness. If my leg hadn't been shattered, I could still serve the court today. He looked at his crippled leg sadly. My name is Wang Zhang. Lord Qinghua may call me by name. If you find the crude musket in my hand acceptable, take it. Qingxiu at first didn't want it. But reconsidering, he accepted it and took a silver ingot from his sleeve, placing it on the table. Consider this my purchase. Wang Zhang panicked. Not good, my first meeting with Lord Qinghua. I had no appropriate gift. This crude musket can't compare to what's in your residence, how could I dare take money? I intended to purchase it anyway. If you refuse money, that's an insult to me. Keep it, Qingxiu said with a smile. He saw Wang Zhang was embarrassed, this man had at least once served the nation. He might as well help him out a bit. Wang Zhang scratched his head, sheepish. Even if it's a gift, it's too much. I thought a few hundred copper coins would satisfy me. Why so much now? No problem, I think it's worth that much. Qingxiu laughed generously. Even Qin Huayu chimed in, when Lord Qinghua gives, don't refuse. Consider the extra part a reward. What he gives, he never demands back. Saying that, Wang Zhang slipped the silver into his robes. Thank you, Lord Qinghua, for your generosity. Qingxiu closely examined the musket. Though its materials and workmanship did not match the court standard issue, it did show some unique features. Most private blacksmiths couldn't forge a barrel that could withstand the explosion of gunpowder. Without Qingxiu's special molds, not even a decent tube could be made. But this man could forge a decent cylindrical barrel, already impressive. You first forged the iron blank into plates, then wrapped wire into a tube, and repeatedly hammered and joined them. Am I right? Qingxiu observed the marks of wire hoops. Also, you added carbon powder at the joints to strengthen them. Interesting idea. Wang Zhang never expected Qingxiu to describe his forging process so precisely, he was in admiration. Lord Qinghua knows the techniques of manufacturing as well? You forgot I made all the firearm blueprints and processing methods myself. On hearing that, Wang Zhang was stunned and speechless for a long moment. Qingxiu assessed the crude musket, thinking Wang Zhang had some real capability. Such a method of forging a musket would normally require centuries of trial and improvement. Yet this man had developed it by himself, that was impressive. He resolved to load some gunpowder later and test whether the musket could withstand the pressure. Nearby, Cheng Chumo came forward. I remember the standard issue muskets in the army were much more refined than this. Why are you interested in this one? Qingxiu sheathed the musket and smiled, understanding my motives is too difficult for you. But speaking of which, why are you two here? Though these two held military titles, both were dilettantes who barely knew how to wield weapons. Cheng Chumo sighed, actually, I didn't want to come. But mother insisted I attend. As a military officer, it would be meaningless not to show up at the martial arts competition. I mean, I'm an officer, but I don't have to be on the front lines, right? I can command from the back, plan strategies. He began to drone on with complaints, and Qingxiu couldn't help but smile. If he commanded from behind, he might as well go fight, at least only he'd die, not harm Tang's sons. Qin Huayu also spoke. I hadn't wanted to come either. But father is gravely ill, he can't even get out of bed. He still urged me to come and look. I see, Qingxiu nodded slightly. How is General Qin's condition? At this, Qin Huayu's expression clearly turned melancholic. Worsening. The doctors say it's quite likely, at best, he may not survive this winter. Qingxiu was not surprised. For General Qin Qiong to be alive now was already thanks to the Ming Hall's extraordinary efforts. Even though Sun Simiao had done his utmost in medicine, given the medical knowledge of this era, treating Qin Qiong's illness was impossible. Extending his life for a year or two was already exceptional. Cheng Chumo saw Qin Huayu's troubled expression and patted his back, about to say something, but hesitated. If it weren't for father's illness, I wouldn't have come either, I just couldn't stand making him more anxious. Qin Huayu said. Qingxiu said nothing in response, but thought to himself, no matter what, General Qin is destined to die with regret. His father had fought his whole life, loyally serving His Majesty and earning a place in history. But the son he raised only knew how to eat, drink, and enjoy himself, good at everything except what a military man should be. Shall we head to the venue now? It's about time, the tournament is about to begin, Cheng Chumo reminded. Qingxiu saw the time and nodded. He said goodbye to Wang Zhang and went along with them. I won't disturb the Duke of Qing any longer. If you ever need anything from me in the future, just say the word. Wang Zhang quickly agreed, then began to pack up his stall. The price for this firearm was far beyond what he had expected, at least his goal for attending the martial arts meet had been achieved. Though he had a few more guns, most people here didn't recognize their value, so it would be hard to sell them. It was better to pack up and go home. Wait! Qingxiu suddenly called out. Wang Zhang immediately stopped and waited for his instructions. Do you know where my residence is? I do. I've never been there, but I know where it is. Qingxiu nodded. Good. Then later, go to my residence and get some gunpowder to use. Wang Zhang was shocked. This might not be appropriate, right? It's nothing. If you need it, go take it. Just say I sent you. Then tell them where you live, I'll come find you myself. That last line made Wang Zhang overjoyed. He quickly responded enthusiastically. Whether or not the Duke of Qing wanted to promote him, just being remembered or met in person was already a great honor. After leaving the stall, Qin Huayu still looked puzzled. He didn't understand why Qingxiu paid so much attention to that man. Even if he can make firearms himself, the court isn't short on skilled craftsmen who can do that nowadays. Qingxiu only smiled and didn't respond. Even if he explained, Qin Huayu might not understand. There was still some time before the tournament began, but Qingxiu no longer felt like wandering. He just walked around casually with Li Yingqi and Qin Ruyuan. Though the two girls weren't interested in the martial arts masters or their techniques, they were particularly fond of the weapons displayed here. Li Yingqi eventually picked out a fine pair of twin swords, while Qin Ruyuan took a liking to a forged iron bow. Even though Qin Ruyuan couldn't pull it at all, she still liked the bow. And the harder it was to pull, the more challenging and appealing it felt to her. Seeing they liked them, Qingxiu bought them immediately and even got a quiver for Qin Ruyuan. So heavy! The iron bow weighed almost as much as her longsword. She hugged it joyfully for a while, then tried to draw it again, but of course, failed. When you grow up, you'll be able to pull it easily. Qingxiu gently patted her head with affection. Don't tell me I have to wait another 10 years. Qin Ruyuan pouted at the bow, clearly unhappy. 10 years felt like forever to her. Qingxiu laughed, not necessarily. If you train hard, maybe not 10 years. Maybe 9. Or 7 or 8. The little girl's eyes lit up immediately. If I train even harder, can it be faster? Maybe 5 years? That depends on how hard you work. Okay. I get it. She hugged the bow tightly, already imagining the day she could draw it with ease and shoot arrows hundreds of steps away. At that moment, Qin Huayu gently reminded Qingxiu that it was almost time. Since he didn't feel like strolling anymore, Qingxiu went with them to the main arena. The main stage was very wide. Besides the spectator areas, there were 4 three-story buildings on each side, built for officials and nobles so they could get a clear view of the fights. By now, many people were rushing to the main stage. It was so crowded that from outside, one could only see heads, nothing of the fights on the platform. Qin Huayu led Qingxiu and the others around the back of one of the buildings to enter from there. Please wait a moment. Some guards tried to stop them, but Qin Huayu showed a badge. At a glance, the guards were shocked and quickly stepped aside, apologizing repeatedly. I told Li Chonggue I'd be coming, so we don't have to squeeze in with the crowd. Seats were already reserved for us, Qin Huayu smiled. Li Chonggue was the martial champion who organized this event. As they reached the second floor, a tall, burly man in luxurious clothes but with a rough face came up to greet them. Young General Qin, young General Cheng. I've been waiting here for you both, haha. This was Li Chonggue. Qingxiu had seen him before during the palace exams. After exchanging greetings with the two young nobles, Li Chonggue accidentally noticed Qingxiu behind them. He immediately froze in shock. He never expected the Duke of Qing to come here. Li Chonggue quickly stepped forward, full of fear and respect, and bowed deeply. Duke of Qing. You came in person. Why didn't you inform me so I could prepare a private room for you? I wasn't able to welcome you properly, this is my fault. His tone toward Qingxiu was completely different from how he spoke to the other two, almost like he was about to kneel. Cheng Chumo and Qin Huayu were powerful, but only thanks to their fathers. Qingxiu's status, however, was completely different. Even their fathers together couldn't match half of Qingxiu's weight. Li Chonggue secretly regretted not preparing more. Getting close to someone like Qingxiu was nearly impossible, this was a rare chance. No need. I'm just here to watch out of boredom. Just arrange any seat, Qingxiu replied casually. Although this man was a martial champion, he'd never been to war. He only rose through the martial examination system. Qingxiu didn't dislike him, but he certainly didn't respect him either. In fact, Qingxiu had already suggested to Emperor Li Er that the martial exam system be abolished and all military officers be promoted from within the army. From then on, champions like this would disappear completely. Please, this way. I'll personally arrange a good spot for you. Li Chonggue hurried to lead the way himself, not even trusting his attendants, afraid to offend Qingxiu in the slightest. Originally, all the seats here were reserved, with hardly any vacancies. But since Qingxiu came in person, even if they had to build a loft on the spot, they had to make proper arrangements for the Duke of Qing. He gave up all the seats for himself and his colleagues, reserving them specifically for Qingxiu and his group. These were private rooms in the best viewing spot on the second floor, perfect for clearly seeing the entire martial arts arena at a glance. Qin Huayu and Cheng Chumo were originally honored guests, but thanks to Qingxiu, they unexpectedly became VIPs. This is freshly brewed top-grade tea from yesterday. Duke of Qing, please have a taste. If it's not good enough or if there's anything else you need, I'll have someone arrange it right away. Li Chonggue personally served the tea, trying every possible way to please Qingxiu, even just to make himself known. However, he didn't realize that the more he behaved this way, the less Qingxiu respected him. If I need something, I'll call you. Leave now. Qingxiu gave orders like he was speaking to a servant, telling the martial champion to step down. At first, Li Chonggue's colleagues were unhappy about giving up their seats, but after hearing that it was Qingxiu, they all wisely kept quiet and obediently sat in their reassigned places. Everyone, this wasn't a mistake in last-minute arrangements. The Duke of Qing arrived too suddenly, could we really let him sit in lower-tier seats? Don't you care about your own futures? Li Chonggue even tried to patiently explain. But in truth, it was unnecessary. Who would dare argue with Qingxiu and ask him to move and give the seats back? Qing Ruyuan clearly liked this spot very much, high up, far-seeing, and with an extremely wide view. If I shot arrows from here, I'd definitely be more accurate than from flat ground. Qing Ruyuan sat down and suddenly blurted this thought, leaving even Qingxiu both amused and helpless. Sometimes, Qing Ruyuan really didn't seem like a young girl, her head was always filled with thoughts of weapons and war, even more obsessed than Xueren Gue. After about 15 minutes, the commotion outside finally began to die down. The crowded crowd split apart from the center, making way for a clear path. At the center of this path, an extremely grand carriage slowly approached, guarded all around by fully armed Yulin soldiers. As the carriage stopped, Emperor Li Er stepped down slowly and looked around. Greetings to your majesty. The crowd and the warriors all immediately bowed, and even the nobles and officials on the 4 balconies rose to pay respects to the emperor. No need for formalities, everyone be at ease. Li Er waved his hand to signal everyone to stand, then sat down in the southern balcony surrounded by the Yulin guards. This place was reserved for Li Er alone, it was higher than all the other balconies, with the best view. Li Chonggue kept staring longingly at Li Er from below, wanting to approach but knowing he was unqualified. Even though he organized this entire martial contest from start to finish, his status in court was too low, he didn't even have the right to serve Li Er directly. Once the emperor sat down, Li Chonggue personally took the stage, and under the eager gaze of the crowd, loudly announced the start of the martial contest. Everyone, I entered government service through martial skill. Though I now serve as an official, I've not forgotten my roots. I still firmly believe that the sons of Great Tang must value martial strength, build strong bodies, and always be ready to join the army and serve our empire. Today's martial tournament is held to select capable warriors from among the people, giving them a stage to showcase their abilities, and letting His Majesty witness your valor. At this point, he deliberately bowed in the direction of Li Er, though the emperor wasn't paying attention to him at all. Begin the tournament. I hope all participants give their best, but remember to uphold martial virtue. He then exited the stage, and the host of the tournament stepped up. Many assistants were prepared below, including medics. Everything was thoroughly arranged. Over 50 people were participating in the tournament, including both vigorous young talents and seasoned martial artists with years of experience. Li Chonggue had originally wanted to include over 200 fighters, but it would take at least 3 days to finish. Li Er was too busy with state affairs. How could he spend 3 days watching them fight? So he made a tough decision and narrowed it down to just 50, selected through multiple elimination rounds from over 200, so only the top fighters would battle in front of Li Er. These warriors weren't just here for rankings. More importantly, the emperor himself was watching. If they could impress him, a life of wealth and honor could await. The rules were simple. Over 50 fighters were split into pairs. Each pair fought, and the winner advanced to the next round to face others on their level. This continued until evening, when the final match would be held. The court even postponed the curfew by 2 hours to accommodate this, showing just how seriously even Li Er took this tournament. At the call to begin, the paired warriors started their matches. Though the rules required holding back and forbade seriously injuring opponents, no one wanted to miss this chance to impress the emperor, so everyone fought with all their might. Though they didn't go for the kill, they struck as hard and fiercely as possible. The tournament had barely begun when a martial artist was knocked out of the ring, spitting out several teeth. Other matches were similar, fighters going at each other like enemies, ignoring the rules in their frenzy. Though the fighters were battling brutally, to the spectators it was wildly entertaining. With little concern for formal technique, the matches looked like beastly brawls, bloody and savage, exactly what thrilled the audience. Many in the crowd didn't understand martial arts at all. They just wanted to see vicious, thrilling action. The bloodier the better, and the cheering never stopped. Damn, I've never seen fights this exciting in my life. This is eye-opening. Just 2 guys fighting is already so intense. Imagine a battlefield with tens of thousands hacking at each other. It must be epic. I'm telling you, coming here today was the right call. Nothing's more thrilling than this. Hey, look over here. This fight looks even more exciting. The audience under the stage kept cheering nonstop, some even wishing they could get up there and fight themselves. In contrast, the doctors waiting by the stage for emergency response were extremely nervous, afraid they wouldn't make it in time to help. If the fighting kept up like this, someone would surely end up disabled. Qing Xiu watched the fighting on stage without much emotion. What he cared more about were the moves and techniques the fighters used against each other. After all, he had been through countless battles, not to mention large-scale wars with over 100,000 people hacking at each other. He'd even had the experience of charging through enemy lines on his own. Compared to the bloodshed on the battlefield, this fighting hardly counted as bloody. Though he didn't think much of it, Qing Ruyuan watched very nervously, carefully keeping her eyes on all the stages from start to finish. If an ordinary child saw such a scene, they'd probably scream in fear. But she was completely immersed, totally focused. She clearly enjoyed the back-and-forth exchanges on stage. That guy in black over there, he's way too slow. He could have dodged that easily. This guy's being way too harsh. Could he actually kill someone like that? Every time something happened on stage, Qing Ruyuan shouted in excitement. Even Liingqi was influenced by her. Girl, if it were you up there, could you beat them? Liingqi asked with a smile. Qing Ruyuan seriously thought for a moment. They're too tall, and I don't have their strength yet, but I can spot a lot of their weaknesses. Liingqi was surprised. Really? Look, sister. Qing Ruyuan pointed to a stage in the 3rd row on the east side. That one in white, he fights hard, but each move wastes too much strength. He'll slip up soon. His opponent hasn't even hit back yet, but he's also not hurt. As long as he waits for a mistake, he'll win. Qing Ruyuan sounded confident, as if she already saw the outcome. Liingqi was still thinking about it, but Qing Xiu glanced sideways at Qing Ruyuan as soon as he heard her. He had also been watching that stage from the start, and his assessment was exactly the same as Qing Ruyuan's. Girl, how did you see that? Qing Xiu asked in surprise. He didn't expect this little girl to have such strong talent in martial arts. Qing Ruyuan stuck out her tongue. Actually, I just guessed. Haha. But if they keep fighting like that, I think he'll lose. Before she could finish, the fighter in white on that stage clearly lost stamina, his foot slipped, and his opponent, who had been under pressure the whole time, noticed right away and punched him in the face, leaving him dizzy on the spot. Then the opponent took the chance to raise his leg and delivered a strong kick, knocking him off the stage completely. Qing Xiu and Qing Ruyuan's prediction turned out to be spot on. How did you see that? Li Yingqi was stunned. The prediction had been completely accurate. Qing Ruyuan giggled. Daddy, wasn't I right? Good girl. Qing Xiu gently patted Qing Ruyuan's little head, and she clearly enjoyed his affection. Li Yingqi gave a wry smile. She had studied martial arts since childhood, and her father often praised her as a rare martial arts talent. She believed she could always accurately spot others' flaws during fights, never missing a detail. But compared to Qing Ruyuan, who was just 5 years old, she didn't even come close. She really is Qing Xiu's daughter, none of them are ordinary. Li Yingqi suddenly thought, if she were to be with Qing Xiu in the future, maybe their child could be even more gifted than Qing Ruyuan? That thought made her cheeks flush. She quickly shook her head to get rid of the idea. Meanwhile, Emperor Li Er, observing from the high platform, had already noticed several promising young talents among the fighters. He didn't care whether they held back or fought brutally, he believed real combat should be fought to the death. If a warrior didn't have the guts to fight to the end, and only aimed for flashy technique, then on the battlefield, they were useless trash. That one who got knocked off the stage, he's pretty good. Remember him. Bring him to see me after the tournament, Li Er said, pointing to one of the stages. Yes, Your Majesty. The eunuch beside him responded, but Your Majesty, that man lost. Why not favor the one who beat him? Logically, the winner should be stronger, right? Li Er just smiled and shook his head. Winning and losing doesn't matter. The winner is nearly 40, he probably won't improve much more. But the one who lost looks under 25, and has great potential. He'll go far. Li Er's eyes were sharp. He looked toward a nearby balcony and just happened to meet Qing Xiu's gaze. The two nodded to each other. Why didn't the Duke of Qing let me know he was coming? If I'd known, I would have invited him to sit with me. Li Er muttered to himself. Half an hour later, this round of fighting ended. Out of 52 fighters, only 26 remained. Though all of them had won, some did so easily, while others were badly wounded, barely able to stand, let alone fight another round. Even though many were injured, thankfully there were no deaths or disabilities, which let Li Chonggue breathe a sigh of relief. He then sent doctors to treat the injured fighters and let them rest for a bit. Still, not everyone had the strength to continue. Some seriously injured ones even passed out on the spot. Of course, they couldn't move on to the next round. After preparations were done and everyone was counted again, only 20 were able to continue. This unexpected situation caught Li Chonggue off guard. He had only thought about letting Li Er watch the whole tournament and completely overlooked the possibility of so many injuries. Well, fine. If they can't fight, that's their own weakness. Let's move on. Li Chonggue gave orders right away. The tournament would continue, even if only 20 people were left. There could be no pause. If they ruined the emperor's mood, all their efforts would have been for nothing. Next round begins. The sound of drums rang out, and the 10 fighters immediately jumped on stage, ready to compete. Qing Xiu saw this scene and couldn't help but complain on the spot. What was Li Chonggue thinking? These people fought with their lives to earn a chance to continue, and he arranged things like this. Lose and you're eliminated, win, and you still get eliminated. If the rules aren't even fair, then what's the point of holding this martial tournament? Sure enough, when Li Chonggue announced the disqualification of those who couldn't continue fighting, the eliminated participants immediately reacted with dissatisfaction and began making a scene. It wasn't just them, many of the watching martial artists and audience members also grew angry and loudly protested. Of course, the fighters could relate, and the audience's reasoning was simpler. With so many people cut out, wouldn't that mean fewer fights to watch? The entire scene descended into chaos, with some even trying to storm the stage and cause trouble. The tournament was on the brink of falling apart. Everyone, please, let me speak. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Li Chonggue had no choice but to go up on stage and shout to the crowd, this decision is truly out of helplessness. Time is limited. If we waited for the injured to recover before continuing, this tournament could drag on for more than half a month. How could we let the court's affairs be affected just for our sake, and disrupt order in Chang'an? This really is a last resort. I hope everyone can understand. His words sounded noble, as if he was thinking on behalf of the court, but in truth, it was all to please Li Er. Whether or not it would impact the court's order was not something for him to worry about. All that mattered was impressing the emperor. But no one bought it. The crowd's protests kept coming. Then just hold it outside the city. We can wait, even if it takes a year. That's right. These people risked their lives for a chance, and now you cancel them with one sentence? Why did they even join? If today's fights go on like this, what fairness is left? How can this tournament even continue? People from the crowd kept shouting back in disagreement. Although Lee Chong-gue was a government official, when so many people stood united, what could he do? Who could he punish? Besides, the official position he held was mostly symbolic, with no real power. Forget commanding troops, he couldn't even direct a city constable in Chang'an. Li Er sat silently on the high platform, watching all of this with an unchanged expression, as if it had nothing to do with him. But in truth, he hoped the tournament would continue. After all, he couldn't always make time to watch martial arts competitions. Especially since he had cleared his entire schedule today just to attend this event. He wanted the fights to continue. With just one word from him, the crowd would instantly fall silent. But of course, he wouldn't speak up. This was Lee Chong-gue's event, why should the emperor clean up his mess? Moreover, if Li Er stepped in and forced the issue, even if no one said anything, people would remember this unpleasantness and blame it on the emperor. There was no reason for him to damage his own reputation. Even though Li Er said nothing, the eunuch Wang Degue next to him saw through his thoughts and immediately sent someone to deliver a message to Lee Chong-gue. No need to spell it out. Wang Degue made it clear, the emperor is incredibly busy, and he cleared his schedule just for you. If you let him leave disappointed, losing your career would be the least of your worries. Hearing this, Lee Chong-gue was terrified and quickly promised to resolve the issue within half an hour. The messenger eunuch frowned. Lord Li, you're going to make the emperor wait half an hour? Cold sweat ran down Lee Chong-gue's back. He quickly corrected himself, at most, just 15 minutes. As soon as he said it, he regretted it. He had just thrown himself into a pit of fire. At that moment, he couldn't think of any solution. If he promised 15 minutes and couldn't deliver, how could he ever show his face at court again? But the little eunuch seemed relieved and rushed back with the reply, while Lee Chong-gue wanted to bang his head against the wall. The protests outside grew louder, and even some of the qualified fighters were reluctant to continue. Who knew if continuing would mean the same fate, winning but still being thrown out? With no other choice, Lee Chong-gue racked his brain and realized there was only one person who might help him. Moments later, the door to Qing Xiu's elegant room was knocked on. With permission, Lee Chong-gue cautiously entered. Lord Duke Qing, are the servants treating you well? Is there anything lacking? He asked with a flattering smile. Seeing him walk in, Qing Xiu sighed. If the court had no martial exams and only civil ones, with this man's brain, he could study for 10,000 years and never make it into office. There was no need to say anything, Qing Xiu could guess his purpose with his toes. Things outside can't be handled, huh? Qing Xiu asked calmly. This humble servant is still new to office and not very good at managing such matters, Lee Chong-gue said with a sycophantic grin. If you couldn't handle it, why make such a fuss? I know you wanted to please the emperor, but to go this far, aren't you afraid every martial artist in the country will curse your name? This humble servant didn't do it just to flatter his majesty. I truly wanted to help the court find talent, to give capable men among the common people a place to show their skills. Qing Xiu frowned. If you sincerely want my help, then stop saying such nonsense. Yes. Lee Chong-gue shrank his neck in fear. Please, Lord Duke Qing, show me the way. If you help me resolve this, I'll forever be grateful. If there's ever anything you need, I'll serve with all my heart. No need. If I ever fall to the point where I need help from someone like you, humph. Qing Xiu sneered coldly. If you want to calm things down, it's simple, but you'll need to spend your own money. Let's see if you're willing. Lee Chong-gue quickly said, please, just say it. If I can fix this today, no amount of money is too much. Qing Xiu motioned him to come closer, then whispered a few words. Lee Chong-gue's eyes lit up instantly. That's a great idea. Truly brilliant. He couldn't help but say, no wonder you're the Duke of Qing, I couldn't have come up with this in a million years. Then stop wasting time and go do it. If you delay even a minute, 15 minutes won't be enough. Lee Chong-gue nodded repeatedly, thanked him profusely, and hurried off. He immediately gathered his men and followed the Duke's instructions. Bring all the emergency funds. I need them now. Bring every bit you can, don't hold back. At the same time, seeing the crowd below growing louder and more chaotic, Li Er showed obvious displeasure. This Lee Chong-gue. I personally tested him during the palace exam. Although he doesn't understand state affairs, I appointed him champion because I recognized his talent in martial arts. But even if someone is clueless about human affairs, they shouldn't let things drag out like this. How could he possibly resolve it? Li Er furrowed his brow and was nearly about to curse Lee Chong-gue out loud. Your Majesty, please calm down. This man really doesn't know how to handle things, but there's no need to damage your health over him, Wang Degue quickly consoled him. Li Er waved his hand, I'm not angry. I just feel, forget it. Just then, someone came to report that Li Chongue was requesting an audience, asking to speak directly with the emperor. Of course, Li Er knew exactly why he was coming and had no intention of helping. But since he was already here, granting him an audience was fine. With permission, Li Chongue quickly straightened his robe and entered. As soon as he arrived, he kneeled and bowed, Your servant greets your Majesty. This isn't the palace. No need for that. Li Er frowned, Why aren't you down there fixing things? Why come to me? I'm just here to observe today, not to clean up your mess. Right upon meeting, Li Er cut off any hope of asking for help. I understand, Your Majesty. I wouldn't dare ask you to resolve this. This happened because I mishandled things, I wouldn't dare burden Your Majesty. I will handle this myself. I just wish to borrow Your Majesty's golden voice to deliver a message. Li Chongue cautiously explained. So in the end, you still want me to help solve it? Li Er questioned. Absolutely not. Li Chongue quickly explained everything Qingxiu had taught him. Those who had been eliminated due to injuries today obviously couldn't fight again, and the tournament needed to continue without delay. As for the eliminated participants, he planned to compensate each of them with 80 guan of money. Additionally, he would organize another competition just for them, giving them another chance to compete for ranking. Although the second event wouldn't be as high profile as today's, it was still a gesture of goodwill to console them. It would offer generous rewards and ensure everyone received something. This arrangement was already quite sincere, but unfortunately, Li Chongue had already angered the public. Even if he committed suicide on the spot, someone might still say he died too easily. That's why he wanted to borrow the emperor's words as a third party to calm the situation. Though it would appear the emperor was funding it, in truth, all expenses came from Li Chongue's own pocket, not a single coin from the state. To the fighters and the audience, however, it would look like the emperor himself couldn't bear to see injustice and paid from his own funds. This would greatly enhance their respect for him. Later, a few harsh words directed at Li Chongue would neatly close the matter and allow the tournament to continue without disruption. Just a few words, no money spent, and gaining goodwill. Naturally, this was ideal for Li Er. If that's the case, at least you're handling things properly. But 80 guan is too little. Li Er thought for a moment. I'll make the decision, give each one a round number. Make it 100 guan per person. Li Chongue was overjoyed and immediately responded, As Your Majesty commands. As long as Li Er agreed to say the word, everything could end happily, no amount of money was too much. Soon after, Wang Degue stepped forward and signaled for the crowd to quiet down. A decree was issued from the emperor, and the chaos instantly died down. Today's situation arose suddenly, His Majesty didn't expect it. He believes it's truly unfortunate for those who were eliminated. But since the competition must go on, stopping now would be unfair to the others. However, His Majesty does not wish to see these warriors suffer for nothing. Therefore, he will grant each disqualified fighter 100 guan and will arrange another competition hosted by the court. Once all of this was announced, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the court to personally offer money to console those treated unfairly. Thank you, Your Majesty. Long live the wise emperor. We have no more complaints. Sure enough, everyone calmed down instantly. No more protests. The emperor truly is wise, not willing to let us suffer. Though we've been eliminated, the compensation is fair. His Majesty is paying from his own pocket, so kind and generous. In the end, it still had to be the emperor to fix things. What kind of official is Li Chongue anyway? The crowd buzzed with discussion, all praising the emperor's compassion. Wang Degue signaled them to quiet down. Li Er personally stood up and walked forward, while Wang Degue stood humbly at his side. What I've done today is out of helplessness. I didn't want anyone to be treated unfairly. But now that things have reached this point, all we can do is try to make up for it. The crowd bowed in fear and respect. What was the emperor saying? Thank you for your arrangements, Your Majesty. For letting things get to this point, I deserve death. Li Chongue immediately knelt and begged forgiveness. Li Er said nothing. He just waved his hand, signaling him to step back, then returned to his seat. With everyone calmed, the second round of the martial tournament finally began. 5 stage matches started immediately. Watching the preparation from his platform, Li Er suddenly chuckled. If you ask me, I doubt the rescue plan just now came from Li Chongue. Someone must be guiding him. With his brain, he could think for a whole year and still not come up with that. Wang Degue was curious. Then who helped him? Whoever did must be a genius. Li Er smiled without replying. He casually glanced in the direction where Qing Xiu was seated. Qing Xiu seemed to notice the emperor's gaze and looked back. Their eyes met, and both shared a knowing smile. Clearly, Li Er had already figured out who gave Li Chonggue the idea. With their mutual understanding, no words were needed. A look said more than 1,000 words. Li Chonggue should count himself lucky. If Duke Qing hadn't graced him by attending today's match, he'd never have gotten out of this mess. Li Er laughed lightly. As the 5 stages resumed fighting, the crowd beneath quickly forgot all the previous unpleasantness. However, compared to the previous round of reckless and all-out bloody combat, this round clearly showed that everyone had become much more restrained. Each move looked forceful, but in truth, they all left themselves room to retreat, no longer fighting brainlessly like hot-headed fools. No one wanted to risk everything just to pave the way for someone else. Finishing the tournament intact was the real goal. As a result, the bloodiness of this round decreased noticeably, and strategic maneuvering increased. Though the average audience couldn't understand the strategies at play, the martial artists present shouted in praise. Countering each move, neutralizing what could be neutralized, waiting for the perfect opening to strike decisively, that's the kind of fight they wanted to see. In their eyes, this was far more exciting than the wild, chaotic brawls before. This round's actually worth watching. Qing Xiu also focused intently for a moment. However, his level was far too advanced. Even though these fighters showed great technique and adaptability, he quickly judged who would ultimately win. In my opinion, only a few of these fighters can win, the rest are guaranteed to lose. Qing Xiu shared his view with Li Yingqi, who was genuinely surprised. They've only just started, and you can already tell who will win or lose. Qing Xiu said calmly, when it's evenly matched, that's when you can see the outcome. Look here, these two seem evenly matched, but the one in black robes is clearly heavier. Every move he makes burns more energy. Over time, he'll tire faster than his opponent. This confused Qing Ruyuan a bit. Dad, didn't you say before that in a fight between two people, the heavier one has the advantage? That's true, Qing Xiu didn't deny it. But this man's skills are clearly slightly weaker. He's only managing to hold even because his heavier strikes hit harder. If the fight drags on, his weight will cause him to tire faster. As if to prove Qing Xiu's point, the heavy-set martial artist in black robes started to slow down more and more. Eventually, his opponent caught an opening and landed a heavy punch to his face, knocking him out cold. Thanks for the match. The victor quickly stepped down to rest, afraid that if he lingered, he'd run out of energy for the next fight. Meanwhile, he cursed the competition system in his heart. Who has the stamina to fight round after round like this? The cheering in this round wasn't as loud as before, but it was deeply satisfying for experts like Qing Xiu. In fact, one fighter even caught Qing Xiu's eye. The young man looked to be about 20 and had been fighting since the first round. He had only a few minor injuries. Judging by his movement and skill, this man clearly had excellent talent. Though he couldn't compare to monstrous fighters like Li Jianshan or Shuiren Gue, he had already passed Qing Xiu's standards. Qing Xiu immediately ordered a servant to bring the young man to him. The young man had just defeated his opponent and was resting below while observing the others when someone came to summon him to the balcony. He was shocked to hear this. He knew exactly who sat up there. Each one was a top-ranking official of the court. He didn't dare delay and followed the servant upstairs to meet Qing Xiu. Xie Wangwei, at your service. Greetings, my lord. Xie Wangwei was just about to kneel when the man in front of him said, no need. This isn't the emperor or your ancestors, you don't need to bow that much. A simple salute will do. He sensed the man was a bit annoyed, so he quickly stood up and cautiously glanced at the important figures present. But the moment he saw one of them, he froze on the spot. Wasn't this Duke Qing himself? Qing Xiu looked him over and saw that his physique was indeed excellent. This confirmed he hadn't misjudged him. He smiled, I saw your match earlier. Not bad. You're only in your 20s, yet you managed to defeat several seasoned masters. That's impressive talent. Your praise is too much, Duke Qing. I've been practicing martial arts for over 10 years. If I couldn't reach this level, I'd be ashamed to waste such good bones and muscles the heavens gave me. Xie Wangwei quickly replied. Qing Xiu paused in thought, then asked, who was your master? Do you have a service contract on you? Martial training is expensive, not just the years of full-time practice, but the need for skilled teachers, treatment for injuries, and proper nutrition. If you ate poorly every day, even the strongest body and best techniques would amount to nothing. Physical stamina is everything. Because of this, regular families couldn't afford to raise a full-time martial artist. If a talented child wanted to train, they were often sent to local gangs or guilds for specialized training. These groups weren't the romantic sects of martial legends, they were mostly involved in trading goods, canal shipping, or land transport. Such businesses often encountered conflicts and needed strong fighters for protection. Even in a well-policed city like Chang'an, these guilds would occasionally fight for territory in secret. This made it urgent for them to raise skilled fighters, especially ones with real martial strength, so they could dominate when conflicts broke out. So they accepted children sent by families and trained them intensely, preparing them to serve in the future. Of course, these guild bosses weren't stupid. After investing so much time and money, they didn't want these fighters running away, or worse, being poached by rival guilds. So they typically had the trainees sign a service contract, binding them to serve for 25 years after training. Some even required 40 years, along with hefty penalties for breaking the contract. Despite such terms, some were willing to accept it, just to pursue martial arts. Xie Wangwei answered, yes. I belong to the human gang outside the eastern city. I signed a 30-year service contract with them, starting at age 20. Qing Xiu reflected silently. He had never heard of this gang's name. In fact, not only the human gang, whether in Guangzhong, the frontier, or Jiangnan, he hadn't heard of any of these local groups. It wasn't that Qing Xiu was ignorant. These groups were just too small and had no chance to come into contact with someone like him. These gangs, though they might seem large and intimidating to ordinary people, could be brought to their knees by a single order from a local magistrate. Even a county magistrate's command could leave these gangs half dead. They weren't even on the same level as a prefect, so how could they possibly deal with someone like Qing Xiu? These gangs might appear to be local troublemakers, but in reality, they were quietly helping the court in many ways. Wandering vagrants and loafers, who might otherwise become a danger to society, were often absorbed and managed by these gangs, preventing chaos. When the court assigned corvée labor, local officials could go directly to these gang leaders and assign the labor quotas to them. Then the gangs would send these vagrants and rough types to fulfill the quotas, allowing the common law-abiding citizens to avoid forced labor. The court's burden was eased, and the people breathed easier, a win-win. As Qing Xiu knew, when a water wheel was built in Shandong, local officials directly recruited people from these gangs, saving the court a lot of money. These local gangs weren't the same as future underground criminal groups. Though they did business publicly, they also fought in secret over market control. Still, when the court gave orders, they could carry them out. They functioned more like a patch to the lower levels of governance in ancient society. And because these gangs did more good than harm to the court and didn't pose any real threat, the court allowed them to exist, as long as they were registered and monitored, preventing them from acting recklessly. Of course, whether the court allowed them or not had nothing to do with Qing Xiu. These people weren't qualified to interact with him, so he didn't bother with them. That said, if Qing Xiu wanted to recruit the Xie Wangwei, he would have to resolve the contract issues with the gang. When you go back to human gang today, pack your things and come to my residence tomorrow. I'll make arrangements for you. As for your contract, don't worry, I'll take care of it, Qing Xiu said calmly. Xie Wangwei was overjoyed, but then he remembered the massive penalty fee written into his contract, an amount he couldn't earn in his lifetime. He started to worry again. Duke Qing, my penalty fee is very high. I wonder if, Xie Wangwei asked cautiously. No need for you to worry. You may leave. Just don't forget to come tomorrow on time, Qing Xiu said, unwilling to waste words. No matter how high the fee, it meant nothing to Qing Xiu. Besides, once they knew who wanted the man, they might not even dare to take a single coin from him. Xie Wangwei received the order and quickly left to prepare. With the fights nearly over, he needed to get ready. Shortly after he left, the final ongoing match ended in a draw. Both fighters were too exhausted to continue. To avoid more trouble, Li Chonggue immediately promised to compensate them with 150 guan each and closed the matter. At this point, only 4 contestants were still standing, and just one final round remained before the finals. Little girl, Daddy's going to rest for a bit. Call me when they're ready for the final match. Qing Xiu suddenly lost interest in the remaining match. He only wanted to see the final and went to rest in the lounge behind the viewing room. Li Yingqi tried to persuade him to stay. It's almost over. Why not finish watching? It's just one more match. Qing Xiu shook his head. The remaining fighters are top level. They won't go down easily. The final 2 matches might take longer than expected. Just as Qing Xiu thought, before the next round started, Emperor Li Er called Li Chonggue over and instructed him to split the last 2 fights. These 4 fighters are all skilled. I want to watch them properly. If they fight at the same time, I can't focus on both. With a direct order from the emperor, Li Chonggue didn't dare disobey and immediately agreed. But, Your Majesty, if they fight separately, and then we still have the final match, it might go past the curfew extension. Li Er waved his hand, then delay the curfew 2 more hours. Give them another hour of rest. I want the final to be more exciting. Yes, sir. This was exactly what Lee Chong-gue had been waiting for. He immediately adjusted the competition format under the Emperor's order. At first, the audience was upset they couldn't watch both matches at once. But once they heard the new schedule, cheers erupted. Now they had plenty of time to enjoy both matches, and no need to worry about curfew. Fighters, please rest for half an hour. Once the time is up, the next round will begin. Be ready. While the competition was in full swing, Qing Xiu's order had already reached his residence. A family retainer took the order and rode quickly to the human gang outside the east gate. When the gang leader heard it was someone from the Duke of Qing's household, he was so shocked he nearly fell to the ground. Who was he, to be noticed by such a high-ranking person? Even having a retainer deliver a message was a huge honor. He immediately ordered a feast to be prepared and went personally to receive the guest. He tried to exchange pleasantries, but the retainer didn't waste a second. He got straight to the point. There is a man in your gang named Xia Wangwei. He performed exceptionally in the martial tournament and has caught the attention of the Duke of Qing. His lordship intends to take him. I heard your gang signed a service contract with him. The Duke sent me to settle the matter. The retainer placed a silver note on the table and said bluntly, "How much for the contract?" The gang leader had indeed hoped to use the tournament to show off Xia Wangwei and attract a powerful buyer. Even if he didn't sell, he at least wanted to test the man's skill. But he never expected to draw such a towering figure, one who could crush him with a single step. Though he had dreamed of slaughtering a rich buyer, now he didn't even dare take the money. If he quoted the price written in the contract and angered Qing Xiu, his whole gang might be wiped out. It's 80 guan, the gang leader muttered weakly. 80 guan? Are you sure? The retainer was clearly shocked. Before coming, Qing Xiu had guessed the fee might be 200 guan. If it exceeded that, they were to seize the man by force. But this price wasn't even half that. The gang leader trembled when he was asked that question, thinking the other party found the price too high. That price was actually meant for someone else. If Duke Qing is interested, I can even cut it in half, 40 guan. He quickly slashed the price again, terrified of angering the visitor. The household servant eyed the gang leader suspiciously. He wasn't sure how inflated the original price was, but if he could settle it for 40 guan, the task was considered complete. Just as he was about to take the silver note, his suspicious look made the gang leader even more nervous. Gritting his teeth, the gang leader said, "If Duke Qing wants him, I'll take the loss. No need for any money, I'll bring the contract right away." "Forget it." The servant slapped the silver note on the table. 50 guan. Don't say Duke Qing took advantage of you, you said 40, and I'll be bold enough to decide on 50 for him. Remember, this is a straightforward deal. Duke Qing doesn't owe you anything, and he didn't take a single penny's worth of advantage. Don't go around talking nonsense. If a guy like this started obsessing over it, it would be trouble for Duke Qing. I understand. The gang leader didn't dare say another word. He immediately brought out the contract and handed it over, smiling obsequiously as he sent the servant off, terrified the servant might speak poorly of him in front of Qing Xiu. Honestly, taking a small loss isn't a big deal, as long as Duke Qing is satisfied, that's what really matters. Noticing the servant's expression growing cold, he quickly corrected himself. I mean, this isn't cheap. I'm not saying Duke Qing got a bargain, haha. Only after the servant left did he finally let out a breath of relief. A younger subordinate, still upset, finally dared to speak up. Boss, with the contract terms, we could have asked for 240 guan, easy. Why'd we settle for a fraction? Already simmering with frustration, the boss slapped him on the head, furious. Damn it, now you speak? Why didn't you say anything while he was still here? You know we can't afford to cross that guy. The younger man winced in pain, not daring to utter another word. You really don't know what's good for you. Today, forget 40 guan, if Duke Qing had just said, hand him over, we wouldn't have gotten a single coin. What could we have done? Though the gang leader looked rough and unrefined, he'd built his gang from the ground up. He was a seasoned, sharp man. He knew exactly who he could and couldn't mess with. Facing a figure like Qing Xiu, it was lucky to just walk away unharmed. Thinking of making money? Dream on. After resting, Qing Xiu stepped outside and noticed night had already fallen. The curfew had been delayed by Emperor Li Er's order, and the crowd around the stage hadn't dispersed. In fact, it had grown. To help everyone see clearly, the surrounding pavilions were lit with many large and small lanterns, illuminating the entire venue as brightly as day. Standing on the viewing platform, Qing Xiu could clearly see the faces of many spectators near the ring. Although the night was quite cold, the audience's enthusiasm hadn't faded one bit. Even though the final two fighters were still resting, no one wanted to leave. Daddy, you came just in time. It looks like the final match will start in about 15 minutes. Qing Ruyuan was beaming with excitement. But it's a pity you missed the last 2 matches, they were amazing. Qing Xiu asked with interest, oh? How amazing were they? First match. Those 2 fighters were so evenly matched, it was impossible to tell who'd win. The little girl chattered excitedly, her eyes full of light, while Qing Xiu watched her indulgently and listened carefully. Anyway, both matches were like that. I think it's a shame you missed them, Daddy, she said with a smile. Makes sense. So when you grow up, how about you compete in a match like that yourself, and win the final title? Deal. And when I do, what will Daddy give me as a reward? Qing Xiu thought for a moment. I'll use the finest steel in the world to make you the most beautiful and strongest set of armor. Yay! Promise. Qing Ruyuan's bright eyes curved into little crescents, she was clearly dreaming of the day she'd wear that armor. Just then, there was a commotion below. Looking down, they saw food vendors pushing carts into the area. With the curfew delayed, the vendors saw a business opportunity. So many people were standing around hungry and thirsty, it was the perfect chance to make good money. Hot flatbread. Noodle soup. Steamed buns. All fresh and warm. Sweet crispy cakes. Thick, gooey syrup. Anyone need water? Fresh well water, one for a big cup. Their shouts quickly drew attention. While people were previously distracted with excitement, now the aroma of food made them realize how hungry they were. I'll take a bun. Give me more broth in that noodle soup, freezing out here. Hey, your sweet cake isn't that sweet. People rushed the vendors. At first, there was some order, but as more people pushed forward, the vendors were overwhelmed, they couldn't even collect payments fast enough. Some folks stuck in the crowd just took food without paying, which made the vendors panic. Please, folks. Don't do this. A few people grabbed buns without paying and got pushed away. Slow down. A noodle seller grew increasingly anxious as the crowd grew chaotic. He had no idea how much he'd earned and was on the verge of tears. Quiet down, all of you. Suddenly, a voice came from above, drawing everyone's attention and silencing much of the noise. Those up in the balconies were all big shots. When they spoke, no one dared ignore them. As the crowd wondered who had spoken, Qing Xiu stepped to the front of the viewing platform, looking down on everyone. Now all could see, it was Duke Qing. Greetings, Duke Qing. Duke Qing is here today? Why didn't you tell us? To watch the match with you today is a true honor. The crowd grew excited. Qing Xiu scanned them all. I know everyone's hungry, but these vendors are just doing business. Don't make things hard for them. If you took food, pay for it. Don't be greedy over a few coins. As soon as he said that, some people in the crowd couldn't even raise their heads to meet his gaze. Of course, Qing Xiu didn't just talk, he acted. Looking over, he saw about a dozen food vendors and quickly made a rough estimate. I know everyone's had a hard time out here, but there's no helping it. If you're really hungry, I'll personally pay for your meal. Qing Xiu pulled a money pouch from his chest and said to the vendors, everyone, whether you're selling food or drinks, however much you've got, I'll buy it all. Share it with everyone. Take this money and divide it among yourselves. If it's not enough, come back and ask me for more. As soon as he finished speaking, cheers erupted from the crowd and the martial artists. Everyone expressed their gratitude to Duke Qing. Duke Qing is really generous, he couldn't bear to see us go hungry and spent his own money to feed us. That's right. He even worried the vendors would take a loss and bought up all their goods himself. Truly magnanimous. Even if the food is cheap, there are over 1,000 people here. Just think how much money that adds up to. The small vendors were even more grateful. They thanked him profusely and immediately began distributing food. Line up properly, everyone. No pushing. This is Duke Qing's treat, if you don't follow the rules, it's like slapping him in the face. With Qing Xiu backing them up, the vendors felt confident for once. They no longer had to beg for buyers. Anyone who didn't line up or tried to push was simply skipped. Having benefited from Duke Qing's kindness, the crowd obeyed him completely. If he said line up, they lined up. There was no more disorder, just orderly waiting. Word that Duke Qing was buying everyone's supper quickly spread through the entire alley. Vendors who were still outside and hadn't sold out rushed in, hoping Duke Qing would buy their goods too. Qing Xiu accepted everything without question. He didn't care what they were selling, he paid for it all and shared it with the crowd. He called in a servant and gave him the money pouch, instructing him to divide it among the vendors. He didn't know who had sold more or less, so he simply told them to divide it evenly. See if this is enough. If not, come back for more, don't let anyone take a loss. The servant opened the pouch and poured out several high-quality silver ingots. He was stunned on the spot. And that was just the large ingots. The scattered silver inside weighed even more. This is more than enough. We won't need this much, the loose silver will cover everything. He tried to return the big ingots to Qingxiu, but Qingxiu waved him off. Divide it all up. Cut the ingots if needed, make it as fair as possible. Whatever's left at the end, you keep. Buy yourself some tea. The servant was so shocked, he felt his heart skip a beat. That much money, just hand it over? He knew Duke Qing was generous, but this level of generosity made even an outsider like him wince. Duke Qing, we're just serving by duty. We can't accept even a single coin. This is what we're supposed to do, we don't dare accept. The servant looked at the money pouch, gulped a bit, but still didn't dare take it. You mean Li Chonggue? Qingxiu said thoughtfully. Just take it. The pouch is yours now. If he asks, say I ordered you to take it. If he dares complain, tell him to come see me. That was all it took. The servant's last bit of hesitation vanished, and he quickly took the money to distribute it to the vendors. Qingxiu had given so much that even the vendors were shocked by the amount. Even if they sold their goods at 10 times the price, it wouldn't match what he gave them. Duke Qing is truly generous. He's probably using this as an excuse to help us. What a kind heart. He's really nothing like those other nobles. Qingxiu knew full well the goods were worth far less than what he paid. But he didn't care. The weather was bitterly cold, and these poor vendors were braving the wind just to make a living. How could he not feel compassion? Even though people in Tang were doing better than before, not everyone was rich. There were always those struggling. After all, it was the nature of the era, productivity was still limited. Once the money was divided, many vendors happily went home. Some even stayed to watch the final match, now free of worry. While the crowd below warmed up with food, the two final fighters, now rested, stepped into the ring for the last battle. As Qingxiu had expected, one of them was Xie Wangwei. The other was a middle-aged fighter, likely over 40, with streaks of white in his hair. Clearly a veteran, the fact that he'd made it this far showed not only his strong martial skill but also his rich combat experience. In contrast, the 20-something Xie Wangwei stood out as a true prodigy. His talent was extraordinary, far beyond the ordinary. Even the drowsy Emperor Li Er perked up at the sight. This young man's future was surely limitless. Li Er immediately called Li Chonggue over to ask about him. This young man is excellent. To achieve this at just over 20, I have high hopes for him. Li Er smiled with admiration. After the match, win or lose, bring him to see me. Li Chonggue's smile froze. He had just learned that Qingxiu had personally spoken with this young man. Though he didn't know what was said, it was almost certain Qingxiu had made him an offer. If the Emperor and Qingxiu both wanted Xie Wangwei, and he got caught in the middle, he'd be in serious trouble. Your Majesty, well, Li Chonggue hesitated. I heard that Duke Qing seems to have an interest in recruiting this young man. Li Er paused, then suddenly understood. Is that so? In that case, let Duke Qing handle it. If he joins Duke Qing, he'll surely make a name for himself. Li Er knew the western regions needed capable men, especially brave and skilled commanders. Sending someone like this to the battlefield would bring far more merit than leaving him in the Imperial Guards. So he decided not to compete with Qingxiu for the man. Li Chonggue finally relaxed and felt a huge wave of relief. If the Emperor had insisted on taking the man, he really wouldn't have known how to choose between them. It would have been a nightmare. Just at that moment, the two warriors on the stage were already ready. The two each took up their weapons, preparing to begin the fight. Originally, this martial competition prohibited the use of weapons, but since it was the final match, both were full of fighting spirit and were determined to settle the outcome completely, with neither willing to leave even a trace of dissatisfaction. Therefore, both of them made the same request, hoping that in this match, both sides could use their own weapons of expertise and engage in direct combat. Using fists and feet to compete, in the eyes of truly strong martial artists, is not about striking to kill with every move. They would even feel that such fighting lacks excitement and is as boring as children's brawling. Martial arts are killing skills. In a peak duel, if you don't use your most lethal techniques, what's the point? Of course, although the two decided to use weapons to determine the winner, they both specially treated the weapons so they wouldn't truly injure people during the fight. They both used heavy iron spears, but they specially wrapped the spearheads with white cloth and applied lime on them. If during the fight one of them was struck at a vital point, it wouldn't be fatal, but as long as it left a white mark, it would mean defeat. The two immediately got ready. Each held their weapon and slowly paced back and forth, watching each other cautiously, but neither made the first move. Both were observing the weaknesses and flaws in each other, waiting to find an opportunity to win with a single strike. Everyone also held their breath, eyes wide open, watching the two circling on the stage. Even if they couldn't fully understand the subtleties of the fight, after watching all day, they knew the most exciting match was here. There was no need to rush, just watch patiently. Kei Xiu kept watching the situation on stage. Although the two seemed evenly matched on the surface, once they made contact, even just weapons clashing, he would immediately be able to tell who would win. Even the usually chattering little girl, Kei Ruyuan, was now fully focused, eyes wide, afraid to miss a single detail. Daddy, looking at their stances, I think it's still, the little girl suddenly cried out. The two had finally clashed. Two iron spears collided, and then the two fighters moved like swimming dragons, fluid and powerful. But after the initial even exchange, the older master gradually began to fall behind in pace and speed. Xie Wangwei fought more and more fiercely, to the point of completely gaining the upper hand. The old master barely had a chance to strike back and was nearly knocked off the stage at one point. This scene surprised everyone. It didn't look like an evenly matched duel at all. Even Kei Xiu could see that the old master wasn't pretending to be weak or hiding his strength. He was really losing. Whether in strength, speed, or skill during the clash, he lagged just half a beat behind. That he hadn't been knocked off the stage yet seemed to rely only on his years of experience. How could this be? I've seen this person before, it's impossible for him to lose so easily. Kei Xiu muttered in his heart, intending to observe more closely, when suddenly a violent knocking came from the door, interrupting his thoughts. Who is it? Before Kei Xiu could speak, Liangqi stood up angrily and scolded, "Why didn't you notify us before coming in? Just banging on the door, so rude." "It's me. I came to see Lord Kei. Please open the door." The knocking didn't stop, and a very familiar voice reached Kei Xiu's ears. "This brat?" Hearing this voice, Kei Xiu instantly flew into a rage. Wasn't this Li Jianshan? "Come in." Kei Xiu coldly gave the order, and the person outside quickly pushed the door open. It was the excited-faced Li Jianshan. "My lord, I just..." Before he could finish speaking, a teacup flew straight at his face. Li Jianshan reacted quickly, instinctively trying to catch it, but the teacup came too fast. He was still a beat too slow. Just as he was about to reach out, the teacup had already smashed right into his head. Ow! The cup really hurt, and Li Jianshan's eyes almost teared up. He clutched his head and kept gasping in pain. Kei Xiu stared at him grimly. Li Jianshan wasn't stupid, he immediately realized, of course. "I knocked on the door just now." "Nonsense! Couldn't you have someone announce you first? Just barging in and pounding on the door, who taught you those manners?" Liangqi had also wanted to scold him, but seeing he was one of Kei Xiu's subordinates, she held back. Of course, Kei Xiu didn't go easy on him just because he was his own man. After a round of fierce scolding, Li Jianshan didn't dare talk back at all. Knowing he was at fault, he scratched his head and didn't say much, just muttered to himself, "When I said I came to see Lord Kei, they didn't dare stop me. I didn't know there was a rule." Kei Xiu almost laughed out of anger. Still, it wasn't a big deal. He had vented enough through the scolding. "Next time you enter, knock lightly. Understand?" "Yes, yes, yes. I got it." Li Jianshan nodded repeatedly, afraid Kei Xiu would explode again. But then Kei Xiu asked, "Weren't you training at the estate with the others? Why are you here?" Kei Xiu had specially arranged for Li Jianshan to stay at the estate and train with the guards. At first, this guy didn't think much of it, thinking those guards hadn't even been on a battlefield and couldn't keep up with him. But when they actually fought, he realized every one of them was extraordinary. Their attacks were fierce and tricky, he couldn't even defend properly. So the guy just stayed at the estate every day, training nonstop. Today, old Lu returned from outside the city. He originally had an urgent matter to report, but something happened at home and he couldn't make it, so he asked me to deliver the message. Old Lu was a guard Kei Xiu had sent on a mission. Kei Xiu didn't mind if a guard had to rush home for a family emergency, but he knew old Lu well. If Kei Xiu gave him a task, he would finish it no matter what. Li Jianshan said, "Someone sent word, his wife is about to give birth, and it's a difficult labor." Old Lu got really anxious and went home. Kei Xiu frowned at that. In that case, he really should hurry back. He made up his mind to send money and medicine to look after the family. "I heard there was a martial tournament here, so I thought I'd come take a look." Li Jianshan really didn't treat himself like an outsider. Hearing the commotion outside, he tried to peek at the viewing platform, but when he saw Kei Xiu frown slightly in disapproval, he immediately stepped back, afraid of angering him. "Did I tell you to come up and watch?" "Heh." Li Jianshan backed away awkwardly, face full of embarrassment. Qing Xiu was not unwilling to let him watch. Seeing Li Jianshan was clearly itching to see what was happening below and often leaning forward, Qing Xiu couldn't help but laugh. He waved his hand, ordering someone to bring a stool so Li Jianshan could sit beside him and watch. "Thank you, my lord." Li Jianshan quickly accepted gratefully and sat down, leaning forward to watch the stage below. At this moment, although the final battle on the stage had only lasted a short while, it seemed to be nearing its end to anyone watching. The old master was unable to defend properly, retreating repeatedly. He couldn't counterattack, even defending had become harder. At one point he was nearly pushed off the stage. Li Jianshan was at first interested, but as the fight progressed he grew increasingly disappointed. Wasn't this match supposed to be especially exciting? How does it feel like it's going nowhere? Li Jianshan looked puzzled. I think there's no need to keep fighting. That kid's going to win for sure. Although Qing Xiu also thought that, he still faintly suspected that perhaps the old master was hiding something, a secret reserve? But in the next moment, the old master's foot staggered and he suddenly let out a sharp cough. Then he immediately suppressed it and forced himself to continue fighting. Though only for an instant, Qing Xiu saw clearly that the old master had already run out of energy. Moreover, judging by his appearance, it seemed he also had some illness. Now that it flared up, it further weakened his strength. Given that, there really was no suspense left in the fight. Qing Xiu shook his head slightly. He had hoped to see a spectacular duel, but it turned out Xia Wangwei had just gotten lucky. The earlier rounds had almost completely drained the old master's stamina. Perhaps cold weather and overexertion made it even harder to keep going. Finally, Li Jianshan seized on a flaw the old master revealed by accident. With his heavy spear, he drove straight upward, hitting precisely on the old master's right chest. That spot was right by the heart, and it left a very noticeable white mark. Although the spear tip had been blunted, the blow made the old master cough repeatedly, and he had to use the spear to prop up his body to avoid falling. By that point, though, the winner was obvious. If this had been a real battlefield, the old master would already be dead. Xia Wangwei, you are victorious. Li Chonggue, seeing this, immediately shouted out and declared victory. The crowd below broke into applause. Though this final match wasn't as thrilling as they had hoped, after a full day of watching, it felt satisfying. That kid really has skill. After so many rounds, his body still only has light injuries. True, the old master's stamina was lower, but he had decades of practice and experience. Winning by stamina alone is no shame. Exactly. A young fighter going up there, who else could defeat him? I'll say it, this year's martial champion must be Xia Wangwei. Among the young generation, there's no one better. The older ones won't be chosen. The audience buzzed with talk. As for Xia Wangwei, standing in everyone's gaze and praise, he truly felt a swelling joy in his chest. So I'm that good. Across all of Chang'an, among the young, there's probably no one who can be compared with me. Xia Wangwei was truly elated. At that moment, Li Chonggue went up, personally handed him an exquisitely made long sword as a reward, and also gave him 200 guan in silver, full honors. Brother, today you've really made a scene before His Majesty. This year's martial champion is none other than you. After this, when we both serve in court, you and I must help each other. Li Chonggue patted Xia Wangwei on the shoulder, speaking meaningfully. In that statement was another implication: you owe me this favor for giving you the chance to shine before the emperor. Xia Wangwei was no fool. He hurriedly replied, thank you, my lord, for your esteem. If in the future I have the opportunity, I will repay you. Good, good. A young man with limitless prospects, this official believes in you. Li Chonggue looked at Xia Wangwei with real pleasure. He had little to rely on in court. Pleasing the emperor took time. Grooming promising juniors was one of his few useful paths. From his seat on the high platform, Li Er had watched the match to the end and felt a trace of fatigue. No matter how you put it, today finally ended with the final battle. Your Majesty, if this young man enters the martial examination this year, he will surely lead it. Congratulations, Your Majesty, our great Tang has another talent. Wang Degue saluted the emperor with a smile, but Li Er showed no interest and merely waved his hand. The martial exam will no longer be held starting this year. Wang Degue's smile froze. After a moment, he asked, Your Majesty, may I ask why? You often say the state's prosperity depends not just on scholars but also on giving warriors a chance to stand out. Li Er said calmly, scholars must be selected by the civil exam because their talent cannot be directly displayed. They need a chance to show themselves. But warriors are different. They have countless chances to stand out on the battlefield. True ability will not remain hidden forever. Besides, the martial champions chosen today have never been on the battlefield. As officials, how can they help with state affairs? What use are they? What Li Er said was precisely the idea Qing Xiu had earlier given him. That was why he persuaded Li Er to abolish the martial exam. And indeed, on the border, military commanders fought, died, and advanced rank by rank on merit. Why should some martial artist who's never killed be elevated in one leap? If one wants to become an official with power, go fight on the battlefield yourself. Wang Degue wisely closed his mouth and asked no more, feeling only regret. From now on, the martial champion of Chang'an would likely only be Li Chonggue. He was champion of the first exam, and likely the last. Below, Li Chonggue wanted to say something appropriate to Xia Wangwei and show off more. But before he could open his mouth, someone leapt onto the stage. The crowd had been focused on Xia Wangwei, but when this person ascended, all eyes shifted. It was Li Jianshan. Without waiting for Li Chonggue to question him, he pointed at Xia Wangwei and said, "I just watched the match above. Your footwork is too cumbersome, too many wasteful moves. A guy like you stepping into the battlefield wouldn't last an hour." Before Xia Wangwei could react, Li Jianshan said again, "You're just lucky you ran into an old master with little strength. If he were 10 years younger, you'd have lost even worse than he did today." Li Jianshan's words showed no mercy at all, practically scolding Xia Wangwei to his face. Not only the two people on stage, but even the audience below didn't know how to react. Where did this person suddenly pop out from, and why is he talking such nonsense the moment he opens his mouth? Qingxiu stood on the high platform, looking coldly at Li Jianshan's arrogance, not stopping him at all, completely watching like it was just a show. Li Jianshan stepped up to provoke under Qingxiu's instructions. He wanted to take Xia Wangwei under his wing, so naturally he needed to focus on training him. But after several rounds in the arena, this person had quickly developed a flaw, too arrogant and conceited. Even though any inexperienced young man would swell with pride after going through several matches like this, in Qingxiu's eyes, that was nothing to boast about. If this person became obsessed with a few cheers and applause, losing the will to improve, then his talent would be completely wasted. It was necessary to give him a reminder at this moment. "Who are you?" Li Chonggue asked coldly, staring at Li Jianshan. The latter just laughed, "I'm just a 7th-rank military school officer, a nobody. I've chopped people on the battlefield for a few years, not worth mentioning." Hearing he had no background, Li Chonggue instantly lost patience and immediately called the guards to drag him away. "Wait a moment." Qingxiu, standing high above, suddenly spoke, "Martial champion, can you give me some face?" This immediately made Li Chonggue panic. He quickly bowed in Qingxiu's direction. "If the Duke of Qing has a request, just say it. How would I dare disobey? I think this person is interesting. He's just muddled around on the border for a few years and thinks he's something special. He hasn't even fought a match but already looks down on the final winner. Seems like he's in need of a lesson. Looks like he wants to fight Xia Wangwei. Why not grant his wish and let him get properly taught a lesson?" Qingxiu's words made Li Jianshan roll his eyes internally. "Wasn't it you who asked me to come up and teach Xia Wangwei a lesson? Now from your tone, I'm the one who needs to be taught?" Of course, he only dared think that in his heart, no way he'd say it out loud. "That's right. I'm used to fighting on the frontier. When I see someone I don't like, I want to throw hands. If you can beat me up, I'll definitely behave from now on." Li Jianshan loosened up his shoulders. "Why don't we have a match?" If it were someone else making the suggestion, Li Chonggue would never agree. After all, arena matches follow rules. Contestants take turns, and you weren't even in the lineup, suddenly you want to fight at the end? That would totally break the rules. But since Duke Qing personally spoke, even if agreeing would make him lose face, he wouldn't dare refuse. You should know, Duke Qing helped him solve a big problem today. He still owed a favor, and besides, that was Duke Qing. Since Duke Qing asked, it's not unreasonable to make an exception. Li Chonggue didn't refuse at all, agreeing on the spot. But when he looked at Li Jianshan, his face was full of disdain. "You know the rules, right? Blades and swords are blind. Life and death depend on fate." Li Jianshan didn't care at all. "I've been back and forth on the battlefield so many times. If I were meant to die, I'd already be dead. No need to remind me." "Good." Li Chonggue patted Xia Wangwei's shoulder, applying extra force, secretly signaling him not to hold back. "Don't worry, sir. I'll definitely teach him a lesson." Xia Wangwei said in a low voice. "A lesson is a must, but don't take his life. As long as no one dies, I'll take care of everything else for you. Understand?" Xia Wangwei nodded. Then Li Chonggue faced the audience and loudly announced, "Everyone, I think today we're all in for a treat. Just now, a young talent appeared out of nowhere and wants to have another match. Although the competition is officially over, this fight might be even more exciting than the last. Please watch to the end, don't miss it." The crowd immediately cheered excitedly, and the applause roared like thunder. "Great! Keep fighting. I haven't had enough yet, the more matches the better. Luckily I'm free tomorrow, keep going. Too bad my martial arts suck, or I'd really want to go up and try myself." "Don't kid yourself. With your skills, you'd get killed right away." Voices of discussion filled the air. Clearly, everyone was very excited. They could tell Li Jianshan wasn't an easy opponent. Li Er, who was about to leave, suddenly became interested. Others didn't know Li Jianshan, but he did. When they visited the hot spring villa, Qingxiu specifically brought this man along, deliberately letting Li Er notice him. Although Qingxiu didn't introduce him, Li Er understood the hint and remembered him. This man is a general personally promoted by Duke Qing. If he caught his eye, he's definitely not ordinary. Li Er had a vague idea how the match would end, but still wanted to see how the fight played out. 2 long spears were brought to the stage, one for Li Jianshan, one for Xia Wangwei. These spears were intentionally kept sharp. It was clear Li Chonggue wanted blood on the stage today. By now, Xia Wangwei's ego had swelled to the extreme. Even if an army stood before him, he'd want to charge in. He immediately took his stance, exhaling to center himself, pointing the spear tip at Li Jianshan, constantly watching for an opening. In contrast, Li Jianshan looked totally relaxed and casual, holding the spear loosely, moving lazily, even twirling the spear now and then. It seemed like this duel had nothing to do with him, like he didn't see his opponent as a threat at all. The more Li Jianshan behaved like this, the more Xia Wangwei felt insulted, and he shouted, "I'll let you have the first move." "No need. You go first. That way, when you lose, it'll be easier for you to accept." Li Jianshan replied carelessly. His attitude shocked everyone on and off the stage. No one expected him to be this arrogant. Qing Ruyuan and Li Yingqi were both very curious about how the fight would go, watching the stage without blinking. But Li Jianshan's overly casual manner left them dumbfounded. "How many moves do you think it'll take for Li Jianshan to win?" Qingxiu suddenly asked. He didn't even ask who would win, just assumed Li Jianshan would. Li Yingqi didn't know Li Jianshan's background, but hearing he'd been on the battlefield and was personally picked by Qingxiu, he had to be exceptional. "I think they'll go at least 70 or 80 rounds. That Xia Wangwei isn't easy either." Qing Ruyuan immediately said, 30 moves at most. "I feel this guy is way stronger." Qingxiu just smiled at this and said nothing, only signaling them to keep watching. On the arena, Xia Wangwei waited for a long time, but Li Jianshan still didn't make a move, so he completely lost his patience. "Don't blame me for being ruthless, it's you who asked for it." Xia Wangwei shouted sternly. "Who's asking for it? That's not certain yet." Li Jianshan hadn't finished speaking when Xia Wangwei suddenly thrust his spear directly at his face, the movement clean, fast, and decisive, almost too quick for anyone to react. The somewhat disheartened old master below the stage lit up upon seeing this move. That technique hadn't been shown during the previous match between the two. So it turned out Xia Wangwei hadn't even used his full strength to beat him. The spear strike came within a breath's time. When the audience could finally see it clearly, the tip was about to stab Li Jianshan's shoulder. However, the latter reacted extremely quickly. He immediately shifted his position, narrowly avoiding the spear, a speed almost unbelievable. Then he flicked his spear sideways and struck Xia Wangwei's spear from the side, precisely forcing the latter back. It all happened in a flash. The exchange between the two was so fast that although the audience could barely follow with their eyes, their minds couldn't catch up. Only when the two pulled apart did the crowd erupt in gasps and exclamations. "That movement was too fast, damn, I almost missed it." Turns out Xia Wangwei didn't go all out in his last match. That move just now was totally hidden before. I'd say Li Jianshan is no joke. If it were someone else, they'd already be hit. As the crowd kept discussing, Li Jianshan was still strolling around the arena like it was nothing, with a calm expression. He was completely unaffected by the admiration and exclamations. Xia Wangwei gripped his spear tightly, but waves of shock surged in his heart. From that brief exchange, he vaguely felt that the opponent's strength and speed were no less than his own, and in terms of experience, he might even have a slight edge. Winning this match wasn't going to be as easy as he had thought. He originally thought Li Jianshan would follow up with an attack, so he had already taken up a defensive stance. But the other guy still stood there unmoving like a mountain, making his own stance look clownish by comparison. "Continue." Li Jianshan provocatively waved him forward, signaling him to attack again. He wouldn't make the first move. Xia Wangwei, repeatedly provoked, truly felt his anger rising. He didn't believe anyone his age could beat him, and immediately charged with his spear again. This time, he appeared reckless but was carefully watching Li Jianshan's every move, trying to catch a flaw the moment he counterattacked. Sure enough, this time Li Jianshan didn't dodge. Instead, he directly swung his spear down toward him. Xia Wangwei was delighted, an opening. He immediately raised his spear horizontally in a move called Erlang lifting the mountain, blocking in front of him, intending to use the opportunity to reverse and counterattack. Li Jianshan's spear smashed down from above, using the full force of his body. It crashed heavily onto Xia Wangwei's spear with a loud clang, a crisp sound of metal striking metal. In the next moment, that heavy force pressed down on Xia Wangwei, and he couldn't withstand it. He was forced into a half-kneeling position on the ground. Ah! Gasps of shock erupted simultaneously from the balcony and the audience below. No one expected Li Jianshan to suppress Xia Wangwei so easily. Li Yingqi and Qing Ruyuan were also extremely shocked, only Qingxiu remained expressionless. This kid's trying to imitate me. Qingxiu recalled their first meeting, where he had similarly toyed with Li Jianshan. Apparently, he found it amusing and wanted to copy it. Xia Wangwei gritted his teeth, trying to stand up by force, but the spear pressing on him was too heavy. Li Jianshan's strength was far beyond his expectations. He tried multiple times to lift the spear off his body, but was repeatedly forced to kneel again. After 3 attempts, he couldn't even lift his weapon anymore and could only let the shaft press down on his shoulder. It felt so heavy it could break bones. Don't talk about going to war, you haven't even been to the border. You just beat a few flashy weaklings here and thought you're unbeatable? Li Jianshan's eyes were full of mockery. I've personally killed hundreds of people on the battlefield. Guys like you? No less than 20. I don't get what you're so cocky about. Xia Wangwei was nearly suffocating from being pressed down. He didn't even have the strength to respond. Only when Li Jianshan pulled his spear back did he finally catch his breath. Before he could breathe evenly, Li Jianshan kicked him in the chest and knocked him over. This time, Xia Wangwei couldn't get up again. The arena fell completely silent. Everyone stared at Li Jianshan in disbelief. They truly understood now what "there's always someone better" meant. Sorry for spoiling your fun, farewell. Li Jianshan casually cupped his fist toward the crowd, then tossed his spear on the ground and slowly walked off. Only after he left did the audience dare to breathe freely again. A real battlefield fighter is just different from someone who only fights in the arena. No wonder people say our Tang border troops are tigers and wolves. This guy really is. If he had joined the arena matches today, no one would have been able to beat him from start to finish. The border army is still the strongest. The crowd couldn't help discussing. At this moment, they finally understood. Compared to men who fought life and death on the battlefield, these arena fighters really were just playing around. Xia Wangwei barely managed to get up from the ground. He didn't even dare look at the audience, just quietly left the stage. Li Chonggue immediately came backstage to find him. Why do this? That guy's just a border soldier who can't even read a word. You're the future martial champion. When you rise to power in the future, dealing with him will be as easy as saying the word. Xia Wangwei stayed silent for a long time before finally letting out a heavy sigh. Thank you for your favor, sir? To be honest, only now do I realize how small I was. I've been too arrogant. He then took off the sword at his waist and returned it to Li Chonggue. Li Chonggue sighed, you really don't get it. You trained in martial arts to pave a better future for yourself, didn't you? Well, that's true. Xia Wangwei couldn't say more. In the end, he just bowed to Li Chonggue and turned to leave. So be it. Li Chonggue knew the man just hadn't figured things out for the moment, and he didn't mind. It's normal to be lost for a while. But who doesn't crave fame and fortune? Sooner or later, he'd come back to ask for help. As the fierce battle between the two came to an end, it took a while for the audience below the stage to come back to their senses. They had originally thought that the final showdown was the conclusion, but didn't expect it to be the beginning instead. Compared to Li Jianshan, not to mention Xia Wangwei, even those who didn't make it to the finals became a laughingstock just for participating in today's match. The one who none of them were qualified to face, the final winner, was defeated by Li Jianshan in just 2 exchanges. Could it be that even if all the previous contestants ganged up, they still wouldn't be able to beat Li Jianshan? As the arena was now empty, the audience left reluctantly. Although that last fight lasted only 2 rounds, whether they were ordinary spectators or martial artists, they all agreed this was the most exciting match. A battle that decided the outcome in an instant. This was what a real duel between masters looked like. Some people even wanted to find Li Jianshan afterward, but after searching the entire venue and not seeing any trace of him, they had to give up. Let's go too. Li Er slowly stood up, it's getting late. I still have a pile of paperwork to review tomorrow. Wang Degue quickly came up to assist Li Er and asked, Your Majesty, that person called Li Jianshan caused such a disturbance, shouldn't we hold him accountable for breaking the rules? Hold him accountable for what? It was one of our own teaching another of our own a lesson. This matter has nothing to do with outsiders. Li Er understood clearly. Before Qingxiu accepted this man, he first had to suppress his arrogance and tame his pride, so he wouldn't become overly conceited and hard to improve in the future. Since that was the case, Li Er just needed to watch the show, why overthink it? But it must be said, although Li Er didn't comment, in his heart he greatly approved of Li Jianshan after this duel. This man, once on the battlefield, was very likely to be another Shui Rengue. Qingxiu's judgment was indeed sharp as always. Xia Wangwei, after all, was a leading figure among the younger generation. Yet against Li Jianshan, he looked like a total failure by comparison. Of course, what Li Er didn't know was that this Li Jianshan, currently in the limelight, had also been beaten so badly when he first met Qingxiu that he was searching for his teeth on the ground, even more miserably than Xia Wangwei now. This martial contest seemed spectacular on the surface, but for the organizer Li Chonggue, it was practically a failure. He had hoped to use this event to curry favor with Li Er, but ended up making a fool of himself. If not for Qingxiu's guidance, the event might have collapsed halfway through. He also wanted to use the opportunity to recruit some capable people, but instead, Xia Wangwei was defeated by this mysterious Li Jianshan who appeared out of nowhere. In the end, he got nothing, just a bit of attention in the court. Who exactly is this Li Jianshan? Have you ever heard of him? The more Li Chonggue thought about it, the stranger it seemed. He asked his subordinates, but not one of them knew. In the military, he's just a 7th-rank captain, a tiny official. There are countless like him in the army. Exactly. I think someone must be trying to trip you up, letting this unknown guy go up and challenge. His subordinates all made guesses, and actually, they weren't far from what Li Chonggue himself was thinking. Back when he earned the title of martial champion through the imperial exam and became an official, many military officers in court strongly opposed it. Some even jointly petitioned the emperor to strip him of his position. After all, he had never been to the battlefield, nor had he killed a single enemy, yet he was suddenly promoted to 4th rank. Those who had risked their lives on the front lines couldn't accept it. Most likely, some general deliberately sent a subordinate to slap your face. The subordinates were unanimous in their opinion, which was basically what Li Chonggue thought too. But then people started to feel puzzled again. Clearly, no notable generals had shown up today, so how did Li Jianshan appear? Are you guys really that dumb, or just pretending? If someone wanted to mess up the Lord's event, do they need to show up in person? And among the guests today? As he said this, the servant who had spoken suddenly stiffened, glancing at Li Chonggue with a strange look. Li Chonggue's expression also turned extremely unpleasant. Just one glance, and the servant immediately got up, saying something had come up at home and he needed to leave urgently. Everyone was waiting for him to finish, but he left abruptly, leaving them very curious. Everyone go. You've all worked hard tonight. From now on, no one is to talk about this matter again, it ends here. Li Chonggue coldly ordered, then got up and left. At first, everyone thought Li Chonggue's attitude was strange. Why suddenly forbid discussion? But after thinking carefully, each of them felt a chill down their spines. Today, there was indeed one military officer present, and that person had personally spoken up, allowing Li Jianshan to fight Xia Wangwei. Strictly speaking, he wasn't a career military officer, but he happened to hold a military position. Only 40 strings of coins? Qingxiu looked at the redeemed indenture contract, very surprised. Last night, old Lu personally went to the human gang. He thought it would cost at least 200 coins. But it ended up costing only 40, even though the contract clearly stated it was worth more than 260. That person was probably afraid of offending the Duke of Qing, so even if he took a loss, he didn't dare ask for more. At the time, he even said he could give it for free. Old Lu explained, but I was worried he'd use the connection to cling to you, so I still paid him. Qingxiu nodded slightly. Old Lu really did handle things reliably. Did you warn him afterward? Rest assured. I especially reminded him not to talk carelessly outside, Old Lu said with a smile. As expected, Old Lu could be trusted. He was steady and experienced, no need to remind him about anything, and he would handle it on his own. Qingxiu asked again, last night, I heard something happened at your home? Is the mother and child safe? Old Lu was slightly startled. So Qingxiu already knew about it. He immediately replied, thank you for your concern, Duke of Qing. Fortunately, the mother and child are both safe. It was just a false alarm. Qingxiu nodded, as long as they're fine. Go find Ergu later and collect some subsidies, take good care of your wife. Old Lu was flattered and just about to decline when Qingxiu cut him off first, it's not much money, just a token. Don't refuse. Thank you, Duke of Qing. Old Lu knew that if he refused again, Qingxiu would be displeased, so he bowed deeply to show his gratitude and then left. At that moment, a servant came to report that someone named Xia Wangwei had come to visit Qingxiu. He's carrying a bunch of luggage and even brought a long spear. No idea what he's up to, maybe he's here to beg and freeload off you. Qingxiu had always been known throughout the Tang Empire for his reputation of being kind and righteous toward the common people. In the past, there were often people who, due to various reasons, couldn't survive and came to the mansion to ask the Duke of Qing to uphold justice or to seek some aid. Qingxiu naturally offered them some help, and even when he wasn't present, he would instruct the lady of the house or the servants to assist them. As a result, some people assumed the Duke of Qing was a soft-hearted man. Sometimes they would intentionally exaggerate their misery to come to the mansion and gain sympathy to receive aid. Such people had been seen many times before and were usually driven away immediately. If this one hadn't only asked to see Qingxiu, without the slightest intention of asking for money, he probably would have been thrown out directly. He even came quite early. Qingxiu immediately gave a signal to let him in. The contract on his body had already been resolved by Qingxiu, and now that he was free, he naturally had to serve under Qingxiu. This man truly kept his word. One must know that right now, there was no binding contract between Qingxiu and him. Even if he had just walked away, Qingxiu wouldn't have been able to do anything to him legally. Of course, if Qingxiu used his own influence to handle it, that would be another matter. The largest estate Xia Wangwei had seen before was the gang headquarters of Human Sect. But now entering the Duke of Qing's mansion, that gang place seemed like a thatched hut by comparison. Xia Wangwei even almost got lost walking inside. "Greetings, Duke of Qing." Standing before Qingxiu, Xia Wangwei was truly nervous. He had originally believed he would be highly valued by the Duke of Qing and had a bright future ahead. But after what happened yesterday, being defeated by Li Jianshan without even being able to fight back, he couldn't be sure whether he was still worthy of the Duke of Qing's attention. After all, by comparison, Li Jianshan was clearly more worth recruiting. "Did you get injured on the arena yesterday?" Qingxiu casually asked. "No, I didn't." "That's good. I thought Li Jianshan didn't know how to control his strength, was worried he might have seriously hurt you." At this, Xia Wangwei immediately felt deeply ashamed and couldn't even lift his head. Qingxiu saw this and smiled. "No need to feel like that. Li Jianshan is also under my command. You two will have plenty of opportunities to work together in the future." "What?" Upon hearing this, Xia Wangwei suddenly looked up at Qingxiu, eyes full of disbelief. "Yesterday, you won match after match and probably felt like you were invincible, right?" Qingxiu asked lightly. This question directly hit the mark in Xia Wangwei's heart. He truly had no way to refute it. "That's true. There's always someone better. What Li Jianshan said wasn't wrong. If you were to go to the battlefield now, you'd surely die. Losing some face now is still better than losing your life." Xia Wangwei cautiously asked, "So yesterday, Duke of Qing purposely sent him to defeat me in front of everyone?" Qingxiu nodded. "Exactly. Do you have a problem with that?" "Absolutely not." Xia Wangwei immediately said, "If not for the Duke of Qing's timely wake-up call, I would have really thought I was unbeatable. Even though I lost, at least I learned that there's always someone stronger, definitely worth it. Thank you, Duke of Qing, for your guidance." Qingxiu could see he wasn't just saying it for show, he truly meant it. Xia Wangwei wasn't stupid. It was precisely because the Duke of Qing wanted to train him that he intentionally crushed his pride. No need to say more. As long as you understand, that's enough. Don't let what happened yesterday affect you. You're still young. At this, Xia Wangwei suddenly felt much more at ease. Though he lost, he was still young, and the road ahead was long. Who knew if one day he might even surpass Li Jianshan? "I understand." The lifeless look from before vanished from Xia Wangwei's face. He was once again full of energy. Just as Qingxiu was about to speak, there was a sudden urgent report from outside. "Duke of Qing, His Majesty is here and says he wants to see you." There was no grand commotion outside, so Qingxiu immediately guessed that Li Er had come quietly, without his guards. Qingxiu nodded, and the servant quickly went to invite Li Er in. At first, Xia Wangwei didn't know which important guest had arrived. But the moment he saw who it was, he was so shocked that he immediately knelt down. "This commoner bows to His Majesty. Long live the Emperor." Originally, Xia Wangwei didn't recognize Li Er, but yesterday when the Emperor had come in person, he had secretly glanced several times and happened to remember the Emperor's face. Only now did he realize how important Duke of Qing was. Even the Emperor frequently came to visit his residence. Li Er was initially a bit surprised that yesterday's champion was here too. But then he remembered that Qingxiu had already recruited him, so it made sense. "No need to be so formal. Rise. I'm traveling incognito today, no need to kneel." Li Er signaled him to stand. But facing the Emperor, how could he relax? Meanwhile, Qingxiu casually began chatting with Li Er, like old friends who had known each other for years. "I must say, I was quite impressed yesterday. That Li Jianshan under your command, where did you find him? My empire has no shortage of talent. Not everyone has a chance to be discovered. It's normal. You can find them anywhere. Qingxiu dodged the question lightly. Li Er knew this guy always held something back in his words, so he didn't press further. But seeing Xie Wangwei there, Li Er casually asked, "Did Li Chongguo try to win you over yesterday? How did your majesty know?" Xie Wangwei was extremely surprised. He went to such great lengths just to gather a few more allies in court, trying to find more martial champions to form a group and protect each other. Li Er and Qingxiu looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Xie Wangwei didn't understand, but for those two seasoned in politics, it couldn't be clearer. Xie Wangwei honestly told them what happened yesterday. They weren't surprised at all, it was just as they had suspected. But since Qingxiu and Li Er already knew the imperial martial exams would soon be abolished, they just thought Li Chongguo was a bit of a clown. He was working so hard for something that was about to be scrapped, not realizing he was about to become irrelevant in the court. "So, you returned the sword he gave you yesterday?" Qingxiu asked. "Yes. Aside from the 100 string cash reward, I returned everything else he gave me," Xie Wangwei answered honestly. He had just thought he didn't deserve to accept such rewards, not knowing this action had actually raised his standing in Qingxiu's eyes. At the very least, he had directly refused Li Chongguo. Although Li Chongguo posed no real threat to Qingxiu, anyone associated with him always made Qingxiu feel inexplicably disgusted. At least Xie Wangwei didn't carry that stench. "It's good that you rejected him. If you had gotten too close to that man, you would surely have gone down the wrong path." Li Er seemed to be in a good mood today and was actually willing to speak a few more words to this minor figure. Xie Wangwei looked at Li Er with some confusion. "I don't understand, may I ask His Majesty to explain?" Li Er smiled but said nothing. He suddenly realized that lately, he'd become like Qingxiu, dropping vague hints at key moments to keep people guessing. It was Qingxiu who smiled and explained, "Starting this year, the martial imperial examination has been abolished. There will no longer be new martial champions. That Li Chongguo is the last one." Xie Wangwei was deeply confused on the spot. He never expected to learn such explosive news ahead of all the civil and military officials in court. But didn't the court say it wanted to give those who practice martial arts a relatively fair opportunity? There are opportunities, of course: join the army and serve the nation, fight in battles. That's a much faster path to promotion than the exams. If people could just take part in some unimportant exams, win a few arena fights, and have a chance to become officials, how would that be fair to those officers and soldiers risking their lives on the front lines? Qingxiu looked directly at Xie Wangwei. Though his words sounded like an explanation, in truth, they were a warning. If you want to make something of yourself, then go prove it on the battlefield. That is your only chance for promotion and rank. After that, Qingxiu called for Erguzi, instructing him to take Xie Wangwei for a walk around the residence and arrange a place for him to stay. He deliberately sent Xie Wangwei away, as it was clear Li Er had come to discuss something important. "Some days ago, I happened to see a rather interesting memorial. But it was the new year then, and court affairs were many, so I didn't get a chance to discuss it with you." Li Er glanced at Wang Degui, who immediately unwrapped a bundle he carried and laid out a stack of memorials in front of Qingxiu. "Your Majesty wouldn't want me to help review official documents, would you?" Looking at the stack before him, Qingxiu half jokingly, half seriously said. "Haha, if you're willing, I'd be more than happy. But take a look first," Li Er said. Qingxiu casually picked one up. On it was written, "To be opened only by His Majesty the Emperor or the Duke of Qing." At first, he thought someone was just being dramatic, but then he saw the signature below and his eyes lit up. "It's from Wang Xuanzi." Qingxiu hadn't forgotten him. "Yes. I remember you strongly recommended him back then, so I took special note of him." As Li Er spoke, he spread out the memorials before Qingxiu. By the way, his way of submitting memorials is quite unique: one letter every month, and even without replies, he keeps writing. Qingxiu had no doubt that this was exactly something Wang Xuanzi would do. He didn't care whether the court paid him any attention, he only cared whether he could be of service to the emperor or the Tang Empire. From the wording in the letters, it even seemed he believed the court hadn't replied due to communication issues. But Qingxiu knew that even if he knew no one was reading them, he would still persist in writing. And from these letters, Qingxiu had indeed learned a lot of important information he hadn't known before. After all, history had now shifted course. The Tubo, Tibetan, region had been greatly affected, and internal changes and developments were now unpredictable. The intelligence in these letters was unexpected to Qingxiu, yet entirely reasonable. Tubo had originally been a loosely unified tribal area brought together by Songtsen Gampo, a ruler sent by heaven. Had history followed its original path, he could have forcibly dragged these tribes into the feudal era and established enough authority for dynastic succession. But unfortunately, Qingxiu ordered Shui Rengue to invade, and in one battle broke their historical momentum and severed Tubo's destiny. Now Songtsen Gampo was not only dead, he died after his authority had been completely destroyed. His successor didn't have the strength to suppress the tribes as he did. Today, Tubo was merely a group of scattered tribes still bearing the name of a kingdom. This upheaval had been too sudden, even Qingxiu hadn't foreseen it. Originally, he planned to annex the central region of the western regions to completely cut off Tubo's last link to the outside world. Then, 3 armies would move out from Sichuan, Heshi, and the western region simultaneously to destroy Tubo. But now, it seemed that the timing for this could be moved up. Qingxiu could now confirm, sending Wang Xuanzi into Tubo back then had been an extremely wise decision. Putting down the memorials, Qingxiu asked, "Has your Majesty already read these?" "I have. The content is quite interesting. This Wang Xuanzi is very insightful." Li Er said with a faint smile. He's also quite an unusual person. His actual job is just being an envoy, but he just had to get involved in matters like this. Your Majesty, sending him to India and Nepal was meant to strategically surround Tubo. The ultimate goal was still to destroy them. In my view, Wang Xuanzi is a true patriot. He knows his mission and doesn't rigidly follow orders. Li Er looked at Qingxiu with surprise. It was the first time he had heard Qingxiu speak so highly of someone. So you believe his intelligence is accurate and that a battle can be won? More than just winnable. Qingxiu said firmly without hesitation, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With him coordinating with the various tribes from within, how could we not win? Li Er also knew this was an opportunity, but only if all the intelligence was absolutely true. And if war did break out, would the tribes really defect as he said? In terms of strength, Tubo wasn't worth mentioning. Any elite Tang army could wipe them out. But supplying troops on the snowy plateau was extremely difficult. Marching speed could slow down dozens of times. Just like when attacking the Zhizhou Mountains, if the war had lasted half a month longer, the front lines might have lost supply. Now they'd have to step into that supply trap again. Li Er really couldn't make a decision on the spot. But on the other hand, if Wang Xuanzi really could convince many tribes in Tubo to switch sides, then the Tang army would face less resistance, could even gain supplies, and the war would end much faster. Of course, all of this depended on whether Wang Xuanzi could actually do it. You really think what Wang Xuanzi said is true? Even if he's confident and not bluffing, how can you be sure his intelligence is accurate? Li Er asked again. Thinking of Wang Xuanzi's legendary record of destroying a kingdom single-handedly, Qingxiu immediately and confidently replied. It's definitely true. Wang Xuanzi was very good at using his status and the backing of the mighty Tang Empire to pressure people. From the perspective of Li Er and Qingxiu, he was nothing more than a messenger disguised as a merchant, doing business while passing through Tubo, with no actual authority in hand. But the Tubo people didn't know any of this. In front of them, he claimed to be the prime minister of the Tang Empire traveling incognito to investigate in Tubo, and they had no choice but to believe it. Plus, he continuously received large amounts of supplies from the Central Plains. Whenever he distributed them, people saw how generous he was, and most of them believed him. Li Er really didn't understand why Qingxiu trusted Wang Xuanzi so much, but seeing how firmly and confidently Qingxiu spoke, he no longer hesitated. In that case, you've decided to follow his plan and attack Tubo? Qingxiu thought seriously for a while, then said, we do need to attack, but it should be more refined. We can't follow his plan exactly. As usual, Qingxiu pulled out a map and began showing the situation to Li Er in detail. I plan to go to the Hetao region myself. Over there, I'll first exchange letters with Wang Xuanzi to confirm the situation. If everything is true, I'll personally lead 3,000 troops and head west along the upper reaches of the Yellow River. Only 3,000? Li Er thought he had misheard. I mean I'll personally lead just 3,000 men. Qingxiu corrected Li Er's words. I'll take 3,000, meet up with Wang Xuanzi, and gather the defecting tribes he's turned to our side. Together, we'll organize and attack Tubo's core territory. Li Er immediately felt this wouldn't work. That won't do. If you only bring 3,000 regular troops, it will be hard to keep them all in check. If they realize they're the only ones doing the fighting and turn on you, it will be out of control. In his view, even if Qingxiu could manage them at first, it would turn into an endless game of manipulation and balancing, and the campaign against Tubo might ultimately fail. Of course, I'm not sending just one group, that was already in my plan. Qingxiu marked 2 other locations on the map, and Li Er's eyes lit up on the spot. It turned out Qingxiu was aiming for those areas. The 2 regions were the western regions and the Heshi corridor. Tubo wasn't completely isolated. There were 3 main routes for sending troops into its territory. One was from Longxi, following the upper reaches of the Yellow River straight into Tubo. This was the most direct route from the Central Plains and also the most heavily guarded by Tubo. Another was through the southern part of the Heshi corridor, from Shihai. There was a relatively passable route from there into Tubo. The third was through the state of Jingjue in the western regions. Its location happened to be near a valley that could lead directly up to the Tibetan Plateau. This was the flattest and most easily traveled path. The problem was, this route wasn't under Tang control, and after Prince Xiao's death, the state of Jingjue had completely cut ties with the Tang Empire. Because Jingjue was remote and posed little threat, Qingxiu didn't destroy it during his westward expansion. You want to attack from 3 sides and destroy Tubo? Li Er immediately saw Qingxiu's strategic plan. If all 3 armies moved at once, Tubo really wouldn't know how to respond. After all, the 3 routes were separated by thousands of miles, Tubo couldn't cover them all. Qingxiu nodded. Exactly. I plan to have Shui Rengue lead elite troops from the western regions. At the same time, over 10,000 soldiers from the Heshi corridor will also march. Even if those temporarily surrendered and defected tribes don't contribute much in battle, as long as I can tie them down and stop them from helping Tubo's main forces, it will be enough. There was no denying that Qingxiu was playing a massive strategic game, and the scale of the battlefield was enormous. Tubo's territory was almost equal in size to the core land south of the Great Wall. Planning such a large-scale operation across it took real imagination. Most of these regions were barren and poor in resources, with extremely difficult logistics. If anything went wrong in the battle, it could easily end in total defeat. Originally, Qingxiu's plan was to take the central western regions first, then send 3 armies to crush Tubo through sheer force. But now, this opportunity was too good. He could conquer Tubo with only 1/3 of the troops he had planned for. It was hard not to be tempted. If heaven offers a chance and you don't take it, you'll be blamed. If they missed this opportunity, who knew what would happen next? Maybe the western regions would suddenly align with the Arabs. Then the Tang Empire would have to focus entirely on that front and wouldn't have the resources to deal with Tubo. This hidden threat could remain indefinitely. Combined with Wang Xuance's sincere dedication, Qingxiu decided not to wait any longer. He made an immediate decision. Li Er knew well that when Qingxiu made a decision, he had his reasons. Since you've decided, I won't say more. Do as you wish. Li Er made the decision on the spot, without any hesitation. Just so happens, there's a patrol force of 5,000 elite cavalry in Longxi, you can command them all. Thank you, Your Majesty. But I won't need that many. Just 3,000 will do. More troops weren't always better, especially in a place like Tubo, where supplies were hard to come by and marching conditions deadly. 3,000 was the upper limit Qingxiu had calculated for maintaining logistics. Even adding 500 more could throw off his entire plan. You're right, quality over quantity. Li Er understood Qingxiu's point. Then as you wish. Your Majesty is wise. Once this battle starts, I guarantee it will be over in no more than 7 months. Qingxiu was full of confidence. Right after the first lunar month, Qingxiu ended his comfortable life in Chang'an and set out from the Central Plains, heading directly for Longxi. For many reasons, Qingxiu did not make a grand departure. The official reason was that he was returning to the western regions. After all, Wang Xuance had done a lot of covert work there. If secrecy was compromised, all his efforts would be in vain, and with only a small retinue, Wang Xuance would be doomed. But before setting out, Qingxiu personally wrote a letter and had it delivered to Wang Xuance at top speed. He didn't know Wang Xuance's exact situation, and if they were to coordinate, advance notice on both sides was essential. Before leaving, Qin Qiong also specially sent someone to invite Qingxiu to his residence, where he politely asked Qingxiu to take his son Qin Huayu into battle as well. In old Qin's words, even if Qin Huayu died on the battlefield, he would accept it. He just wanted his son to fight in a real war and build some achievements. Only then could he be worthy of everything his father had built. Of course, Qingxiu politely declined. After all, he and Qin Qiong had some old friendship, and he still wanted to help this old friend protect his son. In the expedition to Tubo, the greatest danger wasn't even on the battlefield. The extremely harsh climate along the way was something Qin Huayu's body simply couldn't endure. He might die before even making it to the battlefield. Still, during this meeting with Qin Qiong, Qingxiu could tell that his time was running out. He even nearly fainted several times while speaking, his body already frail beyond repair. On the journey, Qingxiu couldn't help but feel emotional when he thought of the general lying in bed, worn and withered. That was a general once honored as a door god. By the time Qingxiu returned from the western regions, he probably wouldn't get another chance to see Qin Qiong. On the Tibetan plateau, in a certain highland city. This city was only about half the size of Chang'an, but in Tubo, it was already one of the largest cities. It was located not far from the trade market at the Zhizhou Mountains, and merchants from the Central Plains often came here for business, so commerce here was quite good. Wang Xuanzi came to this place every 10 days, not just to send letters, but more importantly, to check for letters from Chang'an. At first, he was full of hope, but after 6 months with no reply, he didn't care much anymore, assuming the court simply had no time. This day, he came as usual to a local tavern and casually ordered some appetizers and a pot of wine. "Master Wang, you're here again." The waiter saw him and quickly came to pour him wine. "Master, you don't seem as busy lately?" "Can't say that. There's still plenty of work. I haven't been here for nearly half a month." Wang Xuanzi picked up his cup, then suddenly froze. He suddenly realized it was already past the new year. Surrounded by Tibetans, who didn't celebrate the Spring Festival, even he had forgotten about it. Thinking back, he hadn't spent the last 2 spring festivals in the Central Plains. But he didn't care. Since entering officialdom, he had set aside all personal matters. As long as he could achieve something, everything else could be forgotten. "Right, give this to your shopkeeper. Tell him it cost me quite a bit to get this." Wang Xuanzi placed a bundle on the table and signaled him to take a look. The waiter opened a corner of the bundle and saw some tea cakes and a folded letter. He understood immediately and nodded subtly. Wang Xuanzi said no more and was just about to drink when the waiter suddenly returned. "Master, our shopkeeper said it doesn't feel right to keep taking your things. These are local specialties from his hometown, please accept them." Wang Xuanzi was slightly stunned and instinctively wanted to decline, but suddenly noticed something odd in the waiter's expression. "Please accept it, it's from the Central Plains." The waiter emphasized the last part. Wang Xuanzi immediately understood. He looked into the bundle and saw what looked like various dried goods, but he knew something must be hidden inside. Could it be from Chang'an? That possibility made him uncontrollably excited. But he didn't show it. He casually put the bundle away and forced himself to calmly sip his wine and eat. Halfway through, a group of Tibetan herders walked into the tavern. Judging by their clothing and appearance, they were clearly nobles, not commoners. "Hey, come drink with me!" Wang Xuanzi cheerfully called out to them like greeting old friends. These people were local gang leaders in Tubo, very important figures, but they immediately lowered their stance upon seeing Wang Xuanzi, smiling and greeting him. "So it's the minister himself. You're drinking here, why didn't you let us know? We would have come to host you." "No need. If I drink your wine, I'll have 800 errands to run afterward, I can't afford it." "Oh come on, what are you saying, minister?" The group chatted casually. After Wang Xuanzi finished his wine, he got up to leave. If Qingxiu saw someone calling Wang Xuanzi minister again and again, he might have laughed on the spot. This was just a trick Wang Xuanzi used to elevate his own status. He had originally only been a minor official in the Ministry of Rites, not even a department head. But he had told these people he was the Minister of Rites, a very high-ranking position. It was just that these Tibetans didn't understand the bureaucratic structure of the Central Plains. They thought high officials handled everything personally. Otherwise, this lie would have been exposed long ago. But out in the field, you defined your own identity. And Wang Xuanzi, who needed to win these people over, had no choice but to do so. This was why he had sent away his attendants, so as not to risk exposure. And using that ridiculously inflated title, he had secretly turned quite a few Tibetan nobles to his side. Wang Xuanzi didn't rush home. He wandered the streets for a while, even chatting with some gang leaders, before finally heading home as night fell. As soon as he got home, he casually asked the servants to light the lamps. Once they left and he confirmed no one was watching, he finally relaxed. He opened the bundle and ignored the local goods, rummaging through until he found a letter. Even better, the seal on the envelope bore an official stamp, proving its authenticity. The court finally replied. These 6 months weren't in vain. Wang Xuanzi was overwhelmed with emotion. His hands trembled as he opened the letter, and it took a while before he could pull it out. After reading it, he was speechless with joy. He hadn't expected Qingxiu to trust him so much, and to immediately respond with such a grand plan to support his campaign. If this battle succeeded, he too would be remembered in history like the Duke of Qin. Everything he had worked on for 6 months would be worth it. Among all the officials, only Duke Qing is a true hero, the rest are worthless. Wang Xuanzi immediately burned the letter over a candle, mixing even the ashes into the tea leaves before disposing of them. After everything was done, he casually called the servants in and told them to prepare for his bedtime. Also, if anyone wants to see me in the coming days, send them away. I'm not seeing any visitors. After giving instructions to the servants, Wang Xuanzi immediately returned to his room to write a letter. He needed to reply to Qingxiu as soon as possible and coordinate with the chieftains and nobles he had already persuaded to defect. As long as the Tang army crossed the Zhizhou Mountains, they would surely respond immediately. Western regions, Ding'an City. After receiving Qingxiu's military intelligence, Shui Rengui immediately summoned Hou Junji, Cheng Yaojin, and the others to discuss the matter together. Although Qingxiu had already handed over all authority to Shui Rengui, this guy was indeed smart. Whenever something important came up, he still gathered everyone to consult. Even if it was just for appearances, he showed enough respect to these senior figures. Over time, even Hou Junji's attitude had changed a lot. The Duke of Qing has ordered our army to move out, coordinating with the Central Plains and Heshi Corridor forces. At least 10,000 elite soldiers must be deployed, and there must be no delays. Shui Rengui explained the content of the letter to everyone, then passed it around for them to read. The news came suddenly. Based on their understanding of Qingxiu, he usually led from the front in battle. This was the first time they had seen him coordinating such a vast operation across such a large region. That said, this strategy didn't quite align with Qingxiu's previously declared policy of recovery and rest. I've been to Tubo, around the outer Zhizhou Mountains. The cold climate isn't even the worst part, the main issue is the altitude is way too high. The deeper we pushed into Tubo's territory, the harder it was to breathe. Our marching speed had to slow down, and some even got sick and couldn't fight. Cheng Yaojin couldn't help but interrupt. I heard the kid Qing mention this before, something called altitude sickness. What is altitude sickness? Everyone was confused when they heard the term. Cheng Yaojin scratched his head, trying to remember what Qingxiu had told him. Something like, the higher the altitude, the less breathable air there is. Since Tubo's terrain is high, those of us used to living in the Central Plains feel like we can't get enough air when we go there. Hou Junji couldn't help but add, but if there's not enough air, how come the Tubo people can live there just fine? Well, obviously, they've lived there for generations and adapted to the environment. You know, people are shaped by their local conditions. Shui Rengui lightly coughed. Everyone, we can discuss that later. What matters now is understanding that it's extremely difficult for a large army to march there. Only then did everyone realize they had gone off topic. If it's that difficult to march in, then I think we must bring only our most elite troops. Locally recruited soldiers won't cut it, Hou Junji stated. Everyone agreed with his suggestion. They had seen those local soldiers before. The well-trained ones could follow orders and fight in standard formations. But if the battlefield turned chaotic, they were the first to panic. As for those temporarily recruited to maintain local order or bulk up numbers, they were hopeless. If they didn't run during battle, that was already the best outcome. They could be used for fighting within the western regions. But if they had to leave familiar territory and cross mountains to fight in Tubo, most of them would flee even before encountering the harsh climate. Even if they didn't run, most would die from not adapting to the environment. They'd be useless in combat. At best, they could help with supply transport in the rear. Everyone, you seem to have overlooked something important. Tang Jian suddenly pointed to the route on the map leading into Tubo. This area belongs to the kingdom of Jingjue, which has already severed ties with our Tang Empire. They won't easily allow passage. Shui Rengui remained calm. He had already considered this issue. He didn't believe this was an oversight on Qingxiu's part. The entire western region's map had been personally overseen by Qingxiu. He wouldn't make such a basic mistake. Since Qingxiu had ordered him to advance through this area, he must have already accounted for the issue of the kingdom of Jingjue. Boss didn't explain in detail, but I think his intention is clear. Shui Rengui drew a circle around the kingdom of Jingjue on the map, and everyone instantly understood. General Ho, I'll leave this area to you. I'll report your contributions to the Duke of Qing. Shui Rengui assigned the credit directly to Hou Junji. All right. Hou Junji accepted the task without hesitation. At most, half a month. 10 days later. The king of Jingjue, Xiao Dalan, personally led all civil and military officials of the capital to respectfully welcome the Tang army at the city gates. Hou Junji truly lived up to expectations. 10 days earlier, after organizing his troops, he directly advanced on Jingjue and issued a formal ultimatum, listing all their offenses. After angrily condemning them, he issued a command: the Tang army must be allowed to pass through their capital and the rear valley. The king of Jingjue didn't understand why the Tang army had suddenly turned their focus on him. But he had long resented Prince Xiao's death. There was no way he would obey Hou Junji's orders. Also, since the Tang army hadn't fought any external battles for over half a year, many states in the western regions believed the Tang were out of supplies or had lost their elite troops. In short, they thought the Tang had no capacity for war and thus weren't afraid. The king of Jingjue held this same view. Not only did he reject Ho Junji's command, he even tore up the imperial edict in front of the envoy and said, "The capital is right here, if the Tang have the guts, let them take it." The result goes without saying. Ho Junji led 3,000 elite troops and crushed everything in his path. Most cities along the way fell in a day or less. On the 10th day, his army reached the capital. Jingjue's elite troops had been wiped out, there weren't even enough left to man the walls. When he heard the enemy had arrived, Xiao Dalan completely abandoned his previous arrogance and quickly begged Ho Junji for mercy, throwing open the city gates and pledging loyalty. The king of Jingjue knelt on the ground and cautiously looked up at Ho Junji, who sat on horseback. They locked eyes. Ho Junji's gaze was full of contempt. This humble king greets the general. "I have offended you before, please, general, be magnanimous and don't hold it against me." Ho Junji snorted coldly, "You had to see the might of the Tang army to know your place? Why didn't you submit earlier?" Xiao Dalan grew even more terrified and quickly lowered his head, not daring to say a word. Had it not been for Shui Rengui's repeated warnings beforehand, telling him to stick to Duke Qing's grand strategy and not destroy the kingdom of Jingjue, just to secure passage, he would have wiped out this small state just to claim the credit. Ho Junji slowly dismounted. The prince of Jingjue immediately stepped forward to help, and personally led his horse, quite a grand display. Ho Junji also fulfilled his promise. He surrendered voluntarily, spared the people in the city, and let Xiao Dalan continue to rule as their king. Xiao Dalan indeed had good judgment. At least after being subdued, he willingly became a vassal. He not only provided supplies to the Tang army, but also surrendered his palace to Ho Junji to serve as the temporary headquarters. In that moment, Ho Junji realized that he had no one above him, and he held in his hands the supreme power of life and death over the people and ministers of an entire country. Unfortunately, that power would not last long. After taking the city, he immediately sent messengers to notify Shui Rengue to prepare troops to garrison it. What Ho Junji did not know was that by breaking through Jingjue all at once, he had unwittingly done them a great favor. Previously, the Turks had attacked Yanqi for a long time without success. They planned to seize some weaker state to exact tribute or gain resources. But the Tang army shattered Jingjue in overwhelming force and even garrisoned there, completely forcing the Turks to abandon that intention. At the same time, Qingxiu was slowly heading toward Heshi with his subordinates. Although he claimed he was returning to the western regions, along the way he showed no hurry. Often he would order everyone to halt and rest. Sometimes after traveling just a few hours, Qingxiu would suddenly order the camp to stop and rest. After half a month's journey, they had only reached Longxi, not yet crossing into Hetao. Li Jianshan found it odd and asked Qingxiu, whose excuse made him feel like spitting blood. "Our scenery along the way is really beautiful. Recently I've been too busy fighting to enjoy our great rivers and mountains. What's wrong with seeing more scenery?" Li Jianshan had no reply. Though he was anxious, he couldn't exactly force his leader to speed up. Moreover, he now heard that there were no battles in the western regions. Since there was nothing to do there, he might as well accompany his leader and wander a bit longer. They stopped. As soon as they reached the Hetao region, Qingxiu ordered everyone to rest in place, and for 3 days he did not mention marching onward. He spent each day in his tent practicing blade techniques with his dao, or occasionally writing poems and odes. If truly idle, he would ask his companions to walk with him through the ridges of the Heshi corridor. From any viewpoint, Qingxiu looked less like he was heading to do business in the western regions and more like he was on an expense-paid tour. Although he delayed, he never lessened the provisions for his entourage. Every 2 or 3 days he bought cattle or sheep from locals, slaughtering them and feasting. They didn't even skimp on wine. At worst it was high-alcohol sorghum wine, but it sufficed. Over more than 10 days, people gradually adapted to this pace, thinking Qingxiu would stubbornly wait until February before moving. But one morning, Li Jianshan rose early to practice his sword. When he suddenly heard the clamor of horses outside, a large force was approaching rapidly. Li Jianshan immediately tensed. He didn't have time to don armor, so he took up his dao, tightened his garments, carefully lifted the curtain, and looked through the slit. He had assumed some nomadic bandits were making a surprise attack, but upon looking closely, he relaxed. Outside were not nomadic cavalry, but Tang army cavalry from the main body, forged in excellent equipment. Seeing their gear and weapons, he instantly knew these were elite troops. Though relieved, he felt deeply dissatisfied. Given his martial ability, he believed he should have been among these elite troops, yet for various reasons he had not been included. Those imposing Tang troops dismounted before the camp and waited outside. "Brothers, you've all come?" Qingxiu walked out of his tent, smiling. "You've marched hard recently. Rest well for a while first. Thanks to Duke Qing's care, we are not tired. We await your orders. The leader spoke loudly, full of resolve. Good. Qingxiu was very pleased. He stepped forward to examine them roughly. He found they were indeed veterans hardened on the battlefield. Some officers he recognized, they had once marched alongside him in battle. The reason he had slowed his advance these days was to await the union of the main army here. These men were the 3,000 elite soldiers Li Er promised him. Besides that, we also carry 2 sealed dispatches from frontline generals. They asked only Duke Qing to open them, so we dared not break them open prematurely. See. An officer personally handed 1 letter to Qingxiu. He opened them and found they came from the western regions and the Hetao area. Reading them, the contents matched his expectations. In Hetao, local officers under Qingxiu's orders had already dispatched troops westward toward Shihai, ready to enter Tubo at any moment. As for the western regions, that letter was from Shui Rengue himself. From it he learned that Jingjue had already been subdued and submitted again. They had actively opened the route, allowing Tang forces to pass through their capital. Moreover, they would furnish supplies and would not act as a drag. To ensure success, Shui Rengue and Ho Junji had set out together. Each led 10,000 elite cavalry and were now moving in 2 routes into the western regions. Apparently, those 2 routes were already active, he was the only one left. About time. Qingxiu immediately ordered all his followers to assemble. He had orders to give publicly. In front of everyone, he revealed the true purpose of their journey and announced that they would immediately march and invade Tubo. Li Jianshan, who had looked listless just before, was ecstatic when hearing the news. He finally had the chance to go to the battlefield. Everyone, Tubo is not like other battlefields. The terrain is treacherous, the climate harsh. Many brothers may die of the climate before setting foot in combat. I only wish to tell you this, if you cannot accept dying from climate and environment, I will allow you not to follow me. You may return to your former garrison, or go back to Chang'an. You choose. Qingxiu did not forcibly order them. He knew that the cruelest part of this campaign would not be the battlefield, but the environment. If you died not because you saw the enemy, but because the conditions were harsh, that would hardly be an outcome these elite soldiers could accept. The soldiers looked at each other. After a brief consideration, no one expressed any intention to back out. Each answered Qingxiu with silence, their attitude could not have been clearer. As soon as he gave the order, they would follow him into battle. Gentlemen, dying on the battlefield is a noble name. But if you die during the march, you'll be anonymous. Since you are willing to take this risk, I will not let your lives be wasted in vain. Qingxiu looked at them and said in a loud voice, I promise all of you, even if someone dies along the march, I will give them the same death-in-battle compensation that the Tang court pays, out of my own pocket. I will also support their family's life after. Qingxiu's pledge truly moved everyone. According to Tang military regulations, those who die in battle are entitled to a generous compensation. But if someone dies during the march, whether by illness or collapsing from overexertion, only symbolic compensation would be given. After all, deaths during a march are too unpredictable. The Tang court's death-in-battle compensation is high, some people might even harm themselves en route to ensure their families receive it. As helpless as it was, the court had to stop giving that compensation to prevent such situations. But Qingxiu was willing to pay from his own funds. That showed he trusted everyone present, and gave them a safety guarantee. Thank you, Duke of Qing. The crowd was truly full of gratitude. With his words, what was there to fear? We are willing to die for Duke Qing. Just give the order. Good. Qingxiu, filled with pride, immediately mounted his horse and moved to the front of the army. March. To Tubo. Although the Tang army attacked on 3 routes simultaneously, their secrecy was surprisingly good. Along the way they avoided the domains of tribes and outposts. Moreover, Tubo's intelligence was in complete disarray. They were busy suppressing internal tribes and could not manage other affairs. Though Tubo's territory was vast, most of it was deserted wilderness. Since the Tang had taken control of the roads near the Zhizhou Mountains, by the time his 3,000 cavalry arrived at Zhizhou, Tubo people were merrily trading there as if nothing was happening. This surprised Qingxiu. On arriving, he saw many traders who were not just merchants but nobles from Tubo, relatives of the royal line. These people, using their royal status, had annually taken half the trade in the market, absorbing most profits. Even more astonishing, their vigilance was odd. Even though they saw the 3,000 cavalry arriving, they assumed it was a Tang border rotation, and that it had nothing to do with them. Their reaction made Qingxiu suspect a trap. But after inquiry, he learned there were more than 80 princes and nobles from Tubo, with 200 to 300 attendants. To his surprise, among them was even the current Tubo prince. That made sense, royal family members all wanted a share of the market. Especially the king himself. Once Qingxiu learned there was a prince there, he moved quickly, surrounding the market. These nobles, still unaware, didn't realize the troops were coming for them. On horseback, Qingxiu looked down at them. Some nobles even greeted him actively. They didn't know who Qingxiu was, but judging by his attire they recognized him as a high official and felt they should show respect. "Which one is the Tubo prince?" Qingxiu shouted. A small child, shorter than the horse's leg, stepped forward and called out loudly, "It is I, Dala Zanbu." Qingxiu stared in shock. He remembered the current Tubo king was in his 50s, his eldest son should be at least in his 20s. But this child looked only 12 or so. It was strange. Someone beside him whispered, "The last Tubo king died, just last month a new king succeeded, Songdua Zanzan, he is only 26. His eldest son is naturally small." A new one already? Qingxiu was stunned. He never expected the kingship to change so quickly after Songtsen Gampo's death. Perhaps the previous king's death was tied to the upheaval at the border. But that was to his benefit. The former king's reputation was low. Now a new, untested young king ruled, unlikely to control the fierce tribe leaders. His original decision had been extremely wise, strike while he was weak. Good. Qingxiu was pleased. He drew his sword and pointed it at the prince and the nobles behind him, "Take them all alive. Don't kill them." The cavalry advanced, brandishing swords and spears at them. These nobles were used to comfortable lives. They had never seen weapons pointed at them. One by one, they froze in fear. The young prince, even more terrified, stuttered, I of Tubo was friendly to Tang. Why today suddenly, why point swords at us?" Qingxiu smiled faintly, "Because we were friendly, I'll treat you well. Don't worry, I'll make sure your lodging is decent." Without waiting for more, his soldiers moved in to seize them. One person, panicked, tried to draw his blade. The heavy dao pointed at his face forced him to drop it and surrender. As for the guards, mere placeholders, they dared not resist. One by one they discarded armor and weapons and obeyed. The little prince was brought before Qingxiu, pleading, "General, we have not offended Tang recently, only doing trade. Why detain us?" Qingxiu replied calmly, "You did not intend offense, you just lack the strength to offend the Central Plains now. I remove threats early to protect the realm. Rest assured, I will not kill you. But if you disobey the escort, or cause trouble, do not blame me for acting ruthlessly." Qingxiu would not show mercy just because the prisoner was a child. The prince trembled, bowed his head, and dared not speak another word. After capturing these nobles without shedding blood, Qingxiu immediately placed them in the trade outpost, temporarily detaining them together with the Tibetan merchants. He didn't want to kill these merchants who had nothing to do with the war, but since the frontline situation had to be kept secret, it was only natural not to let these merchants wander freely and risk leaking information. His sudden action was so unexpected that even the local garrison troops at the trade outpost didn't understand what was going on. It was no surprise, the secrecy had been maintained so well that even now, no one knew Qingxiu had already secretly gone to war with Tibet. Only after the detainment was complete did Qingxiu publicly declare the expedition against Tibet and immediately ordered a large-scale attack. From now on, Tibetan citizens and merchants are forbidden from entering the Zhizhua Mountains to engage in trade with us. Anyone who intrudes will be treated as an invader and detained on the spot. If the situation is serious, they will be executed on the spot. Anyone who dares to trade with Tibetans again will be treated as a traitor and executed without mercy. After these few orders from Qingxiu, everyone fully realized that they were indeed going to fight the Tibetans to the death. Once everyone had been detained, Qingxiu personally led his cavalry westward to Defichuan, aiming to break through before the Tibetans could react. Defichuan was a natural defense line facing the Tang Empire, after the Tang army had taken the Zhiluan Mountains from Tibet. The terrain here was dangerous. The front was lined with endless mountains and rivers, while the back was a vast open plain with no obstacles, a natural and solid wall for the Tibetans. They didn't even need to do much to defend the mountains. As long as the one road leading into the valley was blocked, it was impossible for the enemy to cross the mountains. Even if people could climb over, warhorses definitely couldn't make it through the rugged terrain, and even if they did, the troops would be too scattered to form formations. The Tibetans could pick them off one by one. When Qingxiu saw the peaks from afar, he instantly understood why, in history, Shui Rengue had ultimately lost the battle at Defichuan during his expedition against Tibet. With this kind of mountainous terrain, unless the enemy was extremely weak and had an incompetent king, it was impossible to conquer. Even Shu, Sichuan, was not as difficult to attack as Defichuan, since Shu didn't have the terrifying plateau climate of this area. Although the soldiers had gradually adapted to the plateau climate over the past few days, their combat strength was still somewhat affected. Everyone, Defeatuan is easy to defend but hard to attack. If this drags into a prolonged battle and we fail to break through, the Tibetans will keep sending reinforcements, and more brothers will die here. To show his determination, Qingxiu dismounted and personally stood at the front of the formation. I'll lead the charge. Everyone, follow right behind me. I, your commander, will lead by example. I only hope you all do your best to capture this place as quickly as possible. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. They didn't expect Qingxiu to make such a decision to win the battle quickly. Knowing that horses couldn't charge here, he was even willing to dismount and charge on foot, hoping to inspire the whole army. Morale soared. The soldiers dismounted one after another, declaring they would break through the stronghold today. Even if it cost their lives, they would not retreat a single step. The soldiers carried their long sabers, several people carrying one divine cannon together, and marched heavily toward the mountain. At this time, over 5,000 Tibetan soldiers were stationed at Defeatuan, but they didn't know the Tang army had already begun the attack. Only about 1,000 were guarding the front line. The rest were drinking and gambling in the rear, since trade was booming, and no one expected the Tang army to be at their doorstep. Even the 1,000 at the front were distracted, chatting idly. Did you see? A few days ago, those nobles brought another batch of goods to trade. They probably made a lot of money this time, way more than last time. Yeah, I heard they got tens of thousands of jin of rice. Rice? That's good stuff. Central Plains people must pay a fortune for that. What did they trade for it? They said it was cordyceps. I don't even know what the Central Plains people use that for. They say it can cure diseases. I don't get it. They were too busy chatting to notice a heavily armored Tang army unit carrying cannons quickly approaching the mountain pass, using the mountain's blind spot. Even though it was a blind spot, the Tibetans could have spotted them with regular patrols, but patrols hadn't been done for years. They had no idea the Tang army was sneaking by right under their noses. Qingxiu had expected the Tibetans to spot them right away, so he and the soldiers all wore heavy armor to protect against arrows. But to his surprise, they reached the mountain pass undetected. They could even clearly see soldiers on the tower above sleeping soundly. Heaven is truly helping us. Brothers, if we don't win this battle gloriously, we'd be letting these Tibetan beasts off too easy. Qingxiu immediately ordered the soldiers to set up the cannons and aim directly at the wooden gate of the pass. Even though to Qingxiu the wooden gate looked crudely made, it was the best the Tibetans could build. Fire! At his command, 10 divine cannons fired simultaneously, pouring down firepower like a storm, instantly blasting the wooden gate into pieces. The gate collapsed, and the blast destroyed the entire tower's structure. The guards on the tower were just waking up from the sound when it collapsed, burying them alive as their tomb. Seeing the gate destroyed, Qingxiu gave the order. Soldiers were to drop all baggage and charge with only their weapons. At that moment, the soldiers at other outposts suddenly realized what was happening. They knew the sound of Tang cannons too well. That's Tang artillery. Alert! Everyone prepare for battle. The Tang army is attacking the city. In the rear, the general who had been gambling immediately ordered the troops to prepare, but the soldiers, who had just been drinking and relaxing, couldn't snap out of their idle state. Some responded quickly and began putting on armor and readying weapons, but many just sat at the gambling tables, confused and looking around. The general was furious and personally whipped the unresponsive soldiers, forcing them to move. No one was allowed to delay. Why are you all sitting there like damn idiots? The Tang soldiers are already here, and you're just sitting around waiting to die, huh? All of you, get to the front line right now and block the mouth of the valley. If the Tang soldiers can't get in, they'll all become living targets. The commander at the foot of the mountain was still trying everything to drive these gamblers onto the battlefield, but the fighting had already begun in chaos between the two sides at the mountain. They were caught off guard, and the Tang army had seized the valley entrance first. It was already a done deal that the Tang soldiers had broken into Defeatuan. Although all they could do now was frantically throw rolling stones and arrows down the mountain at the Tang army, thanks to the advantage of the terrain, they were still able to slow down the Tang troops at the valley entrance and stop them from advancing. Even though the Tang soldiers were full of fighting spirit, they couldn't just charge through a storm of arrows and rolling stones to their deaths. Armor might block arrows, but it couldn't stop giant falling rocks. Seeing that the Tang army was indeed being slowed down by the attacks, the Tibetan soldiers began to recover from the chaos and reorganize. Hold on, brothers. As long as we stall for time and wait for reinforcements, we can keep the Tang army out. We will win. Qingxiu had already anticipated this. He immediately took a pack of gunpowder from his body, tied it to an arrowhead, lit the fuse, and fired it toward the soldiers who were dropping stones from the mountain top. The surprise arrow made them retreat at first, but when they saw it only hit a support beam of the tower, they relaxed a bit. A couple of off-target arrows weren't something to be afraid of. One old soldier curiously stepped up to check it out, and instantly discovered a small package tied to the arrowhead, with a burning fuse trailing from the end. Not good. He was shocked and immediately tried to pull out the arrow and throw it away, but the next second, the fuse burned through, and the gunpowder exploded. Boom! The gunpowder pack wasn't that powerful, the old soldier was just covered in blood but not dead, but the support beam of the tower was completely blown apart. Creak! With one beam broken, the entire tower began to sway and made ominous creaking sounds. The soldiers quickly rushed to hold up the swaying structure, and luckily, it didn't collapse immediately. But then, dozens more arrows with gunpowder packs tied to them came flying up one after another. Each arrow hit a crucial structural part of the tower, and then exploded in succession. There was no way this wooden tower could withstand such bombardment. With most of its support beams destroyed, it finally collapsed, burying all the defenders at the mountain top inside. Now, nothing blocked the way into the valley. Well shot. Truly, Duke Qingxiu knows what he's doing. We've seen something amazing today. The Tang soldiers, who had been under pressure and couldn't lift their heads, cheered on the spot and prepared to charge into the valley now that nothing was in their way. Once they passed through the valley, they wouldn't need to worry about being attacked from higher ground. If it came to a face-to-face fight on flat land, they had no fear at all. What's the rush? All of you, stop! Qingxiu shouted for the soldiers to stop and ordered everyone to climb the hills on both sides of the valley using the ladders. They would seize the high ground first. Only then did the soldiers realize they had only taken down part of the defending soldiers on the mountain. If the remaining Tibetan troops came and seized the high ground, they'd be under attack again. Thankfully, Qingxiu could still keep a clear head during such intense battle. Everyone started climbing the mountain, afraid to be even a step slower. And indeed, Qingxiu's judgment proved correct. Just as they were about to reach the top, Tibetan reinforcements arriving from other directions also aimed to seize the high ground and block the Tang army's advance. But as soon as one Tibetan soldier reached the peak to observe the valley, Qingxiu suddenly appeared with a flip, punched the soldier directly, and sent him flying off the cliff. Kill! Seeing the Tang army already upon them, the Tibetan soldiers panicked. But since Qingxiu was alone, they didn't bother forming ranks and rushed at him with weapons. Come on! Qingxiu burst out laughing, pulled the long saber from his back, and charged into the group of over 10 soldiers by himself. With his first strike, he cut a Tibetan soldier, man and weapon, cleanly in half. The sight stunned the soldiers behind him. But Qingxiu didn't slow down. Instead, he became even fiercer, hacking and slashing through the group like chopping vegetables. The Tibetan weapons and armor couldn't stop his blade at all. He fought more fiercely with each kill. By the time he finished off the last soldier, his armor was completely dyed red with enemy blood. At that moment, the soldiers who had been climbing behind finally reached the mountain peak. It wasn't that they were slow, it was just that Qingxiu was too fast for anyone to keep up with. When they saw the mountain littered with corpses, they were utterly stunned. Even though they had heard of Qingxiu's reputation on the battlefield, seeing it with their own eyes was still unbelievable. He wasn't fighting on flat land, he had climbed a mountain and still had the strength to beat down dozens of enemies alone. Don't waste time, set up defenses now, or when the main enemy force gets here, it'll be too late. Qingxiu threw his blood-soaked helmet to the ground and immediately gave orders to prepare defenses. The mountain peak wasn't very spacious. Only a few hundred soldiers had followed Qingxiu up, but they had brought enough firearms and gunpowder. They immediately built a small defensive position using leftover rolling stones and logs on the mountain. From above, they used muskets and crossbows to shoot at the Tibetans rushing in from other directions trying to retake the high ground. After losing a few hundred men, the Tibetans realized they couldn't fight their way to the top, so they gave up charging and stayed at the base of the mountain, waiting for reinforcements. Qingxiu wasn't in a hurry. He took the opportunity to order the soldiers at the bottom of the mountain to continue advancing into the valley, while his few hundred troops stayed on the mountain to block the Tibetans from taking the high ground. At that moment, the commander finally arrived at the battlefield with over 3,000 Tibetan soldiers in a hurry. As soon as he arrived and heard that the high ground had been taken and even the valley entrance had been lost, he flew into a rage. He even drew his sword, ready to cut down the messenger. You can't even handle a simple task. What the hell are you good for? That valley, as long as you hold it, not even a fly could get through, you're all a bunch of useless trash. The Tibetan general cursed loudly while also ordering the soldiers to prepare for action immediately and get into formation to attack the high ground at the top of the mountain. However, when the actual order came, the soldiers didn't move at all. Even the elite vanguard troops hesitated and looked up at the mountaintop, unwilling to charge. The general cursed on the spot. What are you waiting for? There are only a few hundred men on that mountaintop, and you don't dare go up? Charge immediately. Whoever charges first, I'll reward with a tael of silver. Kill one Tang soldier, and you'll get a bolt of cloth. On the Tibetan plateau, where everything is scarce, a bolt of cloth was enough to support an ordinary family for more than a year. That kind of reward was hard to resist. With such great rewards, even cowards turn brave. Even though they knew the Tang soldiers had firearms, they still began cautiously advancing toward the top of the mountain. Of course, these men weren't fools. They only agreed to charge on the condition that the general handed them the thickest shields. After clashing with the Tang army before, the Tibetans were well aware of the power of firearms. Thin iron armor couldn't stop bullets, only thickening it to a certain degree could ensure the bullets wouldn't break through. The shields were so heavy that it took 3 men to lift one. They moved in groups of 10, with 3 holding the shield in front, and the other 7 behind, carrying melee weapons or bows and arrows, moving slowly forward behind the shield. This really was the best way to deal with it. In ranged combat, they were no match for the Tang army. Slowly closing the distance was their only option. After all, they had a big advantage in numbers. If it came to close quarters combat, they'd most likely win. The Tang army saw the Tibetans charging and tried firing a volley of bullets, but found the shields were extremely thick. The bullets couldn't penetrate them. All they left were shallow dents. These shields work. The Tibetan general was overjoyed to see that Tang firearms couldn't pierce the shields and immediately urged more soldiers to charge with those advancing. Don't be afraid, everyone. Even if these can't block Tang cannons, they couldn't possibly carry heavy artillery up here. As long as we get close, we win. He truly knew how to rally his troops. The previously demoralized soldiers regained their spirit, and thousands finally dared to rush up the mountain. Seeing enemies 10 times their number approaching and their own firearms proving ineffective, the Tang soldiers didn't panic. They simply put down their guns and picked up large blades, ready to fight up close. Veteran Tang soldiers, long seasoned on border battlefields and used to fighting outnumbered, didn't care how many enemies there were. Especially with a man like Duke Qingxiu who could fight 100 on his own, they had no fear of dying on the battlefield. Don't rush, everyone. Qingxiu signaled for his men not to charge out just yet. Though he didn't think his elite troops would lose in a melee, the enemy's numbers were too large, and he didn't want his best men dying needlessly. Each of you, gather all your gunpowder and tie it together. When they get close, throw the bundled gunpowder over their heads, go around their shields. Qingxiu quickly came up with a strategy and ordered everyone to follow it. But the Tibetans, carrying such heavy shields, moved painfully slow. Even after the Tang soldiers had finished their preparations, the Tibetans had only crossed about 2/3 of the distance. With time to spare, Qingxiu even started chatting with his men. Duke Qingxiu, if the Tibetans can make such strong shields to defend against us, won't our firearms be useless in future battles? Qingxiu just smiled and replied, it's not that simple. You think the shields are strong? In reality, they just made them as thick as possible during casting, up to an inch thick. If firearms could pierce that, it'd be a miracle. Hearing that thickness made the soldiers click their tongues. They couldn't imagine anyone being able to carry such a shield on the battlefield, let alone charge with it. You don't need to worry. Shields this heavy can only be deployed in key military locations like Defichuan. Other areas could never afford to equip them. Qingxiu knew the Tibetan situation well. Given their backward steel smelting techniques and low iron output, even if the whole country mobilized, the only shields they could make were the few large ones now at Defichuan. At that moment, Qingxiu used his high vantage point to look down the mountain. He saw that the several thousand soldiers he had left at the base had already passed through the valley entrance and were moving behind the Tibetan army. He understood, Defichuan was already theirs. These Tibetans didn't even know they were being attacked from both sides, still fighting desperately for a mountaintop held by only a few hundred men. It's about time, brothers. Qingxiu saw the Tibetans enter range and lit the fuse on a powder bundle, then threw it forward with force. Being on high ground gave him a huge advantage. The bundle soared to an incredible height, easily bypassing the thick shields. After Qingxiu threw the first one, the rest of the soldiers followed, throwing their bundles all at once. In a moment, a rain of gunpowder fell from the sky. The soldiers hiding behind the shields got hit on the head by the falling bundles. At first, they thought it was just rocks. These Tang soldiers are really desperate, throwing rocks now, huh? Some Tibetan soldiers even mocked them. But when they saw the things falling had burning, smelly fuses, their faces changed. Before they could throw them away, the fuses burned to the end, and they exploded. Boom! Nearly 100 gunpowder bundles exploded instantly. The deafening sound was enough to make people faint on the spot. The shields that were supposed to protect them now became instruments of death, trapping the explosion and making it more deadly. The shield carriers were blown to pieces on the spot. Even the soldiers hiding behind them didn't escape, though a few lucky ones died with whole bodies intact. After the explosions, there were no screams. In just moments, all those living people had been blown to bits. The deafening blasts on the mountain shocked the charging soldiers behind. They immediately hit the ground, terrified the next wave of bullets or bombs would rain down on them. Even the Tibetan commander was so frightened that he immediately lay flat on the ground. When he looked up at the mountain, all he saw was a field of broken limbs and mangled flesh. Only 7 or 8 of the massive shields were left on the slope, and one of them even had a tattered human leg hanging on it. "Commander, didn't you say the Tang army couldn't move their cannons up the mountain? Weren't those cannons just now? We can't fight anymore. The Tang army even got their cannons up the mountain. Let's surrender quickly. Commander, maybe we shouldn't fight anymore. The Tang army has firearms, how could we possibly win?" These soldiers had lived in peace for too long, and most were new recruits who had never fought a battle. After witnessing the terrifying and brutal power of the cannons, they completely lost the will to fight. As for the soldiers who could actually boost morale, they had long been taken by the king to suppress rebellious tribes within the country. The few veteran leaders who stayed behind had all been buried in the ruins during the first wave of the Tang army's attack. The Tibetan commander was burning with rage at these men. He immediately ordered anyone still able to move to rush up and retrieve the heavy shields. But this time, no one obeyed. Every one of them shrank back and stayed in place. Damn it! The commander knew that if this continued, they were surely doomed. He made up his mind on the spot, put on his helmet, and prepared to personally lead the charge up the mountain to recover the shields. Even though he was also terrified inside, he knew that if he kept stalling, once the Tang army that had flanked them through the valley charged up, they'd all die anyway. But just as he put on his helmet and before he could even give the order to charge, he saw the Tang soldiers rush forward and seize all the shields. They even moved around the shields and began preparing their crossbows and firearms on the high ground, clearly planning to use the terrain advantage to charge down again. Now they had no choice but to face firearms with only flesh and blood. The commander was instantly overwhelmed with fear and was about to order the entire army to retreat to the city fortress. And right at that moment, shouting and the sound of an organized charge came from behind. "Who is it? The general hasn't even given the charge order yet." Everyone turned around, and their hearts sank. Several thousand Tang soldiers had somehow flanked the valley and were now charging in on horseback from behind. They saw Tang soldiers holding firearms in their left hands and sabers in their right hands, charging like war gods. Their shouts alone were enough to strike fear into anyone's heart. The Tibetan soldiers, who had never seen such a scene before, completely lost the courage to resist. They began throwing down their helmets and taking off their armor. With all that gear on, who could possibly run? "Everyone stop, stop." The commander removed his helmet and threw it on the ground, his eyes full of sorrow. "Don't run in armor anymore. We surrender." Moments later, Qingxiu and his soldiers swaggered into the Defichuan fortress. Just now, the frontline commander had surrendered at an astonishing speed, though it was the only wise thing he did in the whole battle. If he hadn't surrendered, he and all his soldiers would certainly have been wiped out. No need to feel regret. At least you saved the lives of several thousand men. They didn't have to die here for a king who's thousands of miles away. Qingxiu sat in the commander's seat, looking down at the disheartened general kneeling before him, and said calmly. That commander gave a bitter smile and, after a long silence, sorrowfully said, "If the old king were still alive, the Tibetan army would never be like this." Qingxiu knew the old king he referred to was Songtsen Gampo. Say whatever you like. Even if Songtsen Gampo had lived another 10 years, he would have only lived to see Tibet destroyed. Qingxiu dismissed his words with contempt. Now that Defichuan was in his hands, it was as if the gateway had been thrown wide open for Qingxiu. If he wanted to, he could unleash his 3,000 cavalry to rampage freely through Tibetan territory. They wouldn't be able to stop him, nor do anything about it. What surprised Qingxiu was how massive the stockpile of supplies in Defichuan was. From grain to armor and weapons, arrows, everything was there. If the Tibetans had managed to block the entrance, those supplies could have lasted them more than a year against the Tang army. Unfortunately, now all of it had fallen into Qingxiu's hands. The deputy general personally handed the inventory list of supplies to Qingxiu. After a quick glance, Qingxiu threw most of it away, keeping only the list of food supplies. "The rest is useless to us. Leave it all here. Only the grain and provisions are worth taking, they'll help with logistics." The quality of the armor couldn't compare to Tang army equipment, so Qingxiu had no interest in it. Even the arrows weren't up to standard in his eyes. Their crossbows used specially made bolts, and fitting them with these standard arrowheads would just damage the bows, better not to take them at all. Yes, sir. The deputy general obeyed, then asked, what about those Tibetan soldiers, how should we handle them? There were over 3,000 able-bodied, militarily trained men. Even placed in the rear, just picking up a hoe could make them a threat. Frankly speaking, slaughtering them all on the spot would be the safest option. Qingxiu didn't reject that idea, but for the sake of the bigger picture, it wasn't appropriate. Wang Xuanzi had just managed to win over a bunch of tribal nobles. If Qingxiu started massacring surrendered soldiers now, it would surely provoke fear and resistance among the Tibetans. Even the promises Wang Xuanzi made earlier would become laughable. If even surrendered soldiers were killed, what could those surrendering nobles expect? Confiscate all their weapons and armor. Then give each of them warm clothes and food, the more, the better, and send them away. Also, however much silver and copper coin remains in Defichuan, take it all and divide it evenly among them. We won't keep a single coin. The officer was shocked. Why? He had guessed Qingxiu might use soft tactics, but didn't expect him to be this generous. Qingxiu replied calmly, I don't care about that little bit of silver. As for the rewards for my soldiers, what I'll give them later will be far more. No need to worry. Qingxiu's word had strong credibility. His promises were almost as good as instant results, and the deputy general didn't doubt him. I just think, they've already surrendered. And they're just a bunch of defeated stragglers. Why pay such a high price to appease them? Appease? Qingxiu let out a cold laugh. You think I'm appeasing them? Giving them that money is a true psychological blow. Once they take it, they'll never pose a threat again. Just give it to them. Qingxiu's thinking was far more thorough than that of the officer. Although these Tibetans were all new recruits, it was hard to say that none of them were unwilling to accept defeat. The commander may have surrendered on the surface, but Qingxiu had no doubt that if given the chance, he would surely incite soldiers willing to fight to the death to resist, at the very least creating chaos for the Tang army. But now that Qingxiu had handed them piles of copper coins and silver, money they might not earn even with 10 years of meager military pay, their fighting spirit was bound to waver. Anyone who got their hands on that kind of money would start thinking about a better life, and their will to survive would naturally grow stronger. This way, they would lose interest in fighting. Once they had the money, they would surely disperse and return home, never again forming any combat strength. Qingxiu's move completely shattered their will to fight at the root, even more effective than guns or blades. And just as Qingxiu expected, after they got the money, they were overwhelmed with gratitude toward Duke Qingxiu, endlessly expressing thanks. They say Duke Qingxiu is kind and righteous. I didn't expect he'd treat surrendered soldiers like us this well. We were right not to fight to the end. Damn, with my military pay, I wouldn't earn this much even after 15 years. If I'd known Duke Qingxiu was this generous, why would we have fought at all? Everyone who took the money could hardly believe it came from the enemy commander. Even though it was taken from their own supply depot, their own commander would probably have hoarded it until it rotted. He would never have given them a single silver coin. Facing these grateful Tibetan soldiers, Qingxiu simply raised his hand to silence them and said, Everyone, I have always been merciful. I know you were forced into the army, we're all just unfortunate people. This money is the result of your hard labor. By right, it should belong to you. Today, I am just returning it to its rightful owners. Go home now, buy land and a house, and live a peaceful life. War has nothing to do with you. Qingxiu's words struck a deep chord in the hearts of the Tibetan soldiers. Holding the silver and copper coins in their hands, they felt more and more uneasy. Years of continuous warfare had ruined lives across the country, and life had only grown harder. Now, Qingxiu's words made them realize, they didn't have to fight the enemy to the death. If the Tang army was this humane, distributing all the supplies and money after victory and sending them home, then what was the point of fighting? They might as well surrender every time the Tang army came, it was faster than anything else. After all, even if they won, the rewards from their own side wouldn't be 1/10 of what Qingxiu gave them. No more words were needed. No one wanted to keep fighting. After thanking Duke Qingxiu, they all dispersed. No one had any thoughts of continuing the war. All they wanted now was to go home and live in peace. The Tibetan commander watched this scene, his shock and disbelief slowly turning into helplessness and regret. He knew that these men could no longer be mobilized. Qingxiu's actions had created a deep sense of contrast between them and the kingdom. How could they still be willing to risk their lives for the kingdom? And once they returned home, they would surely spread the story of Duke Qingxiu's mercy. If people began to believe the Tang army was righteous and kind, everywhere they went, civilians would support the Tang army, and soldiers would refuse to fight, even waiting for the Tang army to arrive and hand out rewards. In that case, Tibet would inevitably fall. Qingxiu had effortlessly neutralized the threat of over 4,000 soldiers at Defichuan, and the rear was now completely secure. With this, Qingxiu could finally operate freely and concentrate all his forces on the front lines. He only transferred a few hundred soldiers from the rear mountains to stay and guard the logistics supply line, then continued to lead the main army westward. This time, however, Qingxiu ordered that the soldiers need not carry much baggage, only a small amount of gunpowder. The army was to march at full speed to reach the next target as quickly as possible. This move left many puzzled. They were carrying so little equipment, even food was only prepared for half a month per soldier. If they got stuck in a stalemate, wouldn't they be in deep trouble? But doubt aside, since Duke Qingxiu had given the order, they trusted he had his reasons. As instructed, they abandoned most of the baggage, mounted up, and marched faster. Of course, before departure, Qingxiu didn't forget to write a letter and send a messenger ahead on horseback to deliver it to the target. News of Defichuan's fall spread quickly through Tibet. It reached King Tridu Songtsen's ears in just 8 days. At the time, Tridu Songtsen was leading a force to suppress a small rebellious tribe on the front line. Upon receiving the news, he flew into a rage. He even slaughtered the entire surrendered tribe in response, over 20,000 people, including women, children, and the elderly, completely wiped out. Only after such a massacre did he calm down slightly, grabbing the messenger and demanding, "Why did the Tang army suddenly attack us? Haven't we been at peace for years? Why did they suddenly start a war?" The messenger, terrified, stammered after a long pause, "I don't know, but the Tang army attacked fiercely. I heard that after capturing Defichuan, they're still marching fast to invade deeper into Tibet." Tridu Songtsen gnashed his teeth. Defichuan had strong soldiers and fast horses. All my country's elite forces were stationed there, plus enough supplies to last years, and natural terrain advantages. How did the Tang army capture it? The messenger nearly burst into tears. "Your Majesty, all the elite troops were transferred to the front line with you to suppress the rebellion. Defichuan was almost entirely manned by new recruits. Who gave the order to pull all the elite troops from Defichuan?" He stopped mid-sentence, frowning deeply and falling silent. It was indeed he himself who had ordered the elite troops to be transferred, despite strong objections from many officials in the country. Back then, Tridu Songtsen had confidently reassured everyone that the Tang and Tibet had a peace treaty and there was no need to worry about Defichuan. He even guaranteed that even if the Tang army attacked, Defichuan's terrain alone could stop them, even new recruits could hold the position. Now, it was clear all his words had come back like a slap to the face, each one more painful than the last. Tridu Songtsen wanted nothing more than to kill someone to vent his anger, but in this case, he had no one else to blame, so he gave up. Still, that didn't mean he would swallow his rage. He immediately dismissed several officers who had underperformed in the recent battle, demoting them to common soldiers before he finally calmed down. At this moment, anyone could see that His Majesty the King was completely out of control, and no one dared provoke him and bring trouble upon themselves. Tridu Songtsen, as the new king, had unexpectedly strong military command abilities. Even the most battle-hardened generals of Tibet considered themselves inferior. When he had just ascended the throne and led just over 2,000 troops to crush a rebellious tribe, nearly everyone believed he had the bearing of his grandfather, Songtsen Gampo. At first, people thought he was a divinely sent ruler who would save Tibet, but they soon realized his rule was a disaster. Though he was skilled in war, his nature was extremely cruel. After each battle, if something displeased him, he would abuse the people, impose heavy taxes, and under his rule, taxes increased year by year. He also enforced extremely harsh laws. Even minor offenses could result in amputated hands or cut off noses. Under such rule, the already disunited Tibetan tribes could not endure, and rebellions became more frequent by the day. This led to a vicious cycle. Tridu Songtsen continually drew troops from the country to suppress uprisings, making the people suffer even more. Eventually, not only tribes but even common people started rebelling. Anyone could see that if this continued, the fate of the Tibetan kingdom would soon end. The more Tridu Songtsen thought about the fall of Defichuan, the more agitated he became. "These Tang people are untrustworthy. We already agreed to a truce, and now they start a war again, truly shameless." Tridu Songtsen cursed furiously, completely forgetting how Tibet had broken the truce first. "Your Majesty, we believe we should quickly seek peace with the Tang army. Otherwise, if we fight them on the front line while the rear tribes rebel simultaneously, we won't be able to handle it. Yes, the urgent task now is to avoid the risk of fighting on multiple fronts. We can't afford another large-scale war." The subordinates all echoed similar views, believing that the war with the Tang army should be avoided. No one knew better than they the current state of Tibet, rebellions were everywhere, and nearly half the population was out of control. Tridu Songtsen unusually listened patiently to their opinions, and then gave only 2 words in response: nonsense. The Tang army has captured Defichuan and is rapidly advancing. It's clear they intend to destroy us. It's impossible to drive them away with peace talks. Even if peace were possible, giving up half of Tibet would be no different from national extinction. Moreover, if we keep compromising with the Tang army, those rebels will only see us as weak, and the uprisings will worsen. With this fierce outburst from Tridu Songtsen, everyone was silenced. There was no point speaking further, their words didn't matter anyway. Tridu Songtsen coldly swept his gaze across the room and shouted, "The only solution now is to take advantage of the Tang army's small numbers and unstable footing, to destroy them all at once and retake Defichuan. This way, not only can we block the Tang army from advancing, but we'll also intimidate the rebels across the country." To be fair, this was actually the best strategy for the current crisis. His strategic thinking was not lacking. If they could defeat the Tang army, Tridu Songtsen's prestige might rival that of Songtsen Gampo. This would be an achievement even his grandfather never accomplished. If it were Qingxiu, he might also have made a similar decision. After a brief consideration, Tridu Songtsen issued a series of orders and began strategic deployment. First, he ordered a nationwide mobilization. Every tribe that could provide troops was to gather forces. He would use as many as possible, even if it meant using sheer numbers to crush the Tang army. The captured soldiers and civilians from previous defeats were immediately conscripted as frontline cannon fodder. After all, there was no such thing as too much fodder. Most importantly, he declared that regardless of past rebellions, any civilians or tribes that now joined the Central Army to resist the Tang army would be pardoned for all previous crimes. The central government would even reward them with land and livestock. To defeat the more than 3,000 Tang troops inside their borders, he was truly going all in. As soon as the decree spread nationwide, every region sprang into action. Especially the third part of the order, it proved unexpectedly effective. Many of the rebellious tribes and civilians had rebelled just to survive. Now, with the chance to be accepted by the central government and even receive land and official positions, they were overjoyed. They immediately raised the central government's banner and began marching to resist the Tang army. All this activity caused an unprecedented stir across the Tibetan plateau. Qingxiu didn't yet know that his 3,000 Tang soldiers had already created far more impact than expected. At least 50,000 troops were now rushing toward him, but he didn't know that this was exactly what he hoped for. They didn't know that in the Heshi corridor and the western regions, 2 Tang armies larger than Qingxiu's were also marching in. Meteor City. News of the Tang army's approach quickly spread throughout the city, causing widespread panic. However, some people weren't worried. After all, this place was still far from the front line, and there were many other cities for the Tang army to attack first. The Han people living in the city, fearing they'd be affected, mostly stayed indoors. Those who ran shops sensibly closed their businesses to avoid retaliation from angry Tibetans. In fact, there was no need to worry. Tibetans now greatly feared the Han people. To avoid harming trade income within the kingdom, the nobles had ordered that no harm should be done to Han people, or they would face severe punishment. Now, while the whole city, from commoners to nobles, was either panicking or indifferent, only one man was ecstatic. It was Wang Xuanze, who had long been preparing inside Tibet. A few days earlier, he had received Qingxiu's letter, and he alone in the entire city knew its contents. The Tang army had no intention of attacking city after city. They planned to bypass the front lines and march straight for this one. This city was one of the largest under local tribal control in Tibet, but still had a significant central army presence. More importantly, it was the location of one of the largest scattered tribal alliances, many of whose leaders Wang Xuanze had already secretly turned. According to their plan, they would create an explosion from within Tibet's heartland. If they could take this city, they would gain a huge supply of materials and never again be constrained by logistics. Not to mention the devastating blow to Tibetan morale, it would be unprecedented. Of course, all of this relied on Qingxiu's trust in Wang Xuanze, and on the premise that the plan would be flawless. Otherwise, the Tang army, carrying only a small amount of supplies and food, having traveled such a long route to get here, would be unable to maintain full combat strength. Even though this place was just a low earthen wall fortress, with the Tang army's current weapons, capturing it would still result in heavy losses. Wang Xuanze understood this very well. As soon as he received the news, he immediately summoned the Tibetan nobles he had secretly swayed to his underground cellar for a private meeting. When they heard from Wang Xuanze that the Tang army would arrive in at most 3 days, they were all shocked. The front line hasn't even been breached. How could they have gotten here? If they took a detour, that route is way too long. How could they carry enough supplies without being discovered? Lord Wang, are you really not deceiving us? Not a single city on the front line has fallen. The Tang army doesn't even know the terrain, how could they bypass it? Questions flew one after another, overwhelming in number. It wasn't that they didn't trust Wang Xuanzi, after all, they had long been manipulated by him to the point they no longer thought for themselves. But what he said now was just too unbelievable, too fantastical to accept without reservation. Wang Xuanzi didn't answer a single question. He just sat there with a grim face in silence. No matter how loudly they spoke, he remained silent, as if completely uninvolved. Eventually, the room grew quiet, and all eyes nervously turned to Wang Xuanzi. Have you all said enough? Wang Xuanzi swept his gaze across their faces and said calmly, I thought that after all this time, we would trust each other without suspicion, but it's still like this. Why don't you tie me up and hand me to the authorities? Don't worry, I won't reveal a single word about our secret dealings. At this, the Tibetan nobles began to feel embarrassed. After all, they had long enjoyed Wang Xuanzi's generosity, hard to bite the hand that feeds you. Someone tried to smooth things over, Lord Wang, please don't be angry. We're ignorant, just making wild guesses. Please forgive us. Wang Xuanzi's expression didn't change. He replied coldly, your doubts aren't wrong. But that only shows your short-sightedness. Why does Duke Qingxiu win every battle? It's because he never follows convention. His tactics are unpredictable, that's why he's undefeated. He personally led troops around the front line because he trusts that you would change sides. As long as you respond when his army arrives, the city will fall easily, and your rewards and titles won't be far behind. It made sense when said like that, but it wasn't what the Tibetan nobles had imagined. They thought defecting meant waiting until the Tang army stormed the city, then surrendering first, avoiding harm and getting rewards. Now they were being asked to actively help the Tang army take the city. That was. Wang Xuanzi could clearly see through their hesitation and fears. He also sharply sensed that some were considering backing out. He knew this was the time to apply real pressure. Fools! You're all a bunch of fools. Wang Xuanzi pointed at them and scolded, I chose you because I thought you were smart and understood the times. Now you're even dumber than I imagined. His scolding left them confused and looking at each other. If the army could easily storm the city, what would be the point of your betrayal? You think rewards come for free? Now is your chance to earn merit and get rewarded. If you wait until the army breaks in before surrendering, how are you different from the commoners? These words struck home, everyone was suddenly awakened. Thinking it over, he did make sense. They couldn't refute it. Seeing their minds starting to shift, Wang Xuanzi added fuel to the fire. You've heard that the retreating frontline soldiers each received a large amount of money and cloth, right? That was enough. Obviously, if even surrendering soldiers got such rewards, nobles like them with real achievements might get even more. Lord Wang, we were short-sighted before. Please don't be angry. Yes, please pretend we never said anything. Just tell us what to do, we'll follow you. Please speak well of us to Duke Qingxiu. If we get rewarded, we won't forget you. Now the roles had reversed, they were begging Wang Xuanzi to lead their rebellion. Wang Xuanzi kept a stern face for a while before finally softening. You truly disappoint me. Good thing I called you early, if you had backed out at the last moment, do you realize how much wealth you would have lost? They smiled sheepishly, all admitting fault and begging not to be blamed. Enough. Wang Xuanzi slapped the table. No more nonsense. I only ask one thing from you, do this one thing with me, and wealth will be yours. The Tibetan nobles immediately leaned in, afraid to miss a word. It's simple, weaken the guards, open the city gates, once the Tang army enters, everything will be done. Though it sounded easy, many still looked uneasy. The city was guarded by central troops, not under their command. Though they had private armies, their numbers were few and no match for the city guards. And doing something like this, openly opposing the central army, was terrifying. If anything went wrong, their lives would be at stake. That's why you just have to follow my plan. It will definitely work, no need to worry. Wang Xuanzi didn't waste words. He revealed his detailed plan, explaining everything thoroughly. By the end, everyone agreed it was feasible, no flaws could be seen. Lord Wang, are you sure this will work? Some still lacked confidence and asked cautiously. Wang Xuanzi looked around and saw most were still filled with doubt, no one truly committed. He took a deep breath and said on the spot, I am a court minister. If I dare to bet my life on this plan, it must be foolproof. If any of you lack the courage, feel free to back out now. Just don't be envious when others reap the rewards. With those words, it was as if a heavy weight was once again placed on everyone's hearts. At this point, the atmosphere no longer allowed them to hesitate, now they had no other choice. We follow Minister Wang's orders. This time, not a single person voiced opposition or fear, all expressed their willingness to go through with it to the end. Very good. Wang Xuanzi smiled calmly. Gentlemen, you will soon realize that today's choice is absolutely right, turning to the righteous side is your only way out. 3 days later. At dawn, the city guards changed shifts as usual and replaced the defensive equipment. Normally they worked lazily, but since the fall of Defichuan, the kingdom had grown increasingly strict in overseeing military supplies. Clearly, His Majesty the King did not want another city lost due to slack defenses. Originally, this city was guarded by half central troops and half tribal soldiers, but after the Tang army entered Tibet, all defenders were replaced with central army troops. As for the original tribal guards, they were used only to maintain order within the city, and even their quality weapons and armor were forcibly taken away to be redistributed to the central army for defense. The tribal people had long held resentment toward the central government, and after this incident, their patrolling became more and more perfunctory. The central army didn't care. To them, these irregular troops were merely helpers. As long as they could carry supplies to the base of the city wall in times of need, they were doing enough. But today, those tribal guards suddenly became unusually diligent, helping out with everything. They even took the dusty weapons and equipment down themselves, claiming they wanted to replace them. What's gotten into them today? Isn't that a good thing? Usually, asking them to move anything is like trying to get a pig to help. Forget it. If they're willing to help, why not let them do all the chores? The central Tibetan troops sat on the city wall, watching the others sweat it out moving things, completely at ease. Suddenly, they noticed those people actually began dismantling the city gate. The officer guarding the city shouted loudly, "What are you doing? Are you crazy? Even the city gate needs to be taken down?" The tribal men immediately stopped and stepped forward to explain, "We saw the city gate was damaged and wanted to take it down to replace it with a sturdier one. Please don't be offended, sir." Nonsense. A major battle is imminent. If you take down the gate now for repairs, what if the Tang army attacks at this moment? Sir, you must be joking. The Tang army only took Defichuan. There are still many layers of defenses and cities on the front line they haven't taken. How could they possibly reach here? They'd starve to death on the way. As he spoke, the man stepped aside and let the officer examine the worn-down city gate. It hadn't been maintained in ages, many wooden planks were broken, revealing the iron bars inside. It truly looked like it was falling apart. His reasoning seemed valid, and the officer couldn't come up with a rebuttal. Besides, there was no need to argue. If they were finally willing to work, why not let them finish the job? Fine. How long will it take to repair the gate? The man answered immediately, "By tonight at the latest, we'll have the new gate installed. It won't delay the guard rotation." The officer was satisfied. Then what are you waiting for? Get to work. They got busy right away and soon took down the entire city gate. After carrying it away, they turned their attention to the armor of the guards and officers. "Gentlemen, your armor looks worn too. Why not take it off so we can repair and clean it? It'll help keep you safe in battle." Upon hearing this, the officers and soldiers became instinctively cautious. Asking for their armor, any soldier would be on alert instantly. Seeing their wariness, the tribal guards no longer insisted. They simply smiled and said they had no other motives and just wanted to help. If the soldiers didn't want to, they wouldn't press the matter. Seeing this, the soldiers relaxed a bit. Looking at their dusty, worn armor, they started thinking maybe it really needed repairs. How long will it take to fix the armor? Don't delay our duties. Make sure it's returned before the next guard shift. If we get blamed for not returning it, you'll be the first to pay. The soldiers cursed as they took off their armor. Naturally, the tribal guards collected everything, even their weapons, for cleaning and repair. Now, the soldiers were in plain clothes, completely unarmed, chatting and laughing on the city wall, no longer looking like soldiers at all, more like a group of wandering stragglers. Given how tense things were across Tibet, they were probably the only ones so relaxed. If Tridu Songtsen saw them, at least 8 out of 10 would have been severely punished. Wang Xuanzi, watching from behind, kept a close eye on the front line. When he confirmed they had been stripped of weapons and armor, and even the city gate had been taken down, he finally relaxed. His mission was now complete. While everyone inside was nervously preparing, out on the icy plains outside the city, Qingxiu was leading his elite cavalry at full gallop. After days of non-stop marching, they had exhausted all their rations. Since last night, no one had eaten or drunk anything. When they were just 10 li from Meteor City and could already see its outline in the distance, Qingxiu ordered the troops to stop. According to the plan, the city should now be completely defenseless, and taking it would be easy. But Qingxiu had to prepare for both outcomes. he couldn't be 100% sure Wang Xuanzi had succeeded. Until then, he had to prepare for a full assault, the worst-case scenario. He first ordered the soldiers to assemble the divine cannons, load their firearms, and prepare their gear. When everything was ready, he personally stood before them. "Brothers, do you still have any food or water?" Everyone shook their heads. They didn't have even a grain of rice left. "Well, what a coincidence. I've been rationing food for the past few days. After fighting our way here, I still have 1 jug of water and a few dry biscuits." Qingxiu opened his pack and showed them the last of his supplies. But his next action shocked everyone. He poured all the water onto the ground and tossed away the biscuits. The soldiers all stared at Qingxiu in shock, unable to understand why. Each of them carried the same amount of rations. Qingxiu having any left at all was entirely because he planned better than the others and saved more. Normally that wouldn't seem unfair, but Qingxiu actually threw all that away. He swept his gaze over their faces and said in a deep voice, "Today I stand with you, forward or backward, life or death. If we can break through this city, we will all feast and drink together inside. If not, then I will die here with you in the wilderness. What difference does eating or not eating this last meal make?" No one expected Qingxiu to act so crazily at this moment, or to show such firm resolution. Instead, it raised everyone's morale even more. "Victory! Victory!" they immediately shouted. Everyone resolved that this battle must be fought to death. Even if they died themselves, they would take this city. Seeing that spirits were high, Qingxiu no longer wasted words. He gave the order, "Whole army, attack." His cavalry moved forward slowly, covering the troops behind who pushed the divine cannons closer. The Tibetan soldiers in the city still had no idea the Tang army was about to strike. But the long-march Tang forces were not slack at all. They intended to slaughter all resistance inside the city at once, even wiping out the city, if necessary. As they neared, Qingxiu instinctively surveyed the city's condition with his eyes. To his amazement, his reconnaissance revealed that Wang Xuanzi had indeed succeeded. The city gate had been removed, all defensive devices on the wall were gone, and the soldiers on the wall were even unarmed and walking about casually. The city had no self-defense force left. To him it looked like wide-open gates, enter as you wish. Why bother with the divine cannons now? Qingxiu didn't hesitate. He ordered them to forsake all artillery, take only firearms, crossbows, lances and sabers, and charge straight into the city. Attack! Qingxiu led the charge on horseback, the cavalry rising dust behind them, battle cries shaking the sky, galloping straight toward the city. The soldiers on the wall, once chatting lazily, soon heard the shouts approaching. They snapped awake and hurriedly climbed the watchtowers to look in the direction of the noise. They didn't even need a watchtower. From the city they could see a fully armed heavy cavalry force riding toward them from the east. They were stunned, unable to react for a long moment. They thought it was an illusion. The front line hasn't collapsed. How could the Tang army have reached here? Where did they get the mobility or supplies to come this far? But now that situation was set, words were useless. Their first reaction was to close the city gate and resist the Tang troops. Close the city gate. The Tang army brought no siege engines. They can't take the city. If time drags on and they run out of supplies, they'll surely perish. Orders flew on the walls. As soldiers scrambled to the gate to close it, they woke to a shocking realization. They no longer had a gate. The city entrance was wide open. Panic deepened, but fortunately their commanders regained composure. They immediately sent for tribal guards behind the walls to fetch weapons. If we can hold off just one wave of their assault, they can't get through easily. Over time, their morale will break, no need to fear. Some hurriedly gathered sticks and stones to block the gate, bracing to resist the Tang troops in their current state. They hoped others would bring weapons soon, giving them a fighting chance. The wall defenders ran through the city, gasping for breath, demanding weapons. At that moment, the Tibetan nobles seemed to have foreseen this. Their tribal troops were fully armored and armed, ready for battle. You know what's happening at the front? The officer, exhausted and breathless, saw the armed troops and let out a relieved exhale. Get to the front line quickly. Damn it, the Tang army is almost here. If we delay another moment we'll be too late. The nobles heard him but remained silent. Their soldiers stood motionless behind them. The officer erupted in anger, "Are you deaf? Get to the front now. If the Tang army breaks in because of a delay, you'll be held responsible." Still, they said nothing, each standing silent like a stone. Suddenly they parted, and Wang Xuanzi stepped out among them, staring coldly at the officer. "What do you mean by this?" The officer, seeing Wang Xuanzi, felt unease. Instinctively he called a dozen soldiers to protect him. "That we've come to this point and you still don't see?" Wang Xuanzi, seeing the officer still bewildered, chuckled. Act At his command, the soldiers behind him drew bows. A volley of arrows shot out. Before the officer could react, it was too late. He was struck in the chest and died before he could turn to flee. Then arrows rained like a storm, giving the soldiers behind no time to escape. All were shot dead on the spot. Seeing those bodies, the nobles and tribal soldiers turned grave. They realized, at this point, there was no way back. Whoever tries to demand weapons, kill them on the spot. No mercy. Wang Xuance's face darkened. The army of Duke Qingxiu is at the gates. When they enter, everything will be decided. None of you will get what you deserve. At the same time, the Tang troops charged, and soon were within firearm range. Qingxiu, quick-eyed and fast-handed, raised his firearm and shot a city officer, killing him immediately. Then arrows from crossbows and firepower from guns struck. The unarmed soldiers on the wall were picked off one by one. And their only retaliation was throwing stones, pathetic things that couldn't even dent armor. Run! Hurry and run! Hundreds were slaughtered on the spot. Their hearts broken, they had no will to resist. Their first instinct, flee the city. The Central Army troops, though not elite, were battlefield veterans. To force them to resist unarmed against firearm-armed cavalry was impossible. Yet unexpectedly, the soldiers defending the gate, though only with sticks and stones, stood their ground without retreating against the iron cavalry charging like a mountain. For the nation, we remain loyal. For the nation, we remain loyal. With the cavalry about to trample them, they began to roar defiance, then rushed forward waving their sticks. Facing death, they still desperately charged forward like trapped beasts fighting to the end. Even knowing they were no match, even with no armor and only wooden sticks to fight with, these people showed no fear and all faced death as if it were home. It was clear these people were the elite of the Tubo army. Soldiers with this level of fighting spirit were most likely hardened veterans of countless battles. Qingxiu also gave them due respect. Hundreds of firearms fired at once, bolts from pulley crossbows rained down like a storm, instantly riddling them with holes. Even when they saw the rain of swords coming and knew they were doomed, not one of them retreated, holding their ground until they were shot dead. Even after the first wave was killed, the next wave charged over their corpses, with mad expressions and gritted teeth, completely disregarding their own lives. They were using their lives to forcefully delay time, just so the brothers behind them could get weapons and prepare for a decisive battle with the Tang army. However, the Tang cavalry gave them no chance. As they were killed round after round, Qingxiu was the first to ride through the city gate. His heavily armored horse smashed into and sent several enemies flying. The iron cavalry following him instantly trampled them into pulp. Tragically, in their final moments before losing consciousness, they still swung their sticks with all their strength, trying to delay the Tang army with their broken bodies. Even after the army entered the city, these people still charged forward in waves, roaring as they attacked. They weren't fighting to win anymore, they were seeking death. To these people, the highest respect Qingxiu could give was total annihilation, leaving no survivors. These soldiers, without armor or swords, had no way of stopping the rampaging Tang cavalry. They didn't even need to be cut down, just the impact of charging horses was enough to break their formation. In no time, all the enemies on this battlefield were completely cleared out. The area around the city gate was entirely taken. Rather than a siege, it was more like pushing open an unlocked door. It wasn't a hard battle at all, but more like something that happened naturally. Some soldiers, knowing they couldn't win, quickly hid in residential houses, preparing for street fighting. But the only weapons they could find were forks, kitchen knives, even horsewhips used as makeshift weapons. Though they held their ground in the houses, preparing for a final stand, in their hearts they were filled with despair and hopelessness. They truly couldn't imagine how such tools could break through the Tang army's heavy armor. These people hid in nearby homes, but Qingxiu was in no rush to attack. They had no escape route, and hiding in homes made them like fish in a barrel. Even if he didn't attack, he could starve them out by blocking the exits. No need to risk casualties in pursuit. These bodies, gather them later and throw them all into the wilderness, Qingxiu ordered as he looked at the battlefield full of Tubo corpses. This wasn't to disrespect them, on the contrary, it was the highest respect. Tubo people do not bury their dead. They believe that leaving the corpse in the wild to be eaten clean by vultures allows the soul to ascend to heaven. This is their highest form of burial. These men, even knowing they would die, still charged ahead with their flesh and blood to buy time for their comrades. In Qingxiu's eyes, they were worthy adversaries. So he didn't mind respecting their customs, giving them the highest level funeral in their tradition. He ordered some soldiers to stay behind to watch over those hiding in the houses, then led his subordinates into the city to meet with Wang Xuance. At this moment, Wang Xuance stood guard over the Tubo people behind him, not daring to leave. Part of it was distrust, but more importantly, their nerves were stretched to the limit. No matter the result, all of them, from nobles to soldiers to civilians, had effectively committed treason. If the Tang army lost, they would surely be punished. Allied armies would come and destroy them, death was certain. They had heard the sounds of battle earlier from the city gate, but it quickly fell silent. They didn't know who had won. At such a critical moment, if Wang Xuanzi left, they would likely collapse on the spot, and who knows what they might do. Right now, Wang Xuanzi was the last anchor holding their emotions in place. Wang Xuanzi knew this clearly. Even though he didn't know what was happening at the front line, he kept calm and composed, as if everything was under control. This kind of composure and mindset was something ordinary people could not achieve. Like a stolen gong that he dared to strike loudly, completely unfazed. Some nobles were uneasy and wanted to ask about the situation, but thinking that Wang Xuanzi wouldn't know either, they held back. But one couldn't help it and stepped forward. "Minister, speak your mind." Wang Xuanzi's tone alone silenced the man. After a while, he finally replied, "We don't know what's happening up ahead. If the Tang army wins, that's good." Wang Xuanzi raised his eyelid. "You think they lost?" The man panicked and quickly waved his hands. "I didn't mean that. Just saying we should be prepared." "Nonsense. The one leading the army is Duke Qing. Look across the entire world, no one can beat him at leading troops. He's never lost a battle. Why worry? Even I'm not afraid, let alone making backup plans. What are you afraid of?" These words were truly reassuring. Even if they weren't true, just his composure alone calmed those around him. Those nobles, though unsure if Wang Xuanzi was faking it, were still comforted by his confidence. But not everyone was calm. Among the tribal soldiers, some were terrified, scared of defeat, and tried to sneak away. But just then, a flurry of hurried horse hooves suddenly echoed from the street. The sound made everyone's heart jump into their throats. The soldiers raised their blades, ready to fight the supposedly victorious Tubo forces. But soon, the newcomers appeared. It was a Tang iron cavalry unit, armed from head to toe, like iron towers, utterly intimidating. "Good." When Wang Xuanzi clearly saw his own army's banner, he immediately shouted with excitement, they really had won. Although he trusted Qingxiu immensely, until he saw the victory with his own eyes, he couldn't fully relax. Now, a heavy stone in his heart had finally dropped. "We really won. Great. I said it, the minister's judgment has always been right. If he said we would win, then we definitely would. You know, I was one of the first to support the minister, and I've always trusted him completely, never doubted him for a second." These Tubo nobles were extremely excited seeing the Tang army win, loudly cheering their defeat of their own forces. The scene truly looked surreal. As the Tang army approached, the Tubo people all knelt down on the ground, welcoming their arrival. Only Wang Xuanzi subconsciously stepped forward, came before Qingxiu's warhorse, and respectfully bowed. "Greetings to the Duke of Qing." Wang Xuanzi was overwhelmed with emotion at this moment, nearly moved to tears. He knew that his plan had succeeded today mostly because Qingxiu trusted him deeply. To take such a risk and lead an army on a 1,000-mile flanking raid, that level of trust spoke for itself. Even setting everything else aside, that trust alone deeply moved him. This bow was mostly to show gratitude for Qingxiu's unconditional trust in him. "Minister, there's no need for such a big gesture." Qingxiu jumped off his horse and helped Wang Xuanzi up with a light smile. Wang Xuanzi immediately blushed and stammered, "The title of minister was just to help me carry out the defection plan here. Otherwise, as a nobody with no name or title, I couldn't have controlled them." Qingxiu burst out laughing, "I know. Don't worry, even if you called yourself emperor here, it's nothing, I won't tell anyone." "I wouldn't dare." Wang Xuanzi trembled with fear. "All right, enough nonsense. You can call yourself whatever you like here. What matters is you accomplished the mission. I will report your merits to His Majesty." Qingxiu glanced at the kneeling Tubo people and smiled calmly. Thanks to Wang Xuanzi's maneuvering, the difficulty of the siege had been reduced to the minimum, not a single soldier had died. It proved that trusting this man had been the right choice. Wang Xuanzi pointed at those people and explained to Qingxiu, "They've already submitted to our Tang Empire. They're the ones who removed all the Tubo garrison's weapons earlier, they contributed to the victory." These people were happy to hear Wang Xuanzi speaking on their behalf. Master Wang is truly trustworthy. He's not even asking rewards for himself, he's thinking of us brothers first. "I know." Qingxiu looked at the kneeling tribal nobles and officials. After a brief thought, he gave his orders. All the officials who surrendered were promoted one rank and kept in charge of the city. As for the surrounding lands they could control, they were all distributed to those nobles. The storehouses were opened, and the gold, silver, cloth, and grain were split in half. One half was kept for the Tang army, and the other half was distributed to the surrendering Tubo nobles and soldiers as a gesture of goodwill. After making the arrangements, Qingxiu reminded them that the current situation was urgent, so these were only temporary measures. Once they had secured the area, more rewards would follow. After this order, everyone from the soldiers to the nobles cheered on the spot, deeply grateful to Qingxiu. Some even bowed louder, as if this army was their own people. Nobles and officials surrender because they're dissatisfied with their current status and are looking for a better opportunity. Qingxiu understood this and fulfilled it. As for the soldiers, they were simpler. They didn't care about revenge, nation, or glory. They just wanted better lives. Whoever could give them that, they would follow. Throw them money, and they'd be on your side. Qingxiu fully understood these people. Their small calculations were completely transparent to him. Seeing this, Wang Xuanzi truly admired him, thinking, no wonder he's the Duke of Qing, every step he takes is flawless. After settling things, Qingxiu didn't immediately dismiss the troops. Instead, he ordered them all to follow him. He hadn't forgotten there were still 1,000 Tubo Central Army soldiers in the outer streets, prepared to fight to the death in street combat. Qingxiu didn't intend to waste time on them. If they had to fight block by block, it could take days. He needed a faster way to end it. He brought the nobles and soldiers to the block where the enemy was, and ordered them to call out in Tubo language to persuade them to surrender. At first, the soldiers inside ignored the calls and even cursed them as traitors. But over time, those inside seemed to realize the war was truly over, and victory was impossible. The shouting and insults stopped, and no matter how much they were urged to surrender, there was no response. Qingxiu sensed something was wrong and immediately ordered armored soldiers to go in and investigate. But before they could enter, thick black smoke began pouring out from inside. Within moments, flames broke out, first in a few scattered places, then quickly spread, igniting the wooden houses. Soon, the fire engulfed the entire area. Who set the fire? The Tubo nobles were puzzled and wanted to send people to extinguish the flames, but Qingxiu stopped them. It's too late. No one set the fire, they chose this themselves. These people clearly saw no hope of victory and had no strength left. Even if they charged out with their crude weapons, it would just mean dying in vain, an undignified death. In their utter despair, this was the only thing they could do. Qingxiu had always respected such unyielding men. He chose not to stop them from burning themselves alive. He only ordered the surrounding houses to be demolished quickly to make a firebreak, preventing the entire city from burning down. The Tubo nobles shook their heads in pity. Why couldn't they understand? We already promised them benefits, but they still chose to die. What for? I think they just weren't smart. Still loyal to that king of theirs, he might not even survive a few more days. Exactly. Now that our heavenly army has arrived, that little king is as good as dead. Everyone chatted and laughed, and soon no one cared anymore about those dying in the fire. The great fire burned for 2 days and 2 nights before it was finally extinguished. After that, the tribal soldiers in the city cleaned up the ruins and the corpses inside. Everyone was indifferent and showed no sympathy for the corpses at all. Even though Qingxiu instructed them to take all the bodies to the wilderness for sky burials, they completely ignored it. For convenience, they directly dug pits and buried them on the spot. They no longer cared about the dignity of these soldiers after death. This battle had come to an end, but the matter was far from over. For Qingxiu, the situation had only become more severe. Although he had captured the city very quickly, news would eventually reach Sangdo Zanzan. Qingxiu could guess with his eyes closed that Sangdo Zanzan would surely gather all troops from all directions to retake this city. Although Qingxiu did want to test his 3,000 elite soldiers in a full battle against the fully mobilized Tubo forces, he was not a fool who treated his soldiers' lives as worthless. In his view, even exchanging 10,000 Tubo soldiers for one of his own was not worth it. Taking advantage of the fact that the news hadn't yet spread, he immediately summoned Wang Xuanzi to discuss the next steps with him. The reason he called Wang Xuanzi was simple: to mobilize all forces he could persuade to defect, and turn them into troops Qingxiu could command as soon as possible. Even if they couldn't be used, at the very least, they had to remain neutral. That was acceptable to him. After careful consideration, Wang Xuanzi earnestly shared his assessment of the current situation with Qingxiu. Using Meteor City as a base and continuing west and southwest, there are about 3 tribal chiefs I've secretly turned. There are also some who dare not oppose Sangdo Zanzan and swear they will not send troops, and if we win, they won't ask for any reward, they just want to keep their tribes as they are. Qingxiu decided on the spot, of course. Those who don't resist will not be punished. Those who actively support us will be heavily rewarded. That's not an excessive demand. But after more thought, Wang Xuanzi added, if we want to persuade them to surrender, the Duke of Qing's army must go personally. Only the presence of our army at their gates can reassure them. Otherwise, even if I go in person, with just empty words, it might be useless. Qingxiu completely agreed. What Wang Xuanzi said made sense. But under current circumstances, pulling out the entire army would be a huge mistake. If all 3,000 of his troops left, the rear would be left to these surrendered Tubo people. Given their fighting ability and total lack of will, if the Tang army wasn't present and the Tubo army attacked, they would surrender immediately. Qingxiu had to think this through carefully. Every detail mattered. Now that he was deep in enemy territory, he couldn't rely on supplies from the main base. His only source was Mikir City. It must not be lost. Wang Xuanzi thought hard and finally made a decision. How about this? I'll personally stay behind in Mikir City while you lead the army to bring them over. No need. After a brief moment of thought, Qingxiu decisively slammed the table. You don't need to stay, and not a single one of our 3,000 cavalrymen will remain. Everyone goes. Wang Xuanzi was shocked. He was about to speak when Qingxiu motioned for him to say no more. I've already decided, no need to say more. Just watch what I do then. Alright, then I'll leave it all to the Duke of Qing. Though Wang Xuanzi didn't understand, he always trusted Qingxiu completely. If he said there was no problem, then there really wasn't. No need to worry. Just 5 days later, the rested Tang army set out again, this time aiming for several scattered tribes in the west and southwest. Their goal was to use military strength to persuade them to surrender. Although this was another risky operation, unlike before, now they had a reliable logistics base behind them. Before leaving, Qingxiu, as always, sternly ordered the surrendered forces to ensure supply lines. And if the enemy attacked, they must defend the city to the death. Under no circumstances were they allowed to surrender. Though everyone there passionately promised to defend the city to the end, in Wang Xuanzi's eyes, it was all nonsense. They would absolutely not hold out. If the Tubo main forces came, they would surrender instantly. At first, Wang Xuanzi didn't understand Qingxiu's plan. But as the army marched, Qingxiu suddenly began spreading information far and wide. He claimed that during the siege, these surrendering tribes had sabotaged the inside, and even set a fire that killed many Tubo soldiers. Wang Xuanzi was shocked. Normally, you'd want to delay news like this, but Qingxiu seemed afraid the news wouldn't spread fast enough, even helping it along. But after thinking carefully, Wang Xuanzi immediately understood Qingxiu's deeper plan. Since the news was bound to get out anyway, it was better to make it useful, give the news more strategic value. He kept promoting how brave the surrendering troops were during the siege, and how loyal they were to him, all to show the Tubo people just how cruelly these defectors had treated their own comrades. He even blamed the suicides of Tubo soldiers on these defectors, cutting off all paths of surrender for them. Given Sangdo Zanzan's cruelty, if he'd slaughter rebellious tribes, he'd surely exterminate those who killed their own people. Once there was no option to surrender, the only path left was to fight Qingxiu's forces to the death. I thought I had already outmaneuvered most people by turning so many tribes. But compared to the Duke of Qing, I'm still far behind. Wang Xuanzi looked at Qingxiu riding at the front and sighed in admiration. We must hurry. Even if they're ready to fight to the death, with their fighting ability, they won't last long defending the city. Qingxiu reminded Wang Xuanzi, how much farther is it? Wang Xuanzi roughly calculated, at our current speed, no more than 10 days. Too slow. Qingxiu frowned, they won't last that long, we must arrive in 6 days. Can you handle fast riding? Of course. After living in this godforsaken place so long, if I couldn't handle this, I'd be dead already. Wang Xuanzi immediately understood Qingxiu's meaning and agreed gladly. The two looked at each other, and burst out laughing. Then Qingxiu gave the order. The whole army was to increase speed, cut travel time by nearly half, and reach their destination as fast as possible. While Qingxiu was hurrying to march with all speed, the border intelligence was also rapidly delivered to Sangdo Zanzan, who had mobilized the entire country. Previously, thanks to his amnesty decree, many rebellious tribes and civilians had surrendered and followed his orders to gather at the front lines. Everything had seemed to be going well. But right at that moment, he was told that Mikir City had been captured. The absurdity of this event was almost like the Turks bypassing the Tang border defenses and directly capturing the capital, Chang'an. Although the importance of this city couldn't compare to the capital, it was still ridiculous, and what's worse, the people inside the city had surrendered voluntarily. He racked his brain but couldn't understand why the pampered nobles and officials in the city would take such a huge risk to surrender to the Tang army. The frontline troops are just decorations? They just let them bypass like that? Sangdo Zanzan read the battle report and used all his strength to stop himself from killing someone on the spot in rage. From what we know of the front line, the Tang army never intended to break through those cities. They directly bypassed them and left most of their supplies in the rear. In fact, if those cities had just held out for a few days until the Tang ran out of provisions, they might have retreated without a fight. Before the man could finish speaking, Sangdo Zanzan kicked over the table in front of him, scaring him into silence. Civilians rebelling, that I understand. But these people, I've never treated them unfairly, and yet they willingly defected to the enemy and even helped the Tang army burn our garrison to death. Sangdo Zanzan stood up, his face red with fury. Nobles and officials rebelling was a blatant betrayal, it completely humiliated him. Before, when pacifying regions, as long as the nobles surrendered quickly enough, he usually wouldn't execute them. But now he truly understood, even those who seemed to be of his own class each had their own agendas. He immediately gave orders to gather troops from all regions and march to Mikir city. On the day the city is retaken, not a single soul is to be spared, whether civilians, officials, or nobles, all must be killed if they can be. Everyone present, whether officials or generals, was shocked into silence, not even daring to glance at him. There was no need for more words, his meaning couldn't be clearer, to strike fear into the disloyal Tubo nobles. Great King, if we push them too hard, won't they be forced to defend the city to the death and refuse to surrender? Someone cautiously asked. Without thinking, Sangdo Zanzan replied, let them not surrender then, I don't need their surrender. These people couldn't even hold their own land. Once our army arrives, we can breach the city in no more than a day. Sangdo Zanzan wasn't just boasting, he had calculated everything clearly. The Tang army had already left. The city now was guarded only by some tribal militia and untrained civilians or slaves. No matter how they thought, they had no ability to defend the city. At the same time, he sneered in his heart, Qingxiu was truly foolish. He had captured this city so easily. If he had stayed and defended it, with such elite troops, he could probably hold out for quite some time. But instead, he gave up the city and wanted to keep attacking and playing grand flanking tactics. To Sangdo Zanzan, this was simply suicide. He wasn't in a rush to wipe out Qingxiu's army. Once their supply lines were cut, they would starve to death on the road. Sangdo Zanzan's hatred for the traitors far exceeded his hatred for the Tang army. That's why he decided to first destroy the rebels, and then deal with the Tang troops. All his focus was now on the Tang army within his borders, completely unaware that in the western regions and the Heshi corridor, two strong Tang armies were also approaching quickly. Especially Shuiren Gue. At the same time that Qingxiu had taken Mikir city almost without a fight, Shuiren Gue was also leading his army forward rapidly, not daring to waste a moment. Thanks to his forced marches, a journey that would normally take half a month took him less than 10 days. And due to Sangdo Zanzan's full mobilization order, almost all checkpoints along the route had been removed, and any available troops had been redeployed inland. Sangdo Zanzan never imagined that the Tang army would capture Jingjue and then cut straight through to attack. Even Shuiren Gue himself hadn't expected his progress to be so smooth. But it worked out, the mountain roads were hard enough, and his soldiers had to deal with altitude sickness. After marching all the way, it wasn't until the 10th day that a city finally blocked their way. This city, however, was merely symbolic. The garrison inside had only a few hundred men, most of whom were elderly, sick, or weak. They were left there only because their commanders believed they were useless in battle. Instead of wasting rations at the front, they might as well be left to die here. The youngest among them was already over 40, some even over 70. Their combat strength was, naturally, self-evident. Even so, they still hadn't forgotten to patrol every day, though even they found it meaningless. As Shuiren Gue's soldiers struggled up the mountain, an old soldier who could barely walk happened to be drinking wine atop the city wall. The wooden tower was so old it was about to collapse in places. If a few more people came up, the whole structure might fall apart. But the old soldier didn't care, no one would attack this place anyway. After this year, my old bones will probably fall apart. I wonder if the king will finally exempt us old men from military service. The cold wind made his knees ache, his rheumatism had flared up again. Even drunk, the pain was unbearable. He was just about to climb down and warm himself by the fire in the barracks. Suddenly, he saw what looked like heads moving at the foot of the mountain. Though it was just a momentary blur, he was certain he saw something. But when he looked again, no one was there. Just now, I think I saw someone down there. He called out to a slightly younger soldier below, "Why don't you come take a look? Your eyes are better." "Are you joking? Who would climb up to this godforsaken place? You must still be half asleep." The soldier didn't want to climb into the cold wind, so he brushed the old man off with a few casual words and left. The old soldier rubbed his eyes again and indeed saw nothing. He thought maybe it was just his old age. You come up and take over guard duty for a while. This old man can't take the cold anymore. I want to go warm up by the fire, okay? The soldier below the tower was also shivering from the cold and replied casually, it's fine. If you're cold, just go back. What's the point of switching? Do you think anyone would attack this place? The old soldier thought that made sense and slowly began climbing down the stairs, moving even slower than a turtle. The soldier nearby saw the scene and couldn't help but feel a bit sad. If he stayed here guarding this place for life, he'd probably end up just like that old man. Sigh. Maybe I should just go down the mountain and live with the Westerners. These snowy mountains are no place for humans. At least it's not cold in the western region. As he was complaining in his heart, he suddenly noticed that the gate of the tower seemed to have opened a crack. He clearly remembered closing it earlier. When did it get opened again? He immediately stepped forward to shut the door. But before he could reach it, the gate was suddenly pushed open with great force. Before he could even see what was behind the door, dozens of arrows flew straight at him. The soldier had no time to dodge and was instantly turned into a human sieve by the arrows. He didn't even get the chance to scream. Thud. The soldier's body hit the ground. The old man turned around at the sound and was instantly shaking all over in terror. He saw dozens of soldiers in black iron armor, full of murderous aura, had somehow already rushed in. They had just killed that soldier and were about to shoot him as well. I surrender. I surrender. Please don't kill me. The old soldier reacted shockingly fast, falling to his knees and begging for mercy. His speed made the archers stop mid-draw. Why is there still such an old soldier? The leader removed his helmet. It was none other than Gue. He slowly stepped forward, and with every step he took, the old soldier grew more terrified. In the end, he couldn't even kneel and collapsed completely on the ground. Gue didn't draw his blade against him. He just grabbed him by the shoulder and lifted him up from the ground. Where are the rest of your men? Half an hour later. Among the more than 400 soldiers in this snowy border city, all the younger ones who resisted or tried to flee were killed. Only fewer than 100 elderly soldiers remained, those who couldn't even run. They weren't killed partly because they surrendered quickly, but mostly because they posed no threat. Gue looked at the burning barracks and the more than 300 corpses, and ordered the old soldiers to be brought forward. You're all too old. I won't kill you. But you've got to give me something in return for sparing your lives, right? Gue, in front of them, played with his still blood-stained sword, terrifying the old men into nodding and agreeing quickly. General, don't worry. We'll guide the army well. No way we'll let the troops get lost. We've lived here for a long time and know every place well. We absolutely won't let the heavenly army take a wrong step. Gue was very satisfied. He immediately took out a map and asked the old soldiers to mark all the enemy troop locations along the route. After reviewing the defense layout, Gue was surprised to find that the route leading straight to the Tubo capital was hardly defended at all. All heavily guarded zones were facing the Tang dynasty. Over 80% of their troops were positioned to defend against the Tang. They thought going around would lead them into Tubo's main force, but it turned out they had taken the easiest path. This won't do. Ho Junji noticed the key issue on the map and said immediately, the Duke of Qing only has 3,000 men, yet he has to face 80% of the enemy's strength. He won't be able to hold out long. We should divert Tubo's attention. We should strike, raid, and cause chaos all throughout their territory. The more noise, the better. If the Tubo realize their own land is in danger, they'll send troops back, reducing pressure on the Duke of Qing. That will give him a chance to breathe. When their main forces return, we can then engage in a decisive battle. Ho Junji's plan seemed the most effective for now. It also aligned with what most officers believed. It looked like the right tactical move. Whether it was truly correct or not didn't matter. At least it looked like they were doing their best to rescue the Duke of Qing, putting his safety first. It was an opinion hard to refute. Most officers agreed immediately. Even if they disagreed, they didn't dare speak out. Who would dare say aloud that they wanted the Duke of Qing to draw the enemy fire? Gue listened in silence for a long time. Ho Junji was starting to shiver from the cold and finally had to press him. We can't hesitate. The Duke of Qing is lacking food, clothing, and troops. His situation is far more dangerous than ours. Gue didn't seem to hear any of this. He just stared at the map. After a long time, he finally spoke. No need for that. We will launch a full-speed assault and break through to the Tubo capital. No delays on the way. Other than essential sieges for supplies, no one is allowed to act on their own. If we can avoid exposing ourselves, we must do so. The moment he said this, the room exploded. What he meant was clear: he didn't plan to help Qingxiu, and he even wanted to delay news of their presence, letting Tubo keep pressuring Qingxiu. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't dare say such a thing. Ho Junji looked at Shui Rengue in disbelief. He was almost ready to ask if Shui Rengue wanted Qingxiu dead so he could take his place in the western regions. The Duke of Qing didn't give us a specific mission for this campaign. So everything follows my command. No one is allowed to disobey. Shui Rengue rolled up the map calmly. Since the Duke of Qing made such a decision, it means he's confident in handling any crisis. We don't need to worry. At this point, no one had anything more to say. They couldn't understand how Shui Rengue, someone so close to Qingxiu, could just watch him suffer without sending help. Prepare to march. No delays, violators will be punished by military law. Shui Rengue gave the order again, and everyone finally snapped out of their daze, rushing to pack and get ready. As for those old soldiers who could barely walk, Shui Rengue didn't want to kill them, but worried they might leak the plan. He decided to imprison them on the spot and left a few soldiers to guard them. On the day Tubo is destroyed, let the Duke of Qing decide their fate. Qingxiu looked at the tall city wall in front of him and was indeed a little shocked. He hadn't expected that, with the Tibetans' construction abilities, they could actually build a city wall nearly 10 feet high. Although compared to the Central Plains, this kind of wall wasn't anything special, it even seemed rather shabby. But in Qingxiu's understanding, this was probably the limit of Tibetan city-building capabilities. If this were in the Central Plains, a round of siege equipment attacks would likely destroy more than half of this wall. However, right now Qingxiu only had 3 Shinji cannons with him, and just 10 cannonballs in total. Although he was confident he could blast through the wall with this firepower, there would still inevitably be casualties in the follow-up siege. Fortunately, they didn't have to attack this city. Just as Qingxiu was calculating in his mind, the city gate opened, and Wang Xuanzi walked out of the city beaming with joy. Behind him followed more than a dozen Tibetan nobles, monks, and other aristocrats. These people were deeply shocked when they saw the imposing might of the Tang army in front of them and immediately knelt down in worship. We willingly surrender and welcome the Tang army into the city. They had assembled all the city's defenders along the sides of the road to welcome the Tang army. This road, lined with Tibetan troops, stretched from outside the city all the way in. If the army wanted to pass through, they could only go 2 or 3 men per row, forming a long narrow line to move forward. Rather than a show of sincerity, it looked more like an intimidation display. They had 10,000 soldiers in the city, all capable of fighting. Why should they surrender to just 3,000 of yours? Even with Wang Xuanzi's promises, if you don't dare even walk through here, who would believe you could keep any promise, no matter how grand? Seeing this scene, Wang Xuanzi's face instantly turned dark. He sharply turned to the nobles who had surrendered, but they all tried hard to avoid his gaze. What do you mean by this? Wang Xuanzi's tone was stern, like a superior rebuking subordinates. None of them responded, all dodging his eyes. He was about to explode with anger when Qingxiu stopped him. Why are you so angry? Such a grand welcoming ceremony, and you still think it's not enough? Qingxiu laughed boldly, mounted his horse, and directly rode at the front of the formation, heading straight down the path lined with enemy troops. He didn't even need any guards around him, letting these people crowd nearby without the slightest fear. Instead, he calmly looked them over as if he were the Tibetan king himself, and this was all rightfully his. With Qingxiu leading, the rest of the army followed without fear, riding proudly through. The narrow road wasn't long, but the Tibetan nobles all stared hard at Qingxiu, nervous despite themselves. As the army advanced, the Tibetan civilians clearly saw the Tang soldiers' presence and demeanor, and couldn't help but marvel. After they completely passed through the path, the soldiers gathered behind them. The city's garrison looked like they were no longer on alert and were just waiting for orders to disperse. But unexpectedly, Qingxiu shouted before their commanders could even speak, "All of you, stand down." The sudden shout shocked everyone. He was truly ordering this Tibetan army, which wasn't even under his command. Even if they had surrendered, on paper Qingxiu's forces were still outnumbered. His high prestige was the only thing keeping them in check. If they chose to start fighting now, who would win was uncertain. At least, that's what the Tibetans were thinking. Seeing them unmoving, Qingxiu shouted again, "You claim to sincerely surrender, yet not one of you obeys my command. Is this your sincerity? You won't listen right after surrendering. If more time passes, will you still submit? How can I trust you? If any of you still defy me, I'm happy to fight another battle. Life or death, it's your choice." With those words, everyone instinctively looked at each other. No one dared to actually challenge him. Wang Xuanzi was extremely displeased. He looked at the Tibetan nobles beside him. "What are you waiting for? Only then did they come to their senses and quickly knelt before Qingxiu again. Unlike the previous ceremony outside the gate, this time they knelt in full view of the city's civilians, serfs, and landowners, showing their heartfelt submission to Qingxiu. With the leaders kneeling, no more words were needed. Everyone understood, there was a new ruler now. All the soldiers saluted Qingxiu in unison, then withdrew without another word. "We obey." Everyone replied in unison, signaling that Qingxiu had now fully taken control of the city. For the common people, nothing really changed. Taxes were even reduced. The nobles and officials kept their ranks, and even got rid of the king who had been above them. A win for everyone. After taking the city without bloodshed, Qingxiu immediately sent Wang Xuanzi to persuade all surrounding tribes to surrender. This time, Qingxiu didn't even send an army, just gave Wang a title and a few attendants. It seemed like a hard task, but to Wang Xuanzi, it was no trouble at all. With Qingxiu backing him, and after several cities had surrendered, Qingxiu's power was already overwhelming. He could easily handle these scattered tribes without even needing cavalry. All Wang Xuanzi had to do was show up and bluff a little. They surrendered quickly. Also, many had long wanted to get out from under Tsangdo Zanzan's control. Now was the perfect chance. According to Tang promises, after Tibet's fall they could keep their land and power, and without a king above them. Why not take the deal? In just half a month, vast areas of tribes and herders had been persuaded by Qingxiu to surrender and change flags. Even some large rebel armies sent to attack the Tang turned around and surrendered on the spot. They were fighting just to survive. Who they served didn't matter. Inside Tibet, a strange situation emerged. Qingxiu, who had invaded from Tang, had raised a massive army within Tibet itself, nearly matching the Tibetan king's forces in size. As time went on, most rebel troops still on the fence ended up choosing to join Qingxiu. The reason was simple: even though the king had issued a pardon, everyone knew Tsangdo Zanzan held grudges. There was no way he would really forgive them. Rather than betting on that moody and unpredictable king to spare them, they might as well support Qingxiu, who had no personal grudges with them. At least they could gain some benefits by pledging allegiance. Which was better or worse was obvious at a glance. Qingxiu naturally welcomed everyone, no matter who they were. As long as they surrendered, the city gates were opened wide. If they asked for money, he gave money. If they needed food, he gave food. He was not stingy at all. Some even went a step further and took the initiative to tell Qingxiu that they hoped the Tang dynasty would show generosity and grant them small official titles or rewards. That way, if the court really managed to rule over Tibet in the future, they would have a backup plan and even successfully erase the stain of being rebels. Qingxiu was even more generous with these requests. Anyone who asked for an official position received one. He gave out all the 6th and 7th rank positions he knew of. These titles may have seemed low in rank, but at least they represented official recognition by the imperial court. Even if the court didn't have to pay a single coin in salary, it was still worth it. While Qingxiu was handing out titles freely, Tsangdo Zanzan, who had worked hard to mobilize his forces, was furious. He never expected that Qingxiu's real aim was to annex all of Tibet into the Tang Empire. All the forces Tsangdo Zanzan had worked so hard to gather had now been taken over by a few decrees from Qingxiu. Tsangdo Zanzan was so angry he grabbed his attendants and questioned them about why people were rebelling against him, frightening them into trembling and leaving them unable to answer. For several days in a row, Tsangdo Zanzan went into rages and even killed several people himself, terrifying his ministers. Eventually, one of his trusted advisors stepped forward to advise him. "Great king, calm your anger. Even though those people have defected to Qingxiu, it doesn't mean they'll be able to fight for him. You know as well as I do, they have almost no combat ability. On the battlefield, they collapse at the first blow. How could Qingxiu expect them to be useful?" Tsangdo Zanzan wasn't unaware of this, but he had been blinded by anger, only thinking about why these people would betray him. But hearing it from his trusted minister helped ease his fury a bit. "Of course I know these useless fools will only cause trouble for Qingxiu, but I just can't swallow this insult." The trusted minister quickly followed up, "Please don't worry, great king. As long as you can defeat the Tang army head-on, these people will surely come crawling back to surrender. As far as I know, the Tang army has only 3,000 soldiers. Though they are elite cavalry, their numbers are too few. And I've heard that they're not used to Tibet's environment. Their combat power has dropped sharply." Upon hearing this, Tsangdo Zanzan was immediately pleased. "Really? Where did you hear that?" "Haha, great king, there's no need to inquire. Have you ever seen an outsider come to Tibet and still be in good shape?" the minister said with a slow smile. That made it seem like a great opportunity. Only 3,000 men, while seemingly strong, they were just a paper tiger. If he wiped out their main force, everything would be over. Sangdo Zanzan now had 20,000 troops at his command, over 6,000 of whom were elite. Though the numbers weren't massive, they were his personally trained loyalists, who had followed him in battle across the land. The garrison that originally defended Mikir City had been part of this very force, which explained his intense rage over its loss. Seeing that the king's mood had improved, the trusted minister promptly added, "Great king, perhaps you haven't heard, the troops recalled from the front have already surrounded Mikir City. After just 10 days of fighting, half of the defenders are dead or wounded. At this rate, the city will fall soon." "Good." Sangdo Zanzan's expression relaxed. "We must cut off their retreat. On the day the city falls, not a single one must be left alive, do you understand? And strictly block the Tang army, don't let them have any chance to return and provide reinforcements." Hearing this, the minister showed some hesitation. "Great king, we understand. But the frontline troops are truly weak. They'll probably be unable to stop the Tang army." Surprisingly, Sangdo Zanzan didn't get angry this time. Instead, he carefully considered the matter and made a decision. "I will personally lead the army and attack them. If the Tang army wants to return and help, they'll have to abandon all the territory they just captured. And if they choose to fight me to the death, perfect." Sangdo Zanzan snorted coldly. In his view, this plan was flawless. Brilliant. The trusted minister praised him endlessly. "With this plan, great king, they'll be caught in two fronts. The Tang army will surely lose." Sangdo Zanzan didn't let the praise go to his head. He immediately ordered the entire army to prepare to march toward the Tang forces. Though he hated the Tang with all his heart, he hadn't lost his clarity. He knew the Tang army was strong, even heroic figures like his grandfather had never won a head-on battle against them. Defeating the Tang today was not just about winning a single city. More importantly, it was about prestige. As long as he could defeat the Tang, even by overwhelming numbers, it would count as a huge victory. Enough to give him the prestige needed to unite all of Tibet. At the same time, news of the intense battle at Mikir City reached Qingxiu. At that moment, Qingxiu was preparing logistics, mobilizing troops, and planning his next move. The news was personally delivered by Wang Xuanzi. After reading the report, Qingxiu fell silent for a moment. His forces were too small, mobilizing them was indeed troublesome. "What do you think we should do?" Qingxiu asked Wang Xuanzi for his opinion. Wang Xuanzi hesitated briefly, then said, "We must help. Although we no longer rely on that place for supplies, it was the first area we brought under control. If they're struggling and we don't send reinforcements, it will damage the Tang army's prestige, future surrenders will be hard to achieve." Wang Xuanzi's advice was sound. Their ability to easily secure so many regions afterward was largely thanks to Mikir City's example. But Qingxiu only thought for a moment before responding with his own decision, "We won't provide reinforcements." Wang Xuanzi was stunned. He never imagined Qingxiu would make such a decision. "But, if we don't help, it could greatly affect our future efforts to persuade others to surrender." "There's no need to persuade anyone else." Qingxiu immediately shook his head. "Sangdo Zanzan is already leading a large army toward us, this time, he's coming personally. If we can defeat him in a single battle, capture him alive or kill him on the spot, Tibet will fall instantly. By that time, the name Tubo will already be gone. Why would we worry that they would still stubbornly refuse to surrender?" Only then did Wang Xuanzi realize, Qingxiu was planning to finish everything in one decisive battle, striking swiftly like thunder to completely wipe them out and behead their king. If he could achieve this, it would indeed be an extremely clever strategy that would greatly shorten the time needed. Originally, Wang Xuanzi thought Qingxiu would advance step by step, gradually consuming Tubo's strength, and finally destroy them once they were at their weakest. Only now did he understand, Qingxiu's thinking was far bolder. With just 3,000 troops, he actually dared to face the Tubo main force head-on. He might have even forgotten that his original mission was just to serve as a distraction. "Duke Qing, your plan is truly bold." Wang Xuanzi sincerely praised him. Qingxiu remained indifferent. "A slow and cautious approach doesn't suit us. Don't forget, we are fighting in enemy territory. If we always rely on others, people will eventually question whether we have real strength. After this battle, no one will ever doubt the strength of the Tang army again." Suddenly, a guard outside reported that the Tubo tribal chiefs and leaders were asking for an audience. And it seemed to be about something very serious. Many had come, all looking grave. Qingxiu naturally did not turn them away and immediately allowed them into the hall for an audience. "Duke Qing." Everyone greeted him respectfully. Qingxiu casually gestured that there was no need for such formality. "You are now loyal subjects of the Tang court, my people. There's no need to be so restrained when seeing me." The chiefs chuckled and said that Duke Qing was approachable and not arrogant at all. Qingxiu waved his hand to quiet them, then got straight to the point. Everyone, I'm short on time. If you have something to say, speak directly. I don't care about formalities. Once he said this, everyone immediately fell silent, looking at each other, waiting for someone else to speak first. Seeing this, Qingxiu frowned. Why were they being so hesitant? Could it be there really was some serious trouble? Speak. Qingxiu directly pointed to one of the chiefs and ordered, You, say it. That person immediately tensed up, stammered for a while, and only after someone beside him handed him a letter did he quickly hand it to Qingxiu like receiving a pardon. Please take a look, this is a letter from the king, no, from Tsangdo Zanzan. At the mention of the name, Qingxiu immediately became interested and ordered the letter to be brought for him to read personally. The letter was written in both Tibetan and Chinese. The content was simple, he was bringing a large army to confront Qingxiu in battle. He stated clearly that if the Tang army truly intended to compete for the mandate of heaven over Tibet, then they should fight a decisive battle on the snow plains, a direct clash between proper armies. He also declared that if he lost the battle, he would voluntarily abdicate and hand over all of Tibet for Qingxiu to deal with as he pleased. But if Qingxiu didn't dare to fight him, he should withdraw from Tibet and admit defeat, and Tsangdo Zanzan would let him live. The letter was extremely arrogant, as if he were certain Qingxiu would lose, and it mocked the Tang army, claiming they had only succeeded so far because they had encountered weaklings. After reading it, Qingxiu couldn't help but laugh. Though Tsangdo Zanzan was a tyrant, he was also full of schemes. His challenge seemed arrogant, but the content was meticulous. Using the claim of competing for the mandate of heaven, he insisted on a battle on flat plains, knowing full well that Qingxiu had only 3,000 cavalry, far fewer than his own force. He also knew that the Tang army was especially strong in complex terrain, where their firearms and fearsome weapons had the advantage, yet he deliberately chose to fight on the plains. Fearing that Qingxiu might avoid the battle, he even mocked and provoked him. Even if these words didn't affect Qingxiu, letting the surrendering chief see them would surely have a major impact, damaging Qingxiu's reputation. He even sent the letter not directly to Qingxiu, but to the surrendering chiefs, clearly intending for them to see it. This person was truly a dangerous opponent. Qingxiu held up the letter and looked at the crowd. They all quickly lowered their heads to avoid eye contact. You've all seen this letter, haven't you? I think even if some of you haven't, Tsangdo Zanzan will soon spread it far and wide, and you'll hear of it eventually. No one spoke. They were all waiting to see what Qingxiu would say next. Would he fight or back down? If he backed down, they might really start to doubt whether the Tang army was as invincible as rumored. If he chose to fight, they certainly wouldn't help the Tang, because if the Tang lost, they wouldn't even have a chance to defect again. These people were staying on the sidelines like spectators, as if the outcome didn't affect them at all. Seeing their silence, Qingxiu asked, What do you all think about this? At his question, they immediately exploded. The Tang army will win. Always victorious. We will follow the Tang army to the end. Heaven's mandate belongs to our Tang, why fear them? They all spouted flattery and empty slogans, with no real substance. It was tiresome to hear. Still, deep down, they hoped the Tang would win. After all, they didn't want to be punished later. But that was just wishful thinking. If they were really asked to fight with their own troops, they would retreat as far as possible. Qingxiu saw through them and just sneered coldly. Then he stood up and declared loudly, Since Tsangdo Zanzan wants a fight, I will fight him. When the time comes, I want all of you to come and watch the battle. I want you to witness with your own eyes how his army is destroyed, how he will never again be able to rule Tibet, completely defeated. Everyone was shocked. They had thought Qingxiu would try to delay or ask them for reinforcements. They never imagined he would actually agree to a proper battle, and not ask them for a single soldier. After a brief stunned silence, they were unexpectedly inspired by Qingxiu's determination, and began cheering. Tang army will win. Tang army will win. For a moment, even they didn't know whether they were just putting on a show or truly speaking from the heart. Qingxiu ignored all this and immediately gave orders to reply to Tsangdo Zanzan as he had instructed. The decisive battle was set to take place in 10 days, on one of the largest snowfield grasslands in the central region of Tubo. Both sides agreed to fight to the death, until only one person was left standing. They would not cease fire. Qingxiu then mobilized his entire army, immediately prepared the troops, and set out at once. From beginning to end, Qingxiu never explicitly stated that he wanted to gather troops from each tribe, but the surrendered tribal chieftains all knew they had to put on a show. Each one verbally expressed that they must support Lord Qing, directly mobilizing large armies to follow him, but in reality, they sent only the old and weak from their forces, not a single capable warrior. Though they didn't say it outright, their attitude clearly showed passive resistance and full intention to slack off. Qingxiu had already expected this, but he did not show any reaction. Even when he set out on the expedition, he was still full of confidence, as if the battle had already been won. He simply treated them as a large logistics force that could ensure supplies and perform miscellaneous tasks, so it didn't matter. He had long been used to fighting many with few. If his army was larger than the enemy's, he wouldn't even feel comfortable. The snowfield grassland agreed upon by both sides was located in the heart of the Tibetan Plateau. Although the area had abundant water and grass, it was not a strategically vital location for military affairs, nor was it a necessary route. On the contrary, the area was so open and difficult to defend that battles rarely occurred there. Precisely for this reason, Zhang chose to fight there, so that after winning, he could annihilate Qingxiu's army in one stroke. He was even more eager to fight than Qingxiu and arrived at the battlefield a day early to prepare. When he saw Qingxiu's troops slowly approaching in the distance and received intelligence from scouts, he was overjoyed. As he had expected, Qingxiu brought only 3,000 cavalry from his own command. As for the surrendered tribes, the troops they brought were all old and weak, barely able to walk. Some only carried hoes and didn't even have leather armor. These people are truly cunning. If a real battle breaks out, all these old and weak soldiers will just die on the battlefield, saving them the trouble of feeding them with rations. Zhang couldn't help but shake his head. If it weren't for avoiding complications, he would have sent his own old and weak soldiers to die first, to purify his troops. Before Qingxiu's army even got into position, the weather suddenly changed. A strong southwest wind swept across the open snowfield grassland. The Tibetan Plateau was already extremely cold, and the gale brought with it a cold front and fine snow, making it hard for people to even stand. Even Zhang, wearing the thickest and warmest armor, instinctively shrank in the wind and couldn't speak for a while. His soldiers fared worse, shivering all over. Some even dropped their weapons, or else their fingers would freeze off. Many of the old and weak from the surrendered tribal armies collapsed on the spot under the biting wind, and their already feeble combat strength was halved again. Even while trembling with cold, Zhang still felt proud. The weather was indeed cold, but they had grown up on the frigid Tibetan plateau and were far more resistant to the cold than people from the warmer central plains. Even many of his elite soldiers couldn't hold their weapons. How could the Tang army possibly bear it? Just as he was feeling proud, he looked toward the Tang army, hoping to see how many of them had collapsed from the cold. But what he saw shocked him greatly. The Tang cavalry still sat upright on their horses, not even shrinking from the cold. They were even facing the wind directly, exposed to harsher conditions, yet showed no signs of discomfort. The wind didn't seem to affect them at all. How is this possible? Zhang was baffled. He deliberately delayed attacking, hoping to strike after the Tang army couldn't endure the cold. But they remained calm and composed, from soldier to officer. Not one showed distress, even as his own troops were already struggling. Zhang really couldn't understand. No matter how strong their will, they shouldn't be able to overcome their body's natural reactions. This was wind that could freeze people to death. Qingxiu turned back to look. All his men wore thick cotton masks, with only their eyes exposed. Their cotton armor was extremely thick. Earlier, when the temperature was higher, they even felt a bit cold in it. How could the linen clothes and a few layers of sheepskin those others wore compare? Damn it, let's see how long they can keep pretending. Zhang finally lost his patience. He stepped forward and ordered his translator to shout. You Tang soldiers! Now that you see this king, why do you not retreat, and even dare to fight me? Qingxiu side mockingly replied. The king of Tibet is but a subject of our great Tang. Now that you see the heavenly army arrive, why do you not kneel and beg for mercy? Zhang flew into a rage. He personally picked up his bow and shot an arrow toward Qingxiu. Though it was impossible to hit such a distant target, the symbolic act was clear. Negotiations with the Tang were over, and from now on it was a fight to the death. Qingxiu naturally would not show weakness. He raised his firearm, aimed at Zhang from afar, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot echoed across the open grassland like thunder. Zhang instinctively ducked, barely dodging the bullet. The shot grazed his helmet and knocked it off, nearly sending him tumbling from his horse. Though not fatal, it utterly humiliated him, especially in front of his own men. Bastard! Zhang cursed furiously, blindly firing a few more arrows toward Qingxiu, but none even reached halfway. If you dare not fight, retreat now. I will spare your life. But you must crawl from the battlefield, throw down your armor for me to trample, and only then may you keep your pathetic life. Qingxiu's tone was full of scorn and disdain, drawing loud laughter from the soldiers behind him. Songwoo, usually a tyrant feared by all, was always the one mocking others. Now, being mocked and laughed at like a monkey by the people behind Qingxiu, how could he endure it? Form up! Advance! I don't believe the Tang army can still hold on. Songwoo roared in anger on the spot. The whole army immediately formed ranks. The cavalry charged ahead, the infantry followed closely behind, and then the archers moved up to provide cover. This orderly military formation and assault were so smooth that even Qingxiu, who was used to big scenes, couldn't help but be impressed. This Songwoo was truly capable. He had trained these nomadic cavalrymen with discipline, even showing traces of a Central Plains army. Saying his martial and leadership skills matched Songtsen Gampo, Qingxiu thought that wasn't far from the truth. Prepare! Qingxiu waved his hand, and the soldiers behind him immediately lifted their firearms, ready to shoot. But just then, the headwind picked up again, becoming stronger, and snow mixed in made it almost impossible to open their eyes. Unfortunately, the Tang army was facing the wind directly. It blew straight at them, making it hard to keep their eyes open. Fire! Qingxiu made a quick decision and immediately ordered the soldiers to fire forward. It didn't matter whether they aimed or not, just don't hit their own people. He feared the enemy would use the blinding snow to approach them, and if they got too close, there wouldn't be time to reload the firearms. As soon as his command was given, the gunfire rang out one after another. Whether it hit the enemy or not didn't matter, delaying the enemy's charge was already useful. At the same time, Qingxiu listened carefully, trying to hear the sound of bullets hitting targets. From the sound of the shots, he could roughly tell that not many bullets hit. Very few enemies were knocked down. But he could clearly hear the enemy's hoofbeats slowing down. Obviously, they feared the guns. Even if only one comrade was shot, it was a huge blow to their morale. After everyone finished shooting, they skillfully switched to the next firearm. Even though they couldn't see clearly, the movements were already second nature. And just at this moment, the headwind finally calmed down. Everyone immediately opened their eyes and looked at the Tubo army in front, and saw a scene that was hard to imagine. Many of the Tubo cavalry had fallen off their horses, trembling on the ground. Even many horses were collapsing slowly, like old beings at death's door, struggling to move. Qingxiu immediately understood, the cold wind didn't just affect them, it also hit the Tubo soldiers. Although the Tang army faced the wind head-on, their thick cotton armor had excellent insulation. Even their horses were covered in layers of cotton, practically immune to the cold. But the Tubo soldiers didn't even have full armor. They relied on being familiar with the environment and strong willpower to resist the wind. Their horses had to wear metal coverings in freezing weather. With one blast of wind, the bone-chilling cold was beyond what normal bodies could bear. The fact that some were still standing was already unbelievable. Qingxiu had made many preparations for this battle, but now it looked like they only needed the help of General Winter to win. What are you doing? Hurry up! Songwoo saw the Tang army standing firm, while his own soldiers were nearly skinned by the wind. He raged and quickly gave more orders. But just staying in place against the wind was already their limit. Even with orders, the horses' stiff legs couldn't move. And the faster they tried to go, the more people and horses collapsed. Songwoo grew more anxious. He even thought of charging forward himself, but as soon as he urged his horse, he stopped again, too cold. On the other hand, Qingxiu saw the staggering Tubo soldiers and knew the outcome was already decided. Everyone, let's turn up the intensity. Qingxiu gave the order. The soldiers immediately put away their firearms and switched to war hammers and axes. These were weapons Qingxiu had specially prepared for the Tubo people. Because the cold made crossbow strings hard to pull, he simply skipped that and had his men carry heavy blunt weapons. Kill the enemy! The soldiers shouted, horses charged wildly, and everyone rushed forward with giant weapons like a mountain crashing down. This terrifying sight could crush the enemy's spirit by momentum alone, let alone the Tubo army, nearly frozen solid. They tried instinctively to draw their bows, but their fingers didn't work. Some who managed to pull the string saw it snap, tearing off their stiff fingers in the process. Kill! At the front, Li Jianshan held a battle axe in each hand. He swung one down on a Tubo cavalryman, smashing his head open. Brain and blood splattered everywhere. The sprayed blood quickly froze midair and fell as ice crystals, covering the ground. Li Jianshan stepped on the icy blood as he continued charging forward. He led the way, killing man and horse with every swing, unstoppable. No one could block him for even a moment. Even though Qingxiu wasn't charging in front, Li Jianshan's example alone boosted morale. The shouting and killing reached the sky, and everyone followed him like madmen, chopping down the Tubo soldiers. The Tubo troops, frozen stiff, even if they could raise weapons or shields, had no strength to resist. One heavy strike was enough to knock them down, then trampled into mush by thousands of feet and hooves. It was pitiful. The Tubo had fighting strength, but the weather made it useless. The battle had barely started, and they already suffered massive losses. Even after one clash, when they tried to regroup and turn around, the frozen horses moved sluggishly, unable to turn easily. Instead, the Tang army regrouped first. Seeing the second wave of Tang attacks approaching, Songwuzhanzan could no longer hold back. Infantry, speed up. Archers, fire while retreating, delay the Tang army as much as possible. Don't let them merge forces. Songwuzhanzan indeed knew how to command. More importantly, his soldiers didn't collapse in morale, they quickly adjusted according to his orders. The infantry, frozen stiff, staggered forward, holding large shields, intending to use their flesh and blood to hold up the shields and forcibly block the Tang army. Behind them, the archers, even if they had to bite the bowstring and use their hands to pull it with force, still followed orders and shot their arrows. This deeply surprised Qingxiu. He hadn't seen such morale and discipline in an enemy army for many years. Perhaps only the Turkic army at its peak could have reached this level. But in such bitterly cold weather, even the Turks wouldn't be able to withstand it. The Tubo infantry surrounded them layer by layer, taking advantage of the fact that the Tang horses hadn't yet charged, and the impact force was limited. They quickly surrounded them, preventing the horses from gaining momentum. Without a proper charge, the cavalry's deterrent power was greatly reduced. If they could trap them like this, they would become perfect targets for the archers. Li Jianshan saw more and more shields blocking his path. He smashed one, and immediately another came up to take its place. These people were like suicidal worker ants, completely unaware of retreat. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a volley of arrows came flying. It was the Tubo archers in the rear shooting with all their strength. Though their bowstrings had lost power, enduring the arrow rain was still a major nuisance. After all, in order to maintain their charge momentum, the horses under the Tang soldiers were barely armored, only covered with insulating cotton blankets. If the arrow rain was too dense, the horses wouldn't be able to withstand it. Damn it! Li Jianshan had tried multiple times to charge but kept crashing into the shields. The last time, a Tubo soldier even jumped up and smashed the horse's head with an iron hammer. Li Jianshan's horse was killed on the spot, fell with a wail, and took him down with it. Squad leader! Everyone cried out in alarm seeing Li Jianshan fall and rushed forward to help, but the Tubo soldiers were faster. They rushed up with blades, aiming to finish him off. Before the others could reach him, Li Jianshan swung his heavy weapon and blocked a round of sword attacks. At the same time, he pushed himself up with a large axe. One hand blocked several sabers, and though many men pressed down on him, he still slowly stood up under the pressure. One enemy saw the opportunity and stabbed with a spear. Knowing he couldn't dodge, Li Jianshan turned his body so the spear hit his shoulder instead of a vital spot. Clang! The spear pierced the outer cotton layer but, cushioned by the cotton, was stopped by the inner iron plate and couldn't go any further. Get lost! Li Jianshan roared in anger, smashing the spear with his axe, and shoved away the surrounding enemies with his other hand. In that instant, he threw his axe directly at an enemy, striking him in the head and killing him on the spot. You bastards! Come on, your grandpa will deal with you personally. Li Jianshan roared loudly. He rushed forward, picked up his axe, and smashed through a shield wall with both of his massive weapons. As the shield shattered, Li Jianshan used his more flexible movement without a horse to slip through the gap and began slashing and killing. Behind the shield wall, those soldiers were like helpless prey. They could hold shields to block cavalry charges, but they couldn't stop a madman with heavy weapons charging into their formation. Li Jianshan swung his weapons in all directions, knocking down multiple shields, even preventing replacements from moving up. His desperate battle woke the other soldiers up. They didn't need to rely on horses. They immediately dismounted, armed with heavy sabers, axes, and hammers, roaring into the crowd. Once close, the enemy was like a group of immobile iron turtles. Tang army's blunt weapons were perfect to crack them open. With a wild round of attacks, the shield wall collapsed, and the formation fell apart. Even if they wanted to fight the Tang army in close combat, their armor, weapons, and strength were no match. In just moments, the formation that had held for so long was on the verge of being broken. Songwuzhanzan panicked upon seeing this. He had a bad feeling for the first time on the battlefield. What are the archers doing? Shoot now. This is not the time to hesitate. Kill them quickly, or we will lose this battle, do you understand? Under pressure, even if unwilling, they had no choice but to obey. They raised their bows and shot at their own frontline infantry. Even if they risked friendly fire, it couldn't be helped. Given the situation, even if they hit one of their own, killing one Tang soldier was still worth it. But Sangwa Zhenzan was too naive. The Tang army's cotton armor could even block musket fire at certain distances. Li Jianshan didn't care about the arrows at all. Instead, he watched the enemies in front of him fall from their own arrows. Damn it, stop shooting. Seeing heavy casualties on his side while barely harming the Tang army, Sangwa Zhenzan immediately ordered a ceasefire. At the same time, he saw the Tubo cavalry in the front had finally regrouped and were charging toward the Tang army again. Good. Sangwa Zhenzan immediately ordered the infantry to retreat and make room for the cavalry charge. He made up his mind, once the cavalry charged, the infantry would follow to surround and kill. Then they could completely wipe out these 3,000 Tang soldiers. Even after all this fighting, he still held an overwhelming numbers advantage. He believed he wouldn't lose anytime soon and still had a good chance of victory. As he watched the enemy cavalry regroup and charge again, Li Jianshan immediately remounted. The others followed suit. Once again, Li Jianshan led the charge with high morale, rushing at the Tubo army. Li Jianshan looked toward Qingxiu, expecting him to give a signal command. But Qingxiu only watched him calmly, no orders, no signals. Even without words, Li Jianshan understood immediately. They just had to charge forward with everything they had and fight the 10,000-strong Tubo army head-on, breaking the enemy by force. This was a vast plain, there were no strategies to use. They had only 3,000 men, not even a reserve force. There was no choice but to fight to the death.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.